Chapter 1080. Whoosh! 4 beautiful sword-wielding women immediately rushed into the room. Their gazes were like 8 daggers as they locked onto the blood-red-eyed Yi Qinghan. They shouted, "Princess!" Yi Qinghan's body released a berserk aura that instantly froze the entire room. The 4 maids weren't even comparable to divine generals. Under Yi Qinghan's tyrannical pressure, they were immediately suppressed to the point where they couldn't even move. Then Yi Qinghan stared at the delicate girl in front of him, who was called Princess, with red eyes. Should I kill or not? The killing intent in his mind began to surge. His body began to tremble, and his back slightly bent. His blood-red eyes made him look like a human-shaped demon. His divine sense easily swept the surrounding area, and he easily discovered that this was a side courtyard in the mountains. There were only 5 people in the entire side courtyard. If he killed all 5 of them, he would at least be temporarily safe. However, he looked at the delicate and naked princess in front of him, at her water-blue hair that was slightly curled, at her eyes that were as pure as water, and at her pitiful expression. He hesitated. Her blue hair and gem-like eyes reminded him of blue rain. Her pure eyes and pitiful expression reminded him of Yi Qingyu. Blue rain, little Yu. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth subconsciously curved upwards. It was incomparably gentle, incomparably sweet. In the end, he looked at the woman in front of him and felt a headache coming on. If it was a group of men or monsters, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't care about the consequences and would directly kill them. However, this was a woman, and a delicate woman at that. A woman without a trace of martial strength. Yi Qinghan was conflicted, and didn't dare to make a move. "I'm a good person. Don't kill me." The woman in front of him felt danger, and she also felt Yi Qinghan's hesitation. She weakly spoke, and her expression became even more pitiful. Yi Qinghan stared at the woman's eyes and realized that when she said this, her pupils didn't change at all and her soul didn't tremble at all. In the end, he kept the slaughter god blade and left a sentence before falling into the water. "Don't touch me, I won't hurt you." The malevolent energy once again attacked Yi Qinghan's soul. Yi Qinghan began to tumble about in the pool, looking incomparably ferocious and terrifying. The 4 maids regained their freedom the moment Yi Qinghan collapsed. They hurriedly dragged the terrified princess out. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan cautiously, not daring to breathe too loudly. After an hour, Yi Qinghan finally stopped struggling. He floated on the surface of the pond like a corpse. He didn't breathe out, nor did he breathe in. His soul was completely sealed, and his life force was completely concealed. Princess, what should we do?" A yellow-robed maid asked in fear after confirming that Yi Qinghan was not moving. Yi Qinghan's domineering aura had scared her. The red-robed maid beside her also said anxiously, "Princess, let's quickly leave this place and report this matter to the Vatican." This person is definitely not a kind person. "Princess, let's go and kill him. If he recovers, we will all be in trouble." "Yes, this person seems to be seriously injured." "Princess, let's go and kill him. He must have a lot of treasures." The other 2 maids in blue and white had a cold look on their faces. They looked like they would kill Yi Qinghan the moment the princess gave the order. Yi Qinghan had completely lost his consciousness. He didn't know that his moment of soft-heartedness had landed him in a near-death situation. He had completely lost his consciousness. If these 2 maids went forward and stabbed him a few times, he would definitely die. The lady who had carelessly put on a long robe to cover her beautiful body shook her head. She stared at Yi Qinghan's well-defined face, which had turned slightly pale because his legs had been chopped off a few times. She shook her head slightly and said, "He won't harm us. If he wanted to kill us, which one of you could have stopped him just now?" The 4 maids fell silent at the same time. That domineering aura just now had suppressed them to the point where they couldn't even move. This was just an aura. How strong was this person's true strength? They didn't dare to imagine. "But, Princess, the aura on his body is extremely evil. He is definitely not a human. A human can't be so evil that it makes people feel cold all over. Yes, this person was built from heaven. His aura is so evil. Could he be a legendary creature from another dimension?" Princess, why don't you just kill him? If he is a creature from another dimension, not to mention us, the entire Malfa continent will be destroyed. He is too powerful. No, Princess, let's quickly inform the church and let the Pope personally purify him. Creatures from another dimension should have their souls imprisoned in the abyssal ocean forever. The maid spoke again. The beautiful princess also hesitated. If he was a creature from another dimension, then it was very likely that the entire continent would be implicated. She hesitated for a moment. Oh no. I believe that he is also a human, a good person. Suddenly, the princess said resolutely and decisively. She thought of the last time Yi Qinghan had looked at her. The corner of his mouth had unconsciously revealed a touch of tenderness, that touch of sweetness, as if he had seen the woman he loved. She believed that if he was not a human, if he was not a man with feelings, he would definitely not reveal such an expression. Prince. The four maids looked at the princess who had a burning gaze in front of them and called out worriedly. They were familiar with this gaze. The last time the princess showed this gaze, she had made a fool of herself. In the end, they were forced to live in this courtyard in the mountain. This time, she had made a fool of herself again. Would the four of them die because of this? The expression on the princess's face became more and more resolute. She said firmly, "Believe me, think about it. This person is so powerful. If he is a good person, then there is hope for father and mother's revenge. I want to take this gamble. Of course, if you don't want to gamble, I won't force you. You can leave, but I hope you don't leak the secret." Prince. The four maids looked at each other and sighed helplessly. They looked at the man in the pool and said helplessly, "Since you want to gamble, we will accompany you. If this man wants to harm us, we will risk our lives to take the princess away." Yi Qinghan was unconscious. He didn't know that he had walked one round on the edge of death. The princess and the four maids didn't touch Yi Qinghan. They let Yi Qinghan float in the princess's bath. Although the princess decided to keep Yi Qinghan alive and not kill him or leak the secret, she was still extremely terrified. However, his heart was still incomparably terrified. Every day, he would come to check on Yi Qinghan, only to find that he was still floating on the pool like a corpse. Yi Qinghan didn't know that while his body was wandering on the edge of life and death, his soul had already wandered between human and demon countless times. In the other soul sea, countless demonic aura turned into evil energy. It was like countless black dragons swimming in the two souls, trying to demonize Yi Qinghan's soul. However, the countless thunder dragons in Yi Qinghan's origin power were also swimming in the soul sea, chasing after these black dragons. They roared and fought with all their might. Both sides were extremely powerful. If the black dragons formed from the demonic aura one, then Yi Qinghan would completely become a demon, a low-level creature in the demon world. He would sink forever. Chapter 1081. Obama felt that he was in a tragic situation. As one of the 18 sovereigns of the demon world, he was very powerful. He was ranked in the top 5 of the 18 sovereigns and had been in the demon world for millions of years. He thought that there were very few experts in this world that could threaten his life. Thus, he followed Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan without any scruples and successfully intercepted the three of them at the edge of the black hole. In fact, he was very powerful. The 3 peak experts in the divine world were not his match. He easily entered Yi Qinghan's body without him knowing. He wanted to make him a citizen of the demon world and easily obtain the supreme slaughtering god blade. But he was wrong, ridiculously wrong. The moment the trace of devil aura that his body had condensed entered Yi Qinghan's soul sea, it was shattered by the thunder dragons above his soul sea. Then Yi Qinghan entered the black hole, and his soul sea started to spin. This was not important. What was important was, when Yi Qinghan stopped spinning, he realized that the devil aura that his body had transformed into had entered Yi Qinghan's soul sea. Moreover, the countless thunder dragons in his soul sea had started to chase after the devil aura that his body had transformed into. He was a devil monarch that had been bestowed the power of darkness by the laws of heaven and earth. As long as there was a trace of devil aura, he could not die. That was also true. But, God damn it, he discovered that his true form, which had transformed into countless black dragons, was now being targeted by countless lightning dragons. As long as he stopped, he would be killed immediately. He wanted to escape from Yichenghan's Soul Sea, but there was a blue shield outside Yichenghan's Soul Sea. When the black dragon formed from his devil aura wanted to penetrate the blue shield, it would pause for a second. Once it paused, the thunder dragons behind would catch up and shatter it. He actually could not escape? In the end, Obama had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and risk his life. The demon black dragon made of demonic aura drilled into Yichenghan's Soul Sea. He decided to cut off all means of retreat. Either he demonized Yichenghan's soul, or Thunder Dragon caught up with him and strangled him. When the last trace of the black demon dragon was killed by the Thunder Dragon, it would be the day of his death. Chi! Countless black dragons burrowed into Yichenghan's soul, attempting to demonize Yichenghan's soul. However, the countless thunder dragons behind him immediately followed, and the Soul Sea, which was showing signs of demonization, was instantly purified. The demonic aura of the abyssal black dragon melted like ice on fire, leaving nothing behind. What the hell is this? This King's son your ass? Obama furiously roared. He attacked a few times and almost succeeded once, but in the end he was still purified by the lightning dragon. Every time he would lose a large amount of demonic aura. His power of darkness was getting lesser and lesser. At this rate he would be finished sooner or later. Seeing the thunder dragon chasing after him again, Obama had no choice but to temporarily rush out of the Soul Sea and fly above it. Often, the thunder dragon would not chase after him. Instead, it would continue in the Soul Sea and finish strangling all the demonic aura, giving Obama a chance to catch a breather. What the hell is this soul? There are actually two of them? And there's a bridge? Why do I feel that this bridge has the power of darkness? And the power of light? The black line on the side of the bridge is pure power of darkness. Kiki, I'll risk it. The demon aura that Obama had transformed into did not stay on the Sea of Souls for too long. In a moment, it split into three groups. One rushed toward the bridge and the black line, one rushed toward the bottom of the Sea of Souls, and one rushed toward the blue light barrier above the Sea of Souls. The moment Obama moved, the thunder dragon below seemed to have eyes. Countless thunder dragons rushed out of the Soul Sea, but they did not split into three groups like the abyssal black dragon. Instead, they split into two groups. One group continued to swim in the Soul Sea, strangling the abyssal black dragon, while the other rushed towards the blue barrier like lightning. It actually ignored the black dragon formed from the demonic aura that rushed towards the white bridge and the black line. Obama was overjoyed. Even if the demonic aura on this side of the Soul Sea and the blue barrier was completely destroyed. But as long as he demonized this bridge, it would quickly spread to both sides of the Soul Sea. Once he demonized half of his soul, he would be able to gain control of Yichenghan's soul. Then, these thunder dragons would also listen to the soul's commands. At that time, victory would be certain. The thunder dragon used all its strength to deal with the black dragon formed from 2/3 of the demonic aura and easily gained the upper hand. Carrying the momentum of wind and thunder, it completely strangled the two groups of demonic aura in one go. Black rain fell from the Soul Sea again. Bastard, dogsh asterisk t. What the hell is this thing? What the hell is this soul? The other group of 7 or 8 black dragons easily rushed to the bridge, leaving behind one that rushed towards the black line. The rest all entered the bridge that was emitting a gentle white light. But what made Obama want to die was that the black dragons actually couldn't enter. Moreover, at this moment, the bridge suddenly shone with a divine light and a white barrier suddenly appeared on the bridge. Once his demonic aura touched the white barrier, it was like water meeting a red-hot iron pincer, immediately evaporating. The black dragon with demonic aura outside easily entered the black line, and it also felt the surging power of darkness contained within. Unfortunately, that thunder dragon strangled all of his black dragon's demonic aura. Then, dozens of thunder dragons roared from all directions and instantly annihilated that black dragon. 3/4 of Obama's powerful power of darkness had already been destroyed by the thunder dragons. The remaining 1/4 was trapped on the bridge, not daring to even move. The thunder dragon didn't continue to rush over. It entered the bridge and completely annihilated Obama's remaining aura. It continued to completely eliminate the remaining demonic aura in the Soul Sea. Then, it returned to the small amount of origin energy and began to circulate between the origin energy and the Soul Sea. And at this moment, Yi Qinghan immediately woke up. The moment he woke up, there was no trace of blood in his eyes. They were incomparably clear and he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. He stared blankly ahead, at the hole in the roof, a bit confused. How could there be a hole in the roof? What if it rained? Then he felt as if he was on water. He twisted his body and remembered something. His body shot up and he stood up. His divine sense swept out and found a few familiar women sitting in the hall. After confirming that there was no danger, he directly threw himself onto a large pink bed and fell asleep. It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate his soul, nor was it that he didn't want to thoroughly investigate the surrounding situation. It was because he was too tired. His Soul Sea had been abused by the Black Dragon and Thunder Dragon and had become incomparably tired and exhausted. At this moment he only wanted to sleep. Who cared if the sky collapsed, the earth split, or the world was destroyed? He wanted to have a good sleep first. Yi Qinghan's unbridled divine sense had alarmed the 5 women in the hall next to him. The princess with Yi Qingyu's eyes and Lan Yu's hair carefully brought the 4 people in. However, they discovered that the man who was so powerful that they trembled was like a child, sleeping soundly on her fragrant bed, and his head was pillowed with the underwear that she didn't have time to change into last time. Chapter 1082. Princess, the evil aura on this person is gone. The woman in yellow stared at Yi Qinghan as if she had seen a new continent. She looked left and right, but she couldn't feel the evil aura that they hated so much. Hee, I told you he's a good person, but you didn't believe me. The little princess wrinkled her cute little nose and said to the 4 of them proudly. Good person. The woman in white looked at the innocent little princess and sighed slightly. Princess, are there still good people in this world? Which one of them isn't virtuous on the surface, but would do anything for benefits behind the scenes? The Vatican, which we once believed in the most, has torn off their hypocrisy. What else do they have? The little princess's eyes had just lit up with excitement, but it dimmed again. Then, she quietly looked at the man sleeping on her side on her bed and using her underwear as a pillow. She blushed and trotted away. The woman in red nodded at the woman in blue and the woman in yellow. The 2 immediately chased after her, but the woman in red stayed behind and said to the woman in white, Sigh, with the princess's personality, no wonder she still spoke up for her cousin even after he cheated her of the throne. Alice, I still don't think it's safe. Why don't the 4 of us take the princess far away? Go to a secluded corner and spend the rest of our lives in peace? Let's not talk about whether this man will harm the princess after he wakes up. I'm afraid, once Her Highness and the Vatican finish cleaning up the enemies, they will harm the princess. No matter what, the princess is Her Majesty's only child. The woman in white called Alice frowned tightly. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, The princess's personality is indeed not suitable for a life of scheming and scheming. She doesn't have powerful martial arts, and it would be difficult even for her to be a queen. Silas, with the princess's stubborn personality, do you think she will agree? Didn't you see that she cries every night when she sleeps? If she can't take revenge, I'm afraid she will spend the rest of her life in pain, and it's very likely that she will die. Alice and Silas looked at each other and sighed deeply. Silas looked at Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He gritted his teeth and said, As long as this man can help the princess, I am willing to offer my body and soul to him. The princess is too pitiful, Alice smiled sadly. Under her golden hair, her exquisite facial features were filled with endless loneliness. She said faintly, If he can help the princess, what's wrong with the 4 of us sacrificing ourselves to him? However, it's not like you don't know who really killed His Majesty and the Empress. No matter how strong he is, it's hard for his fists to fight against 4 kicks. The 2 of them looked at each other again, smiled bitterly and walked away, heading for the little princess's new room. Odila and Otora were having a hard time. Of course, Augie suffered more than them. The 3 of them returned to Obama City. Odila and Otora knew that it was impossible for Obama to be sucked into the black hole after hiding for a long time. Therefore, Odila and Otora thought of a brilliant plan. They got the children of the Windshadow clan to start spreading a piece of news in the 18 continents of the demon world. 3 sovereigns of the divine world had secretly sneaked into the vicinity of the demon world. One of them was holding the ancestral devil's supreme slaughtering god saber. Because of Sovereign Obama's carelessness, his vitality was greatly injured by the supreme slaughtering god saber. At this moment he was hiding in a place to recuperate. As for these 3 divine world sovereigns, they were hiding. They also stated that Sovereign Augusta could testify for this because Barbara, who was under Sovereign Augusta, had fought with the 3 divine world sovereigns. When this news spread, the entire demon world was shaken. In addition, more than 100 small sacred worlds under Obama and Augusta had been slaughtered by Yi Qinghan not long ago. For such a big matter, even if they wanted to hide it, there were still traces of it. All the demon sovereigns confirmed the authenticity of this news. A huge uproar was set off in the demon world. All the sovereigns were mobilized, the trillions of Windshadow clan members were all mobilized, and countless Dark Knight clan members were planted in the small sacred worlds. In the endless void outside the demon world, black winds blew, and undercurrents surged. Under pressure, Augusta finally released the projection of the battle between Barbara and Yi Qinghan. In an instant, Yi Qinghan's appearance spread throughout the entire demon world. Countless mainland sovereigns offered rewards. As long as Yi Qinghan was found, they would give him anything he wanted. Regardless of whether it was the supreme slaughtering god saber or the divine world sovereigns wantonly killing the people of the demon world. This had already caused the entire demon world to unite against a common enemy. Yi Qinghan had completely become a celebrity in the demon world. However, the demon world sovereigns were furious and frantically searching for the main character. At this moment, he was lying on a medium-sized plane who knew how far away from them, sleeping soundly. It was very likely that they would never be able to find this celebrity again. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. This time, he had slept for an entire month. His soul spirit sea had enough time to rest. When he woke up, he felt lazy and comfortable. His divine senses quietly explored the surrounding area. After confirming that there was no danger, Yi Qinghan immediately looked inside his body. However, the moment he did so, his indifferent face suddenly turned ashen, and his body started to tremble. He was scared half to death. This was 100 times more terrifying than discovering the lightning above his soul spirit sea. How could this be? Heavens, you must be joking. His body was fine, and his divine crystal was fine. What had happened was his soul spirit. And something big had happened. The protective shield around his soul spirit sea was fine. Apart from the fact that the origin energy floating above the sea had decreased a little, there was no big problem. The lightning above still did not strike down, which was normal. What was not normal was countless black lines had appeared above his soul spirit sea. They were densely packed, crisscrossing, and terrifying. His soul spirit was divided into pieces. It felt like a white meatball was tied up by countless black ropes. It was a ghastly sight. For the first time, a black line appeared in his soul spirit. As a result, he almost died. In the end, his soul was divided into 2, and the black line became that white bridge. At this moment, there were at least 100 black lines on his soul spirit. Each black line was of different length. The longest one was about to penetrate his entire soul. Moreover, there were at least 30 black lines that were about to penetrate his soul. Back then, when the first black line penetrated his soul and his soul was divided into 2, he almost died because he could not bear the pain. Now, 30 black lines were about to penetrate his soul. If they penetrated at the same time, Yi Qinghan was absolutely sure that he would become the first supreme expert in this world to die from pain. Moreover, even if he did not die from pain, his soul would be constantly divided by these black lines. Wouldn't that be the same as collapsing? Moreover, he could easily probe inside the white bridge between the 2 souls. There was an incomparably evil and cold demonic aura inside. He probed his entire body, but did not detect any demonic aura. This meant one thing. That demonic aura inside the white bridge must be hiding Obama's real body. He did not know why his soul would undergo such a mutation. But he knew that if the insufferably tyrannical Obama was finished, he would also very likely be finished. Chapter 1083. Opening his eyes, Yi Qinghan forcefully rubbed his face with his hands and forced himself to be clear-headed. His sea of souls had mutated many times, and he could do nothing about it. What was the point of being afraid? What was to come would come. Originally, the moment Obama entered his body, Yi Qinghan had already mentally prepared himself to be demonized. Now that he was still alive, his life could be said to have been retrieved. With this thought, Yi Qinghan completely relaxed. He once again began to look into his soul. After observing for a very long time and thoroughly examining every inch of his soul countless times, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed a few things. The first was the good news. That ball of demonic aura of Obama's main body was trapped on the bridge and could not come out. There was no possibility of him being demonized. Furthermore, that ball of demonic aura was slowly decreasing under the holy light of the bridge. Even though it was very slow, there would be a day when Obama would completely perish. The second was even better news. Even though so many black lines had appeared on his soul, there was nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, the strength of his soul was at least 3 times stronger than before. What did 3 times mean? In the past, Yi Qinghan's soul strength was close to that of a 6th-grade war god, but now it had reached the strength of a 7th-grade war god. And Mo Xiaoxiao's soul strength, the strongest in the realm of gods, was only at the level of a venerable. The third was the bad news. The fatal bad news. Because that ball of demonic aura of Obama was constantly decreasing, those close to 100 black lines were slowly increasing at the same time. According to Yi Qinghan's careful observation during this period of time, it was very likely that that ball of demonic aura had not completely disappeared. The 30 longest black lines would simultaneously pierce through the soul. What would be the consequences of 30 black lines simultaneously piercing through 2 souls? Yi Qinghan did not dare to imagine. Based on this speed, it would take at least 10 years for these 30 black lines to simultaneously pierce through the soul. In other words, after 10 years, Yi Qinghan's 2 souls would simultaneously become 60. Even if his soul did not collapse on that day, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely die in pain. 10 years? Yi Qinghan weakly opened his eyes. This feeling was like finding out that he had cancer in his previous life, and it was in the late stage. Just sit there and wait for death. What is this place? If it's close, I can rush back to the secret realm of reincarnation in 10 years and take a look at them. How good would that be? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly to himself. This idea was too naive. There was only one plane nearby, and it was a medium-sized plane at that. It definitely didn't seem like a plane near the god realm. Even if he was teleported to the vicinity of the demon world, he would not be able to return to the secret realm of reincarnation without encountering the space-shattering blade current. Qingcheng and the others should have already given birth, right? I wonder how many more children I have? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up when he thought of the 3 months of madness in the reincarnation plane. A hint of determination appeared on his face. He pursed his lips and clenched his fists. After a long silence, he said to himself, 10 years. 10 years. I still have time. I must think of a way to stop my soul from splitting. I want to live on. I want to go back to see my children. I want to bring Xiao He back to see Xiao He's children. I cannot die. I want to fight against the heavens and take my life from them. I will never give in. Yi Qinghan took out the slaughter god blade and sent her divine senses into it. She saw that Xiao He's spirit body had transformed into a small, white soul-devouring beast that was in a deep sleep. The determination in Yi Qinghan's eyes deepened. He stood up, and his body emitted a strong sense of confidence. Through the hole in the roof, he looked up at the sky and told himself to live on. He had to bring Xiao He home. What are you doing? How dare you? Do you know where this place is? Suddenly, a tender voice resounded and interrupted Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Yi Qinghan was startled and hurriedly concealed himself. He felt ashamed in his heart. Because of his soul mutation, he was so scared that he did not even know what was happening outside. With his divine senses, Yi Qinghan easily understood the situation outside. Outside the courtyard, thousands of martial artists had arrived. They were all wearing white armor, and the weakest of them was a heavenly god. There were even some who had reached the god world's god generals and god kings. Thousands of people surrounded the courtyard, and at this moment, the four maids were protecting the delicate and beautiful princess. They were shouting loudly at the entrance of the courtyard. King Feng has ordered for the princess to return to the palace. A tall and mighty middle-aged man walked out from the crowd of thousands of martial artists. He was wearing gorgeous battle armor and had a handsome mustache. He was the leader of this group of martial artists. The white-robed Alice had a murderous look on her face. She was not strong, but she had grown up with the princess. In the past, her status was incomparably obedient. How could she tolerate someone offending her? She said coldly, "How dare you? Luosen, how dare you surround the princess courtyard? How dare you? The princess has been ill recently. You should report to His Majesty and apologize another day." "Shut up, Alice. Do you believe that I won't rape you if you continue to be so long-winded?" How could Alice know that Luosen, who used to not even dare to fart beside her, sneered coldly? He looked at her alluring body without the slightest scruple and said faintly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the surrounding martial artists opened up a path, revealing a gorgeous carriage in front of them. Luosen shouted coldly again, "Invite the princess into the carriage." "Princess, don't. Luosen, if you dare to offend me, I will kill you." Clang! Clang! The four maids pulled out their swords at the same time, and their divine power vibrated. The thousands of martial artists outside also pulled out their weapons at the same time. Murderous intent immediately filled the courtyard. The four maids were all God World's god generals. Not to mention the god king Luosen outside and the dozens of god generals squad leaders outside. Even if there were thousands of heaven gods, they would not be able to deal with them. "Pan Duoji, I didn't expect you to cheat me of the throne, and even break your promise. Alice, put down your weapons. You are not a match for them." The little princess' gem-like eyes flashed with a trace of anger and helplessness. That delicate and pitiful expression weakened the killing intent of the countless heavenly god martial artists. No matter what, this was their princess, the empire's #1 beauty, the goddess in the hearts of the empire's men, Princess Pandora. If I kill this group of people, won't it be troublesome? At this time, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in the little princess' mind. The little princess was stunned, but her eyes lit up because this voice said something not long ago. "Don't touch me, I will not harm you." It was that mysterious and powerful man. Although the little princess was overjoyed, she did not show it on her face. Her thoughts were pure, but many years of palace etiquette taught her that she could not show her emotions on her face. "You just need to say it in your mind, and I will know the answer. Don't be afraid, with me here, no one can hurt you." The voice continued. This voice seemed to have some kind of magic, and the little princess felt her heart was at peace. She immediately thought in her heart, "Don't be rash, esteemed guest. These are the Empire's holy guards. If you kill them, it will attract countless experts and the Vatican's holy army. The Pope is extremely powerful, almost invincible in the continent. You are not a match for him." Pope? Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. The Pope that this little princess spoke of was probably one of the few high-level emperor gods in this plane. This plane was very strange. There were many mortals, many heavenly god martial artists, and there were even emperor gods. Logically speaking, martial artists of this level would have long ascended to a higher plane. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and decided not to make a move first. Yi Qinghan did not care about these few experts in this plane. He could crush them to death easily. It was just that he was unfamiliar with this place, and he had to think of a way to prevent his soul from splitting. If he made a big deal out of this, it would attract the attention of the higher plane's overlords, and it would be troublesome. After a moment, Yi Qinghan thought through the matter and sent a voice transmission, "Get on the carriage. Don't worry, I will protect you secretly. No one can hurt you, not even that so-called Pope." Chapter 1084. Let's go. After listening to Yi Qinghan's words, the little princess did not hesitate and directly gave the order. Then, she lifted her skirt and walked towards the carriage outside. Princess, Alice and the other three people's expressions changed at the same time. They did not understand what was wrong with the little princess. However, the little princess had already walked out of the courtyard. The four people had no choice but to quickly follow and protect the little princess in the center. Let's send the princess back to the palace. Lawson looked at the beautiful little princess with a trace of pity in his eyes. However, his eyes immediately turned cold. He shouted and took the lead to fly forward. Thousands of warriors took off together. At the same time, the luxurious carriage also rose into the air. Under the protection of thousands of warriors, it flew towards the east. Princess, you can't go back. No, we will protect you and kill our way back. Princess, His Royal Highness Panduoji is definitely up to no good. Otherwise, he would not force you to go back. It is very likely that you will be imprisoned forever if you go back this time. As soon as Alice entered the carriage, she immediately activated the magic array in the carriage to isolate the sound and probe of the outside. But Alice smiled and shook her head. She said lightly, "Don't be afraid. He said that he will protect me." Alice raised her eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Him? Who is he?" "It's me." At this time, a gentle and strange voice suddenly sounded in the carriage. Alice and the other three people were so scared that their whole body trembled. At the same time, the four people madly surged their divine power and unsheathed their cold swords. They were on guard. The little princess' eyes suddenly lit up. She looked around but did not find the owner of the voice. "Put away your swords. If I want to kill you, I can give each of you a supreme divine tool. You can all be killed in seconds." The voice rang out again, and a green figure slowly appeared. He sat beside the low table at the side of the carriage. He didn't even look at them, and leisurely picked up the tea on the square table, poured a cup, and leisurely drank it. "It's you? How did you come in?" Alice looked as if she had seen a ghost. The magic shield in the carriage was fully activated. How could this person come in silently and the warriors outside did not notice? Lawson was the commander of the Holy Guards, a famous powerhouse of the empire. How could he not discover it? The other three maids were also shocked. They knew that this person was very strong, but they didn't expect that he was actually so ridiculously strong. The little princess' beautiful face was filled with the light of joy. If this person was really as he said, that even the Pope could not hurt her, then there was hope for her parents' vengeance. Yi Qinghan glanced at them and said with a faint smile, "You came in just like that? To me, the protective shield on your carriage, it's as good as nothing." Then why didn't the people outside notice you?" Alice looked at the man in front of her who was smiling amiably like a big boy next door, and felt that he was so unfathomable. Her tone became extremely gentle, and the way she addressed him also became respectful. If I want them to find me, they can find me. I don't want no one in this plane to be able to find me." Yi Qinghan calmly sipped his tea, enjoying the leisurely time, temporarily putting aside the matter of his soul splitting. Looking out the window, looking at the green mountains and clear waters below, as well as the warm sunshine, his heart was at peace. "Respected guest, I am Princess Pandora of the Malfa Empire under the Sacred Alliance. These four are my maids, Alice, Hila's, Mando's, and Ricky's. It's an honor to meet you, and I sincerely thank you for your protection." The little princess stopped Alice from continuing to ask questions. Instead, she took a few steps forward, and respectfully bowed her head to salute. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, somewhat unaccustomed to such formal etiquette. He smiled and said, "Pandora, good name, beautiful name. Don't be too restrained, I like to be easygoing. You can treat me as your friend. You can call me Hanyi." "Your Excellency Hanyi? Nice to meet you." Pandora blushed somewhat shyly. As the first beauty of the empire, she had heard the most mushy compliments, but Yi Qinghan's simple compliment made her feel a strange feeling welling up in her heart. Perhaps it was because of Yi Qinghan's strength, or perhaps it was because of his unique temperament, or perhaps it was because of his black hair, black eyes, and the fiery gaze in his eyes that was different from the people of this world. But Alice instinctively leaned towards Princess Pandora, because she saw in Yi Qinghan's eyes a man's naked desire to possess a beautiful woman. The number of men in the Sacred Alliance who wanted to have Pandora could be lined up from the east to the west of the alliance. But no one dared to be like Yi Qinghan and directly express their desire to possess her. Yi Qinghan sensed the hostility of the maids. He smiled faintly and shifted his gaze outside. But in his heart he was somewhat ashamed. This little girl looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. Just now he had evil thoughts. It seems that the evil aura of Obama in his mind had a great influence on him. Pandora, can you introduce your beautiful continent to me? The more detailed, the better. Alice, you don't have to be hostile to me. I won't hide it from you, I'm not a person of your continent. But I'm a pure human. I won't harm the ordinary people of your continent, and I won't stay here for a long time. If there's a chance, I'll immediately leave and return to my continent. So you don't have to worry that I will enslave or harm the people of your continent. Well, you can think of me as a tourist. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself for a while, then turned to stare at the four people and said seriously. He needed to understand the situation of this continent and the situation of the higher planes. After making sure that he was safe, he would think of a way to prevent his soul from splitting, and finally, he would think of a way to go home. Yi Qinghan's words scared the five people. Was this person really a creature from the legendary other plane? The Holy Bible in the Vatican said that there were many creatures from other planes who always wanted to descend to the Holy Continent, and then began to kill the people of the continent, turning the beautiful Holy Continent into hell, the Azura Hell. Could this person be a devil? And now he wants to use his power to unify the continent? And finally let the Holy Continent fall into the Azura Sea forever? Even Pandora's heart was hesitating at this moment. The devil in the legend was very cunning. Alice wanted to shout at the first moment and let Lawson, who was outside, send a message to the Pope to purify this creature from the other plane. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and leisurely drank his tea. He was not in a hurry, nor did he explain, waiting for the five people to make a final decision. Finally, Pandora remembered the sweet smile on Yi Qinghan's lips when she saw him for the first time. There was also the cute appearance of Yi Qinghan sleeping on his bed. Feeling prevailed over reason. She thought that if this devil's acting was so good, then she would also admit defeat. Pursing her lips and nodding, she looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Your Excellency Han Yi, Pandora believes in you. If you want to harm Pandora, Pandora will also accept it. I just hope that you won't harm the people of the continent." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, swept a glance at Alice and the other three people, and said, "In the future, you will know how correct your decision today was." Chapter 1085. The carriage continued to fly quickly at a low altitude. Of course, to Yi Qinghan, this speed could only be considered crawling. Yi Qinghan drank his tea leisurely and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, as well as the majestic city in the distance. That was the capital of the Malfa Empire that Pandora had mentioned, Mengzhong City. An hour was not a long time. However, it was enough for Yi Qinghan to have a sufficient understanding of this unknown dimension. This dimension was very strange and interesting. The entire dimension was bathed in the glory of the Vatican, and the God of Light and the Pope were the only two faiths in this dimension. Everyone cultivated combat energy and magic, and the god-level powerhouses cultivated the power of light. Of course, in the eyes of Yi Qinghan, combat energy, magic and power of light were actually just a way to use the vitality of heaven and earth. In essence, it was still using the power of the laws of heaven and earth to attack the enemy. The Vatican was the largest in this dimension, and there were 3 empires under it. One was the Malfa Empire where Pandora was located, and the other 2 were the Mali Empire and the Macy Empire. Pandora's father died mysteriously half a year ago, and it was said that he was killed by evil dark creatures and cultists. Along with him, there were also 3 high-level celestial emperors of the empire. However, Alice did not feel the power of darkness that night, and it was said that there was a misunderstanding between Pandora and the Vatican not long before her father's death. After Pandora's father died, the throne was, of course, inherited by the only crown prince, Pandora. However, the three strongest powerhouses of the empire died at the same time, and the empire was in chaos. The other two empires took the opportunity to attack the Malfa Empire. Pandora was simple-minded, and she panicked and lost her wits. At this time, Pandora's cousin, Pandora, stood up and asked Pandora to give him military power to resist the attacks of the two empires. The naive Pandora believed him and gave all her military power to Pandora. In the end, after a few rounds of battle, Pandora actually succeeded in repelling the strong enemies and obtained the recognition of the Vatican. At the same time, he also took over the throne of the Malfa Empire. Pandora did not have any attachment to the throne, and she only wanted to avenge her parents. In the end, Pandora did not fulfill his original promise. He only wanted to stabilize his throne, and his current actions were obviously to imprison or kill Pandora. What a melodramatic story. What an innocent girl. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly. Although he didn't know the specifics, Yi Qinghan could guess some things from this superficial information. It was obvious that Pandora's parents and the three most powerful people of the empire were killed by the church. Dark creatures? Heathen? Yi Qinghan knew very well that these things were left behind on purpose by the Vatican in order to make people more devoted to them. It would be very easy for the church to wipe out these heretics, just like how they wiped out Pandora's parents. This was because Yi Qinghan had easily discovered that 4 of the 5 high-level emperor gods were living in the holy city mentioned by Pandora, and that was where the church's headquarters were located. It was obvious that Pandora's father had discovered some dark secrets of the church and decided to abandon his faith in the church. However, the 3 high-level emperor gods of the empire were too weak. The church easily killed him and replaced him with a very obedient emperor, Pandora. Yi Qinghan looked at Pandora's eyes that were as pure as water and smiled. If only Pandora wasn't so innocent. If Pandora wasn't so innocent, the 5 of them might have already died under the slaughter god blade. Pandora, what are you going to do? Do you need me to help you take back the throne? Seeing that they were about to reach Mengzhong City, Yi Qinghan retracted his thoughts and looked at Pandora with a burning gaze. When Yi Qinghan opened his mouth, Alice and the other 3's eyes lit up. Since Pandora chose to believe in this man, they could only take a gamble. At this moment, this man was actually casually saying that he wanted to help Pandora take back the throne. Although his words were calm, there was an indescribable charm to them. It felt as though if Pandora just nodded, he would definitely be able to do it. No, I don't want the throne. Pandora shook her head. She was clear that she wasn't suitable to sit in that supreme position. Moreover, she didn't like it. She stares at Yi Qinghan. She suddenly lifts her skirt and kneels down. Alice and the other 4 people beside her also kneel down. Pandora pays her respects before her face turns red. She clenches her teeth and says, Pandora only wants to kick Imperial Father and take revenge for Imperial Mother. Your Excellency Han Yi, you can help me get revenge. Pandora is willing to give up everything I have, including my body. Yi Qinghan's smile disappeared. His eyes flashed with an indescribable meaning as he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Indeed, this girl had the capital to be proud of. She had a peerless appearance. According to the ranking of beauties, she could reach the level of fireworks. She was a beauty that was doted on by the heavens. Although Obama's aura was constantly affecting him and increasing his evil thoughts, Yi Qinghan didn't plan to take her body. If he couldn't find a way to stop his soul from splitting 10 years later, he would die. At that time, she would be left alone and would definitely suffer even more. If he found a way and survived, he would also find a way to go to a higher plane and find a way home. The road would be difficult, but Yi Qinghan wouldn't take her to suffer. The most difficult thing to enjoy is a beauty's grace. Yi Qinghan is a man of principle. He wouldn't let his woman suffer, so he was very cautious about the matters between men and women. Even though this Pandora woman was really beautiful, so beautiful that it made people feel pity for her. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself for a moment, then shook his head and said, Pandora, get up. I won't take your body. Hm? Yi Qinghan's answer made Alice and the other 3 stunned. He actually refused? There was actually a man who didn't fancy the number 1 beauty of the empire, the goddess in the hearts of hundreds of billions of men in the holy continent, Miss Pandora? Could it be that this man's sexual orientation was abnormal? The four people were puzzled. That's not right. Just now, he clearly showed a strong possessive desire towards Pandora. Pandora's face was full of shame and awkwardness. She finally mustered up the courage to say such shameful words, but she didn't expect Yi Qinghan to actually refuse. She had always been very confident in her body and beauty. It could be seen from the greedy eyes of those nobles. Just now, Yi Qinghan's eyes also shone with this kind of light, but she didn't expect it to be like this. She felt a burning hot on her face, and her heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness and sadness. Apart from this body, what else did she have? Looking at Pandora, who was about to cry, Yi Qinghan knew that he said the wrong thing. He quickly smiled bitterly and said apologetically, "Pandora, don't think too much. I didn't mean to look down on you. You are very beautiful, and I just treat you as a friend. I can help you take revenge for your parents. I will also help you, but it will take some time. Also, you have to listen to my orders." Really? Pandora was startled by Yi Qinghan. She was happy one moment and worried the next. A pair of gem-like eyes held back tears as she looked at Yi Qinghan foolishly and asked with uncertainty, "I always keep my words. Go down, Pandora. Your cousin is here to pick you up." Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and stood up. The hair on his head turned green, and his black eyes also turned green. At the same time, a white battle armor appeared on his body, and there was a big golden sword in his hand. With a face full of righteousness, he said to the five people, "Remember, I am now the personal bodyguard of Princess Pandora, Cold Night. Chapter 1086. Looking at Yi Qinghan's green hair and green eyes as if he was performing a magic trick, Pandora, Alice, and the others were amazed and scared at the same time. This man was really magical. "Princess, please get off the carriage. His Majesty is waiting to see you." Lawson's voice was amplified by the power of light. Pandora glanced at Yi Qinghan and saw the confident light in his eyes. She felt a lot more at ease. She lifted the hem of her skirt and led Alice and the others out of the carriage. Lawson's gaze vaguely swept over Pandora's graceful body, and then turned to look at Alice's group of four behind him. He became incomparably bold and unscrupulously swept his gaze over Alice's towering chest and slender thighs. Finally, his gaze was fixed on Yi Qinghan, who had green hair and green eyes and was carrying a big sword lazily. "Chi!" Lawson's expression changed. The white power of light with a holy aura instantly burst out from his body. The silver sword in his hand issued a soft cry and locked onto Yi Qinghan. A chilling murderous aura filled the surrounding space. Clang clang. As soon as Lawson moved, thousands of warriors in the vicinity drew their weapons at the same time and locked onto Yi Qinghan. Invisible murderous aura crisscrossed in the air. Alice and the others did not even dare to move. Although Pandora was under the protection of the four people, she could not withstand such a strong murderous aura. Her whole body trembled, and her face became incomparably pale. "Presumptuous!" Before Lawson could speak, Yi Qinghan shouted. At the same time, he gently waved his hand, and the murderous aura around Pandora and the others suddenly disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan released a murderous aura that was even more overbearing than the thousands of people and Lawson's, directly suppressing the murderous aura that they condensed. Thousands of people's faces changed. Even Lawson felt a bone-piercing chill all over his body and involuntarily trembled. How many people must he kill to condense such a heavy murderous aura? "How dare you be so rude to Her Royal Highness? Are you all courting death?" Yi Qinghan's incomparably domineering voice rang out. His demonic green hair and green eyes, as well as his piercingly cold killing intent, instantly caused the hearts of the thousands of people present to tremble. They retracted their killing intent and almost dropped their weapons. The eyes of Pandora and the other four lit up, but they were a little worried. They thought that Yi Qinghan would protect them in secret and was plotting something. Who would have thought that Yi Qinghan would make such a domineering entrance? How is this going to end? Humph. Or you. Why did he sneak into the princess's carriage? Kidnapping the princess. Do you want to become enemies with the entire Malfa Empire? Quickly release the princess, otherwise you will die. As one of the powerhouses of the Malfa Empire, Lawson was able to counteract the pressure that Yi Qinghan exerted in an instant. Although he spoke coldly on the surface, he was shocked in his heart. This person actually snuck into the carriage under his nose. The aura that he released just now was several times stronger than his own. If he were to fight, he would definitely be the first to die. He groaned inwardly. He could only delay for the time being and wait for the powerhouses in Mengzhong City to come to his aid. Lawson, put away your weapons. This is my personal bodyguard, Frost Knight, a first-grade duke. Why don't you bow to him? Pandora regained her composure under the protection of Yi Qinghan's aura. Her many years of palace etiquette education allowed her to quickly regain her composure. Under Yi Qinghan's telepathic signal, she looked coldly at Lawson and said, "First-grade duke? Who are you trying to fool?" Lawson smiled coldly. He felt two powerful auras flying towards him from the palace, and his confidence was greatly boosted. Where was this place? Mengzhong City. Didn't this bitch know the situation she was in? How dare she put on airs in front of him? This Frost Knight was also an idiot. Let's see how he dies when the reinforcements come. Yi Qinghan continued to lazily carry a great sword on his back. He squinted at Lawson and said coldly and arrogantly, "Huh? You actually dare to ignore the princess decree? Why aren't you bowing to this duke? Boy, do you really want to die?" Lawson and the countless knight captains around him almost had their eyeballs fall out. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone so arrogant. Was his brain damaged? Where was he right now? Didn't he know that her master was nothing now? Or was his eyesight bad that he couldn't see the two incomparably powerful imperial protectors in the distance? Lawson gave him a mocking look and said contemptuously, "Bowing to a bullshit duke like you?" Clang. The second half of Lawson's sentence was interrupted by a dragon's roar. The great sword on Yi Qinghan's shoulder slashed down towards Lawson at lightning speed. A pure white dragon carrying a sacred aura whizzed out and instantly submerged Lawson, whose eyes widened in shock. Bang! A huge explosion resounded through the entire Mengzhong City. Then, a dazzling firework bloomed, and the sky was filled with blood-red rain. Lawson's entire body was blown into pieces of blood mist, which rustled and fell from the sky. Deathly silence, deathly silence. The thousands of holy guards in the sky above Mengzhong City and the countless residents in the city were all scared silly at this moment. Even the two imperial protectors who were flying halfway stopped in midair. Everyone stared blankly at the blood-red rain that was falling from the sky. They were at a loss. Under the protection of Yi Qinghan, Pandora and the other three did not get a single bit of Lawson's exploded flesh. However, the five of them widened their eyes and stared blankly at the blood rain in the sky. Even Pandora, who had been subjected to palace etiquette for more than 10 years, was completely pale. There was not a single trace of blood on her face. Someone actually killed the commander of the Holy Guards, Viscount Lawson, in front of millions of people in the capital of the Malfa Empire? Even the heathens and dark creatures would not dare to be so bold, right? This was a blatant provocation to the Malfa Empire and the supreme authority of the Vatican. How dare you insult me, the Duke? Insubordination? That's too lawless. I hate people like you who have no noble upbringing and don't know how to respect your superiors. Why aren't you bowing? Do you want to follow your commander? Just when everyone was secretly swallowing their saliva, Yi Qinghan's domineering voice sounded again. Then, a boundless murderous aura once again swept across the thousands of holy guards. The piercingly cold murderous aura made everyone feel that if they did not kneel in the next second, they would turn into a pile of minced meat like Lawson. Rustle, rustle. Greetings, Duke. Everyone's hearts trembled under that domineering aura, and they simultaneously knelt in midair and greeted in unison. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, everyone's face turned awkward. As the most elite warriors of the Malfa Empire, how could they kneel to the enemy? And in front of the two imperial protectors at that? You are the lawless one, aren't you? There have been 13 dukes in the history of the empire, but only one first-class duke. Or you? How dare you pretend to be a first-class duke? Kidnapping Her Highness? How dare you kill Count Lawson in the streets of Mengzhong City? Hurry up and surrender, or else this teacher will kill you immediately. The two imperial protectors who were not far away almost vomited blood when they heard that. They knew very well that this person was definitely not a duke, nor was he the personal guard that the former emperor had assigned to Pandora. It was very likely that Pandora had gotten strong reinforcements from the outside. However, they were in the sky, and there were countless citizens of the Malfa Empire watching from below. This person was relying on Her Highness, so it was not good for him to make a move directly. Most importantly, the two imperial protectors also felt that if they were to make a move against Yi Qinghan, they would probably be the ones to die. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and looked at the two imperial protectors. Boundless murderous aura gathered and silently pounced forward, shrouding the two imperial protectors. He laughed coldly and said in an extremely domineering manner, "How dare you? I was entrusted by His Majesty to protect Her Highness. I am a first-class duke that was personally appointed by His Majesty. How dare you slander me? How dare you not kneel in front of Her Highness? Are you trying to rebel? Or do you want to die?" Chapter 1087. In Mengzhong City, in the gorgeous palace, a blue-haired, blue-eyed, handsome young man sat on a throne made entirely of purple gold. The young man's eyes were cold. He looked at a purple-haired elder beside him and said in a dark voice, "A peerless expert suddenly appeared by Pandora's side? He killed Lawson in one move? Mike the Turtle, can you kill him?" The purple-haired elder's face turned serious. His divine sense kept probing the situation in the city, but he finally shook his head. "I'm not sure. Your Majesty, it's better to ask the Vatican for help. Otherwise, the consequences will be unthinkable once war breaks out." "You're not sure?" Pan Duoji slammed the armrest of the throne, the veins on his hand bulging. In order to obtain this position, he did not hesitate to participate in the murder of Pandora's father, and also eliminated several princes of the empire who opposed him. Seeing that the empire was already under his control, and the Vatican was secretly supporting him, he didn't want to waste all his efforts. "We can't ask the Vatican. Don't you know who they are? How much have I sacrificed to obtain their support? If we ask them again, the empire will no longer be my empire, but the Vatican's empire." Pan Duoji shook his head. A trace of hostility flashed through his cold eyes, and he became silent. The purple-haired elder next to him said worriedly, "Your Majesty, what should we do if he attacks?" Pan Duoji suddenly raised his head, his eyes red and his handsome face twisted. He said in a low voice, "Send a message to Mike and Mike, tell them to lower their heads and observe the expert's attitude. If he dares to attack, immediately go out and resist. I will ask the Vatican. Pandora, if you want to seize my throne, then let's fight to the death." The message was quickly sent out. When the two protectors outside received the message, their faces were filled with grief and indignation. But in the end, they gritted their teeth and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Your Highness, greetings, Duke Frosty Knight. Your Highness, Lord Duke, His Majesty has a favor." Pandora and Alice looked at each other in astonishment. Finally, their gazes landed on Yi Qinghan, who was standing lazily. They didn't expect Pan Duoji to admit defeat. This Frosty Knight was actually this powerful? He was so overbearing as soon as he came out. Could it be that he predicted that Pan Duoji would give in? Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and retracted his murderous aura. The giant golden sword was still on his shoulder as he said leisurely, "Your Highness, you've been frightened and need to rest. Go back and tell His Majesty that I'll come and ask for forgiveness another day." With that said, Yi Qinghan made an inviting gesture to Pandora. After witnessing Yi Qinghan's abilities, Pandora was even more obedient to him. She indifferently glanced at the two imperial protectors and said, "Please return to Your Majesty. Pandora will go and beg for forgiveness another day." After saying that, the 6 of them ignored the thousands of holy guards and the 2 protectors and flew towards a small palace beside the imperial palace. That was Pandora's own palace. Under the leadership of the 2 imperial protectors, thousands of guards flew towards the imperial palace with gloomy expressions, leaving behind countless disappointed gazes. They had originally thought that they would be able to watch a good show. Who would have thought that the insufferably powerful and overbearing imperial protectors would actually lower their heads? Everyone started to become interested in the incomparably overbearing Frosty Night beside the goddess of their hearts. This mysterious and bewitching man was so valiant. A lot of people who knew a little bit of inside information couldn't help but sigh. This Frosty Night was actually so valiant and arrogant? Vainly trying to fight against the entire empire and the Vatican by himself? Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. He just didn't want to kneel to His Majesty later. He knelt to the heavens, to the earth, and to his parents, but never to anyone else, let alone the king of a small empire. Since he didn't kneel, there would definitely be a conflict, so he might as well directly have a conflict. Now that his name was engraved in front of millions of people, Yi Qinghan felt even more at ease. He was mainly afraid that he didn't have a reasonable identity and would be noticed by the people of the Vatican. Once they determined that he was an expert from another plane, they would then request an expert from a high-level plane to descend. Finally, a ninth-stage expert from this side would be drawn out, and that would be troublesome. Now that he had an identity, and when he killed Lawson just now, he casually imitated their power of light, and it was actually very successful. He was even more at ease. He had already warned Pandora not to reveal that he came from another plane. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, however he wanted to play, it was all right. Big Brother Han Yi, what should we do next? In the hall of Pandora's palace, Pandora, Alice, and the other two were all looking at Yi Qinghan, their faces bewildered and at a loss. Nothing. Yi Qinghan held a cup of tea and lightly took a sip. He said with a smile, "You can all stay here with peace of mind. I won't meet anyone who comes. I won't meet that His Majesty Pandoji of yours either. I'll break the legs of anyone who dares to intrude." Well, Pandora and the other four looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and astonishment. They wouldn't even meet Pandoji when he comes? This is too overbearing. Pandora muttered to herself for a moment, but she didn't ask much. She inexplicably believed that this man would protect her. With him around, no one could hurt her, and her parents' grievances would also be cleared. Alice and the other three had a look of worship on their faces. Worship towards having a formidable power, but the worry in their hearts was even stronger. In the following days, as expected, countless people wanted to see Pandora, but they were all rejected by Alice with the excuse that she was a princess. Unexpectedly, no one dared to offend Pandora and force their way in. There wasn't even someone monitoring them. Of course, there were people monitoring them, but Alice and the others couldn't feel it. Yi Qinghan didn't pay any attention to them. All day long, if he wasn't flipping through the books in Pandora's palace, he was fishing in the small lake behind the palace. He would often bask in the sun alone in the backyard. His days were very leisurely. After the initial panic, Pandora and the others gradually became a lot more at ease under Yi Qinghan's strong confidence and leisurely expression. Pandora was simple-minded and optimistic. In less than half a month, she was happy all day long. She accompanied Yi Qinghan to bask in the sun, fish, and read books. Her face was full of happiness and comfort. She imagined how great it would be if this powerful man could protect her for the rest of her life. Yi Qinghan watched Pandora and Alice surround him all day long. Although he had a good temperament, Obama's evil aura infected him. Every time he saw Pandora's angelic face and devilish figure, he couldn't help but have an evil desire. He wished he could strip the five of them and do it. In the end, he suppressed his evil desire and threw the five of them a few divine essences to refine. If they completely refined them, the five of them could reach the level of a high-grade emperor god. The highest grade divine essence that Yi Qinghan gave them was from a 7th grade war god. Although their ability to refine divine essences wasn't high, they still had the strength of a 4th or 5th grade war god. It was enough for them to protect themselves. Although Pandora and the other four didn't know what it was, even Pandora, who couldn't cultivate battle energy or magic, could feel the powerful aura inside. She was pleasantly surprised and started to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Qinghan continued to investigate the detailed situation of this continent while trying to find a way to stop the soul splitting. However, he had read almost all the books in Pandora's palace and pondered for a month, but he still had no clue. Obama's demonic aura in his soul sea continued to decrease. The 30 black lines were like crawling worms, wriggling and growing. Should I try the cultivation method of this plane? The power of light? I wonder if it can restrain the power of darkness? If it can be restrained, then I can stop the black lines from spreading. 1.5 months later, Yi Qinghan thought of a stupid idea. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over good, and light always triumphed over darkness. Since everyone on this continent cultivated the power of light, maybe it would be effective? With that thought in mind, Yi Qinghan went into the library in the palace. He took out countless top-notch cultivation manuals in the Malfa continent and started to learn them from the beginning. Of course, for a powerhouse like Yi Qinghan, this kind of cultivation method of battle energy was really simple. In just 2 hours, he absorbed the so-called power of light from the vitality of the universe and successfully became an agent. After becoming an agent, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and found that the world was different. It felt like this world was filled with light everywhere. Why is there so much energy surging towards the holy city? What energy is this? All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan casually looked out of the window and actually felt that there were countless translucent threads in the air. They were densely packed and surging towards the holy city, and these translucent threads were all pure power of light. Yi Qinghan was amazed. There was actually such a thing? He did not cultivate this light-based cultivation technique, so he could not sense it at all. Yet, he could detect it immediately after becoming an agent. He hurriedly and quietly used his divine sense to investigate the source of these threads. After carefully investigating for 2 hours, Yi Qinghan roughly understood this strange thing. Power of faith? So many people are praying devoutly, and a warrior with the power of light is actually offering his power to the Pope? That's not right. Most of this power of faith is transmitted to the high-level dimensions through the Vatican's array formation. Could it be offered to the God of light? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered, and then he spat angrily and scolded, "These shameless thieves! The power of light that others have painstakingly cultivated is given to them for free. Motherf asterisk cur, this is only one dimension. If there were hundreds of dimensions and so many warriors, this God of light would be able to increase his power of light without cultivating every day." Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. He had painstakingly cultivated for 2 hours, yet he had only obtained a little power of light. Yet they could drink tea and play with nuns every day. Their power could continue to increase without cultivating. This was too unfair. If this power of light can really restrain the power of darkness, I will go and kill that bullsh asterisk T Pope. I will become the Pope myself. In the future, I will also go to a higher dimension and kill the God of light. Yi Qinghan steeled his heart and quietly withdrew his divine sense. He was prepared to continue cultivating for a while. When he had more power of light, he would try to suppress the black threads. However, when he withdrew his divine sense, he felt that there were 4 more powerful auras in the majestic palace next to him. And it was an extremely evil aura? Finally can't stand it anymore? Are you going to make a move? Idiot, you actually invited a dark creature? Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He did not continue cultivating. Instead, he lazily carried the golden sword and walked outside. Since Pan Duoji was prepared to shed all pretenses and did not let him cultivate in peace, then he would beat him until he behaved himself. Chapter 1088. Inside the lavish palace, Pandoji stared coldly at the 4 black-robed martial artists. Only Mike Turtle, Mike Fong, and Maxie stood guard beside him. Mike Turtle, who was the most powerful among them, had not only activated the magic array in the palace, but had also condensed a shield with the power of light. Mike Turtle actually didn't agree with today's actions. Pandoji said that asking the people from the Vatican to kill the cold night was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Now that he was inviting these 4 ghastly dark creatures, wasn't it the same? It was inviting the devil into the house. Your Majesty, the 13th leader of the Blood Clan, Prince Layden, greets you. We are very happy to work with you. At the very front, a black-robed man whose robe was embroidered with gorgeous gold linings gracefully saluted Pan Duoji. His pale face under the cloak was filled with an amiable smile. Layden, your request is too much. This king cannot help you preach in the Malfa Empire. Otherwise, the Vatican will immediately treat me as a heretic. This king will cut to the chase. Help me get rid of that detestable cold night, and I will pretend that I didn't see you preaching in the Malfa Empire. Mike Turtle sighed indifferently. Pandoji was too stubborn. If he continued like this, something big would happen sooner or later. Even if he succeeded in the end, he would definitely be hurt by the tiger. Your Majesty, although your conditions are a little harsh, I believe that as a graceful member of the Blood Clan, I can still tolerate it. Your Majesty, please remember today's promise. As for that cold night, I'll let him sink in the darkness for all eternity when the curtain of night gradually descends. Layden and the other three bowed again before abruptly disappearing from the palace. Your Majesty, Mike Turtle sighed helplessly and was about to say something, but Pandoji waved his hand and said confidently, "Say no more, Mike Turtle. This king knows what you mean. The Blood Clan is indeed sinister and cunning, and we cannot cooperate with them. However, the Vatican is even more dangerous. Compared to the Blood Clan and the Vatican, this cold night is more obvious and direct. With this person living next to me, this king cannot sleep peacefully for a single day. Anyone who wants to drag me down from this position will die. They will all die." Yi Qinghan thought that these things that were neither human nor ghost would make a move immediately. He didn't expect them to lie in ambush. Yi Qinghan didn't care about them. He walked to the backyard of the palace and fished for a while. As long as Yi Qinghan wanted to, he could catch all the fish in the lake in the backyard in an instant. But he liked the feeling of fishing, this feeling of grasping everything in his hands, waiting for the fish to take the bait. The fish took the bait after nightfall. The four black-robed men quietly entered the small palace. The stealth technique of this dark creature was very mysterious. If it were not for Yi Qinghan's space force, it would have been very difficult for him to detect it with his spiritual consciousness. 3 of the 4 black-robed men silently floated towards him, while the last one pounced towards Pandora on the second floor. Yi Qinghan smiled and put down the fishing rod. Then he quietly disappeared and floated towards Pandora's room. Pandora was wearing a pink palace dress. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed, refining the Empyrean God's crystal that Yi Qinghan had given her. Although she had only refined a trace of it, it gave her some weak divine power. She didn't notice the black-robed man appearing in the palace, but the moment he entered her room, she was alarmed by his evil and bloodthirsty aura. She instinctively felt that something was wrong. She wanted to run outside and call for help. However, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her escape route. "Respected Princess Pandora, your beauty has even been heard of by us in the Fallen Forest at the far edge of the Empire. Count Laxi of the Blood Clan, it is an honor to meet you. I hope to bring you a pleasant night." The black-robed man's eerie voice startled Pandora. When she heard that it was actually the infamous Blood Clan, her whole body trembled. The Blood Clan's bloodthirst and cruelty were famous in the Holy Continent. They especially loved the blood of virgins. Women who fell into their hands would eventually fall into the Azure Sea. Where was the cold night? Didn't he say that as long as he was here, no one could enter this palace? Could it be that the cold night was no longer protecting her? Thinking of this, Pandora's entire face turned bloodless. She was even whiter than this Count Laxi of the Blood Clan in front of her. "Count Laxi? You things that are neither human nor ghost, your names are so unpleasant to hear." Just as the black-robed man revealed his 2 sharp snow-white teeth, his hands grew blood-red claws, and he fiercely clawed at Pandora. An indifferent voice resounded. Then, a strong and powerful hand appeared in the air and directly grabbed Count Laxi's pale neck. As if it was lifting a duck, the hand easily lifted him into the air. "Beautiful Miss Pandora, I've startled you. Follow me, I'll bring you to meet the other guests who have come from afar." When Yi Qinghan's beaming face appeared in front of Pandora once again, Pandora became incomparably excited. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with passion. The cold night was still here. The cold night hadn't abandoned her. Princess! Alice and the others in the rooms next to them were also startled. They hastily rushed over. When they saw that Yi Qinghan was carrying a pale-faced man with 2 standard sharp teeth of the Blood Clan, the 4 of them were greatly alarmed. They hastily flashed over and surrounded Pandora. They carefully sized her up, and only relaxed after making sure that there wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality. Following Yi Qinghan downstairs, Alice and the others looked at his back, which wasn't exactly imposing but felt incomparably tall. For the first time, Alice and the others had a sense of approval towards Yi Qinghan. With this man around, it seemed like they never had to worry about anything. Just look, even the Blood Clan, which gave even the Imperial tutor a headache, was easily subdued by him. The Blood Clan wasn't very powerful. The most powerful Blood Clan prince was only a 5th-grade war god. It was just that his methods were a little strange. Of course, to Yi Qinghan, in the face of pure power, all schemes and underhanded methods were like floating clouds. Prince Layden and the others were extremely gloomy. They had originally detected Yi Qinghan's presence in the backyard, but when they sneaked over, Yi Qinghan suddenly disappeared. As a result, after searching the entire backyard, they returned to the main hall of the palace, only to see Yi Qinghan and 5 beautiful women sitting there with smiles on their faces. When they returned to the main hall of the palace after searching the entire backyard, they saw Yi Qinghan sitting there with 5 beautiful women, smiling at them. He didn't know how Yi Qinghan had disappeared from the backyard, nor did he know how he was able to sit in the palace without being detected. All he knew was that they were in deep trouble. Esteemed Frosty Night, the 13th leader of the Blood Clan, Prince Layden, pays his respects to you. Please allow me to express my sincerest apologies to you for this misunderstanding. May I ask if I can explain my rash actions today? Prince Layden bowed gracefully, and his expression was one of the most refined of nobles. From his expression, he didn't look like an assassin who had come to assassinate someone in the middle of the night. Instead, he looked like a good friend who had come to visit. Prince Layden, my ass. A friendly smile also appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, but he didn't want to waste his breath on him. I'm ashamed to tell you that I don't need your apologies. You have 2 choices. Submit or die. Chapter 1089. Prince Layden's face flushed even redder than Pandora's pink palace dress. He stared at Yi Qinghan's green eyes and his head of green hair as a sense of humiliation and rage welled up in his heart. First-tier duke? First-tier duke my A**. How could a first-tier duke be so vulgar? Furthermore, he was so domineering. Did he really think that he could take on all 3 of them at once just because he was powerful? So what if he could take on all 3 of them at once? Would he be able to protect Princess Pandora from the combined attacks of a Blood Tribe prince and 2 counts? The answer was a resounding yes. Just as Prince Layden and his 2 Blood Tribe subordinates were about to pounce toward Yi Qinghan and Pandora, Yi Qinghan sprang into action. A black saber appeared in his hand, and the terrifying aura emanating from the saber caused Alice and the others to tremble in fear. The long saber cut through the air and easily slid across the Earl's body. The Earl instantly turned into dust and drifted away in the air. Yi Qinghan's body also transformed into a series of afterimages as he circled around the palace before returning to his purple gold throne. However, the black saber was pressed against the neck of Prince Layden, who was just about to launch a sneak attack on Pandora. I'll ask you one last time. Submit or die. My esteemed Prince Layden is a piece of H**T. Yi Qinghan's voice was as gentle as a noble's, but it was also as rude as a brute's. However, Prince Layden felt a chill run down his spine. The black saber pressed against his neck was like the scepter of a pope, and it struck fear into his heart. He had insta-killed 3 Blood Tribe counts and subdued a Blood Tribe prince who was even more terrifying than the Grand Guardian? Alice was completely stunned by Yi Qinghan's methods. Their hearts began to race as they stared at Yi Qinghan's demonic eyes. Even if Yi Qinghan asked them to strip naked and bare their snowy buttocks, they wouldn't refuse. Too cool. Pandora's eyes were full of little stars. She couldn't tell how Yi Qinghan did it with her little strength, but she only knew that this man was so handsome that it was mesmerizing. He was even more charming than those warriors who could slay dragons in the history books. Esteemed Frosty Night, I, Prince Layden, the 13th head of the Blood Tribe, am honored to be your servant. Layden's reply did not disappoint Yi Qinghan. In reality, if Yi Qinghan hadn't learned some things from Layden, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath on these half-human half-ghosts. Under Yi Qinghan's guidance, Layden offered his soul flame and became Yi Qinghan's sole slave. Yi Qinghan rose to his feet and turned to Pandora with a smile. Let's go, Your Majesty. Seeing as that cousin of yours has decided to make a move against you, then let's go to the palace next door and become guests. Layden, lead the way. Let's go meet His Majesty. Yi Qinghan didn't walk through the main gate. Instead, he flew over the tall wall that separated the two palaces. The protective barrier and guards outside the palace were easily destroyed by Layden. When Yi Qinghan led Pandora's group of 5 towards the great hall that symbolized authority and glory, Pandora's eyes, which were as pure as water, sparkled with a crystalline radiance. Never would she have thought that she would be able to openly walk into this palace one day. Your Highness, did you succeed? Pandora's eyes lit up in the instant that Prince Layden walked into the palace, and an expression of unconcealable ecstasy appeared on his face. However, he suddenly realized that something was amiss, and the smile on his face froze. He abruptly turned to look at Princess Pandora and the others behind Prince Layden. Finally, his gaze fell upon the green-robed, green-haired, green-eyed Yi Qinghan, and his heart jolted. To put it more accurately, I succeeded. Your Majesty, I'm very unhappy to see you. Whoosh! The power of light erupted from Mike Turtle and the others as they unsheathed their weapons. They stood guard in front of Pandora with grave expressions as they stared at Yi Qinghan with wariness and fear in their eyes. Pandora, tell me the truth. How did my father and mother die? Did you participate in it? A surge of courage suddenly welled up in Pandora's heart. Even though her hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were already turning blue from clenching them so tightly, she still looked at Pandora with a cold expression as she spoke. Cousin Pandora, please don't listen to the lies of others. His Majesty and the Queen were obviously murdered by a despicable dark creature. Cousin, hurry up and come over. This Frost Night is probably a dark creature. Even though a trace of fear flashed across Pandora's eyes, his expression didn't change much. He spoke calmly as his hands began to reach into his sleeves. Dark my A**. Bam. Yi Qinghan had originally wanted to play around, but he was infuriated by Pan Duoji's performance. He waved the Slaughter God saber, and a beam of light energy shot out from the saber and flew towards Pan Duoji at lightning speed. How dare you assassinate His Majesty? Frost Night, do you want to become the enemy of the entire empire? Do you want to blaspheme the Holy Church? Mike Turtle quickly pulled Pandora, whose face had turned ashen from Yi Qinghan's murderous aura, to the side and shouted. Boom! The purple gold throne, which symbolized the glory and power of the empire, was smashed into smithereens by the godly energy that Yi Qinghan had condensed. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. If not for the fact that he didn't want to alert the enemy, he would have directly used his spatial power to kill them. Layden, capture those 2 old geezers. If they dare to resist, kill them without mercy. Yi Qinghan didn't want to use his willpower and attract the attention of the people from the holy city. He also didn't want to use too much energy and attract the attention of the people from the holy city. As such, he could only order Layden to grab the microphone and Max Shi while he himself transformed into a blur and charged toward Mike Tortoise. Bam! Mike Turtle's powerful light energy condensed on the huge sword in his hand, and he smashed it down on Yi Qinghan's head. However, what shocked everyone was that even the Pope didn't dare to take this blow head-on. However, when the sword landed on Yi Qinghan's head, it was completely unscathed. Instead, the huge sword was bounced back. A cold smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and his powerful hand shot forth like a dragon before grabbing onto Mike Turtle's neck. Although he had expended a lot of his essential power in the spatial turbulence, it was still very easy for him to protect his head. Mike Turtle and Mike Turtle were stunned by Yi Qinghan's methods, but Prince Layden was not. As Yi Qinghan's sole slave, he would only follow Yi Qinghan's orders with determination. Thus, Prince Layden was able to cripple Mike Turtle in a single exchange. Both Yi Qinghan and Prince Layden locked their eyes onto the microphone. Mike Turtle tactfully tossed aside the huge sword in his hand before declaring, "I surrender." A warm smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and it was as if it was a warm spring day. He turned to Pandora and said, "You're not surrendering to me. You're surrendering to our beautiful Princess Pandora." "No, you're not surrendering. You're surrendering to Miss Pandora's soul slave. Also, Your Majesty Pandora, it's best if you don't move your hand. I'm afraid I might accidentally slice you in half." Pandora's hand instantly stiffened, and his face turned deathly pale. He glared at Pandora and Yi Qinghan with resentment. He had plotted and plotted for so many years, and he had worked so hard to obtain this position. Who would have thought that it would be pushed away so easily? Mike Turtle couldn't even muster up the power of light in his body, and he didn't feel the slightest bit humiliated by Yi Qinghan's grip on his neck. Instead, a dim light flashed through his eyes. He knew that if Pandora were to continue messing around like this, something would definitely happen. However, he didn't think that this day would come so soon. Chapter 1090. You're saying that the Pope has a prophecy technique that can restrain the power of darkness? Within Pandora's palace, Yi Qinghan's brows furrowed as he listened to Layden's report. His original intention in subduing Layden was to find a way to restrain the black lines in his mind. Thus, Yi Qinghan did not accept Mike Tortoise and the others' surrender. Instead, he taught Pandora and the others the secret technique to offer up their soul flames in order to become Pandora's soul slaves. Pandora didn't want to become the Empress, so Yi Qinghan came up with this stupid idea for her. He made her the Empress while Pandora continued to rule the empire. As the leader of the Blood Tribe, Prince Layden had lived for over 1,000 years, so he was extremely familiar with the situation on this continent and the Blood Tribe's greatest enemy, the Holy Church. After interrogating Layden for an entire 2 hours, Yi Qinghan finally understood the basic situation on this continent. The power of light could indeed restrain the power of darkness, and there was also a powerful technique unique to the Pope, the Great Prophecy Technique. This technique was the natural enemy of the power of darkness, and it was the most feared technique by dark creatures like Layden. Layden confessed that he would be instantly purified by the Pope's Great Prophecy Technique. From Layden's words, Yi Qinghan learned something else that he didn't understand. Recently, the werewolf tribes in the north had been attacking the Mali Empire, so the Holy Church didn't have to worry about Yi Qinghan. Logically speaking, Yi Qinghan had already become one of the heretics that the Holy Church had to deal with. Layden also said that Pandora was once one of the holy maidens of the Holy Church, so she must have learned a little about the Great Prophecy Technique. If Yi Qinghan wanted to learn it, he could go and ask Pandora. Yi Qinghan waved a hand to dismiss Layden, but he sat in the hall and began to develop a headache. Even though Layden had lived for over 1,000 years, and the Blood Tribe had also existed on this continent for countless years, he knew nothing about the higher planes. All he knew was that worshipping the God of Light would grant him eternal life and allow him to ascend to heaven. If he betrayed the God of Light, he would fall into the Sea of Azura. It looks like I can only attack the members of the church if I want to obtain information from a higher plane. Yi Qinghan felt a headache coming on. Being in a different plane, he had no choice but to be careful. He could easily kill the Pope, but if he alarmed the so-called heaven plane, he would be dead. Needless to say, the Divine Light God was definitely an overlord. With so many believers of the Divine Light God constantly giving him the power of light, how strong was he? Yi Qinghan didn't know, but he knew that he, a lower-grade 9th monarch, was definitely not a match for him. Touching his green hair, Yi Qinghan smiled embarrassedly. He should first think of a way to control the black lines in his mind. If he could not find a way to restrain the black thread within 10 years, he would be dead. Who would care about the God of Light? Yi Qinghan walked up to the second floor of the palace and headed for Pandora's room. He wanted to ask Pandora about the Great Prophecy. However, Pandora's room was tightly shut. He raised his eyebrows and subconsciously used his divine sense to explore inside. The magic shield in Pandora's room was very powerful, but for Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense, it was no different from a layer of white paper. Yi Qinghan easily explored the situation inside. There was no one in the room? Yi Qinghan's divine sense continued to sweep into the small room at the side. In the end, he discovered an incomparably erotic scene. That small room was where Pandora bathed. There was a large wooden barrel with water in it. In the water, there were countless rose petals. Most importantly, there was a delicate body that would make one's blood boil just by looking at it. The wooden barrel was steaming. Under the rose petals, a body like suet jade was faintly discernible, tempting people to commit crimes. Bah! This girl is too seductive. Yi Qinghan, how can you do this? You're a level 9 expert, how can you peep at a little girl bathing? What you're doing is wrong, it's immoral. Yi Qinghan's breathing became slightly rapid. He despised himself in his heart, but he didn't withdraw his divine sense. Instead, he became even more focused. He didn't even notice that Alice suddenly came out from the room behind him. Obama's evil aura was constantly affecting Yi Qinghan. Coupled with the tremendous pressure that Yi Qinghan's spirit had been under for a long time, his thoughts began to become slightly evil. The evil fire was too strong, and it was inevitable that it would affect his judgment. These years, Yi Qinghan had become very devoted to his love. He had also lost a lot of heart to womanizing, and his resistance to beautiful women had also become much stronger. However, a fortress was always the easiest to break from the inside. He didn't even know that evil feelings were produced in the depths of his soul, so how could he control it? Hanyidaran, what are you doing? Alice watched as Yi Qinghan leaned with one hand on the door of Pandora's room. His head was slightly lowered and his eyes were closed, as if he was thinking about something important. It's just that the bulge on the lower part of his robe betrayed his inner thoughts. Alice's face blushed a little. She stood at a distance from Yi Qinghan for a long time. Seeing that he still hadn't made any other movements, Alice couldn't help but softly call out. "Him?" Yi Qinghan's heart was shaken, but he didn't show it on his face. He instantly withdrew his peeping divine sense and investigated the situation around him. His face immediately reddened, but he turned to look at Alice with a straight face, saying, "Alice, can't you see that this Duke is thinking about something?" "My honorable Duke, what important matter are you thinking about?" Alice slyly blinked her eyes, a mischievous look on her face. She deliberately stared at Yi Qinghan. That bulge still remained high. Yi Qinghan was thoroughly infuriated by Alice. Could it be that he was rebelling against this girl? She actually dared to take liberties with the great Han Yi Knight? Didn't she understand the concept of seniority? Furious from embarrassment, Yi Qinghan lifted Alice over his shoulder and then heavily patted her round and perky place a few times. He angrily cursed, "This Duke is thinking about how to make you, this little hussy, face this Duke and sing conquer." Pandora was too pure, and Yi Qinghan didn't want to play with her. It was hard to turn away a debt of affection. But these four maids were clearly not decent women. Yi Qinghan didn't feel that he was committing a crime by playing along. He walked towards Alice's room with large strides, and then heavily threw her on the soft big bed. But before Yi Qinghan could pounce on her, Alice attached herself to him like a snake, one hand hooking around his neck. Two hot, tender lips wildly pasted on him. Damn, the women of this plane are really fierce. Yi Qinghan looked at Alice, who was tossing and turning on his body. Black lines and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He closed his eyes and powerlessly muttered, "Ba ba, the women of this world are actually fiercer than this young master. Could it be that this young master wants to sing conquer?" Chapter 1091. In the end, Yi Qinghan did not attack the Vatican. It was not because he could not kill the Pope and all the Vatican powerhouses in the Holy City in an instant. He just could not be sure that they would not instantly send a message to the heaven plane when he did it. Since the Vatican did not attack him now, Yi Qinghan was willing to coexist peacefully. His main goal now was to find a way to stop the spread of the black lines. Of course, he did not sing the song of conquest like Alice. Although Alice turned into a puddle of mud under his Yi family spear, she could not sing the song of conquest either. Yi Qinghan continued to cultivate the power of light and the half-baked great prophecy spell he learned from Pandora. However, what made Yi Qinghan extremely discouraged was that Pandora had only learned a little bit of the Great Prophecy spell and had no effect at all. As for the power of light, Yi Qinghan had accumulated too little. The so-called battle energy was easy to learn, but before reaching the god level, the amount of pure power of light that could be transformed was too little. Yi Qinghan began to cultivate his battle energy so that he could become a pure warrior of the Holy Continent. In this way, the fact that he was a creature from another plane would not be exposed. By then, even if the people from the higher planes were alarmed, it would not immediately alarm the god of light. One soul began to cultivate battle energy, while the other soul began to accept the countless magical secret techniques and books about the Vatican and the situation of the continent that Panduoji offered. The benefits of two souls showed once again. Although the cultivation of battle energy was very slow, Yi Qinghan was confident that he could reach the level of Emperor Fighter in 3 years, which was the god level of the god level. Anyway, he did not need to increase his strength. He just wanted to add a little more power of light to his body. On one hand, he wanted to disguise himself, and on the other, he wanted to see if he could restrain the spread of the black lines. Therefore, he could eat delicious food every day, read leisurely, bask in the sun, and fish like a normal person. Occasionally, he would fight with Alice, who was hungry for 300 rounds. He killed her until she begged for mercy and was utterly defeated. After Panduoji posted the advertisement, the Frost Knight Duke completely became a person of the Malfa Empire. He was a famous person, a first-class duke. Ever since the founding of the Malfa Empire, other than the founder of the empire, Marshal Leg, who had obtained the honor of a first-class duke, there was only this mysterious and powerful Frosty Knight Duke. The werewolves in the north were attacking the Mali Empire with increasing ferocity. Millions of werewolves charged out of Nifa's valley, swearing to flatten the entire Mali Empire. He also wanted to flatten the holy city in the center of the 3 empires, where the headquarters of the church was located. Surprisingly, the church was silent. They only sent out countless nuns to help treat the ordinary warriors. They also symbolically sent out some low-level disciples to participate in the holy war. The Pope was said to be recuperating after catching a cold. Hanyudage. Why didn't the Pope do anything? In the backyard of the small palace, Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged like an old monk, fishing by the lake. The beautiful Pandora knitted her beautiful eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Pandora was wearing a tight black dress with a slightly low neckline. Her hair was tied up in a bun, making her look elegant and sexy. Alice and Lacis were attending to her at the side. Alice had a dignified expression, looking very much like an elegant lady. But from time to time, she would glance at Yi Qinghan with a fiery gaze, which betrayed her inner feelings. This is called loosening the reins only to grasp them better. If we don't beat the ordinary people until they are afraid, injured, and in pain, they won't make a move. When the ordinary people are in danger, the great Pope, who represents justice and holiness, will wipe out all the evil werewolves in one fell swoop, even though his body has not fully recovered. When the ordinary people are in danger, do you think that the ordinary warriors and people will be more devout to him and the god of light? Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. When one reached a position like Yi Qinghan's, one could see through many things at a glance. If it was still the 7th son of the Yi family in Song City, he would definitely not understand this mystery. How could Pandora's pure mind understand this? But when she thought of what she had heard and seen, she couldn't help but agree with Yi Qinghan's words. She hated the symbol of justice, the Great Vatican, more and more. Pandora explained the matter. It was indeed because Pandora's father was too righteous and couldn't stand the shady business the Vatican was doing behind his back, so he brought Pandora back from the Vatican and secretly began to plan to overthrow the Vatican. The ending was very tragic, and he was purified as a heretic. After chatting for an hour, Pandora got up and went back to her room to continue refining the divine crystal. This little girl was always absent-minded because she hadn't avenged her parents. As for Alice and the others, they were worried about Pandora, so they couldn't refine the divine crystal in peace. Yi Qinghan continued to fish, and Wraith accompanied Pandora. Alice, however, found an excuse to stay. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile, walked behind him, and stretched out a pair of lotus root-like hands to massage Yi Qinghan's shoulders. Her pair of proud breasts touched and teased Yi Qinghan's nerves from time to time. "Duke, do you have time tonight? Alice would like to ask you for advice on cultivation." Alice's golden hair hung down, and her delicate lips moved closer to Yi Qinghan's ear. Her ambiguous voice sounded. Yi Qinghan didn't turn around, and he enjoyed Alice's special massage. He smiled faintly and said, "Why? We just sparred a few days ago? You're not convinced again?" Alice smiled faintly and stuck out her little pink tongue to hook Yi Qinghan's earlobe. She smiled and said, "Of course I'm not convinced. Han Yuren, although your Yi family's marksmanship is fierce, can you fight 1 against 4? We 4 sisters would like you to give us some pointers on cultivation." 1 against 4? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. He recalled the other 3 maids' completely different and enchanting appearances, and his mind couldn't help but waver. To be able to become Pandora's maids, their looks were definitely top-notch. His body subconsciously straightened, and Yi Qinghan said with incomparable solemnity, "I, the Grand Duke of Han Yi, will absolutely not yield to the power of evil. Even if there are millions of people, I will still advance. Not to mention 1 against 4, even if there are thousands of men and horses, this young master isn't afraid. Of course, we've agreed that we'll only discuss cultivation." Alice sensed that Wraith was slowly walking in from the backyard's entrance. She immediately straightened her body, turning into a dignified and elegant noblewoman. She smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "Of course. Please rest assured, Duke, we'll only discuss business." At the border of the 3 great empires, there was a majestic giant city, the Holy City, the headquarters of the Holy See. On the top floor of the tallest and largest cathedral in the city, an old man dressed in a gorgeous robe sat with a gorgeous scepter in his hand. His face was filled with a pure and holy aura. Beside him stood a few archbishops dressed in red robes, looking at the old man with incomparable fanaticism and devotion. "Your Holiness, that mysterious cold night has been very well behaved recently. I don't know why, but Pandora actually hasn't continued to make a move against him. It seems that the 2 of them have reached an agreement. What do you think?" A red-robed archbishop bowed respectfully towards the white-haired old man and said. Seeing that the Pope didn't say anything, another red-robed archbishop beside him took over and said, "Your Holiness, the werewolves of the Mali Empire have already conquered half of the empire. The empire has already asked for help countless times. What do you think? Can we make a move now?" The Pope was already silent. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry about that cold night. We can first obstruct the werewolves. In a year's time, an archangel will descend. When that time comes, we'll make use of this miracle to thoroughly cripple the werewolves and spread the light of light across the entire continent. As for that so-called cold night, we'll wait for the archangel to descend before talking to him. If he's unwilling to submit, we'll just purify him." Chapter 1092. Time flew by amidst the laughter of the northern werewolves, the sorrowful wails of the people of the Mali Empire, and the moans of Alice and the others. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. It was beyond the Vatican's expectations. Before the Vatican went to look for Yi Qinghan, he actually took the initiative to look for the Archbishop of Mengzhong City, sincerely hoping to bathe in the light of the God of Light and follow in the footsteps of the Pope to spread God's will throughout the continent. Of course, the Archbishop of Mengzhong City did not dare to make a decision and immediately reported it to the Pope. Although the Pope had his doubts, he did not overly suspect it. He believed that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were paper tigers. Moreover, the Archangel would descend in half a year, and with the recent chaos of the northern werewolves, he very readily granted the identity of a red-robed archbishop to Yi Qinghan. At the same time, the Vatican spread the news to the entire Holy Continent, so that all the people could feel the holy power of the Vatican. Look, even the first-class Duke of the Malfa Empire was bathed in the light of the God of Light. What are you still hesitating for? The portrait and name of Lord Han Yi once again resounded in the Holy Continent, but this time, he had become the Archbishop Han Yi. An archbishop, above tens of thousands, but below only one. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not that bored. Half a month ago, he condensed a small bit of the power of light, and then controlled it to enter the Sea of Soul to try to suppress the Black Line. In the end, he succeeded. Under the pressure of the power of light, the Black Line no longer grew, but gradually shortened. This discovery made Yi Qinghan ecstatic. How wonderful it was to be alive. Only by living would there be hope, and only hope, to go home. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not hesitate, and immediately threw an olive branch to the Archbishop of Mengzhong City. He very sincerely expressed his belief in the God of Light, and hoped to bathe in the light of God and obtain eternal life. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not have a good impression of this *T God of Light, and he did not want to help the Pope who was darker than the dark creatures. He was also not used to being his subordinate and fighter, since the power of light was useful. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had to obtain more power of light. As for Yi Qinghan, he was too lazy to cultivate the so-called combat aura and the power of light. He was ready to usurp the throne, kill the Pope, and become the Pope himself. From there, he could obtain the faith of billions of martial artists and obtain the power of light that they bestowed upon him. Since he was going to be the Pope, he would enjoy the faith of millions of people. Then he must have a suitable identity. In other words, all Frost Knight knights needed a transition to become Frost Knight archbishops. Alice and the others were bewildered by Yi Qinghan's sudden action. Even the innocent Pandora began to have doubts about Yi Qinghan. The Pope was the murderer who murdered Pandora's parents. Yi Qinghan was going to rely on the Pope? If not for Yi Qinghan's actions during this period of time, which made the five of them have some trust in Yi Qinghan, if not for the fact that Yi Qinghan's Yi family spear had conquered Alice and the others, Alice might have gone to the Vatican to inform them that Yi Qinghan was a creature from another plane. A powerful human from another plane had first seized the ruling rights of the Malfa Empire. Although Pandora, Mike the Tortoise, and the others were Pandora's sole slaves on the surface, they were even more afraid of Yi Qinghan. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Yi Qinghan was the real emperor of the Malfa Empire. At this moment, he still wanted to seize the position of the Pope. He had ulterior motives. Yi Qinghan did not explain too much. He just called the five of them in front of him, looked at them sincerely, and told them seriously. If he seized the ruling rights of this continent, he could easily kill all the powerhouses on the first day of his arrival. He also told them that if he wanted to become the ruler of his plane, he could easily rule over 100 times more people than this plane. Therefore, their worries were completely unnecessary. It was unknown whether it was Yi Qinghan's tyrannical strength or the strong confidence revealed in those understated words that convinced Pandora and Alice. The five of them decided to believe Yi Qinghan for the time being, because this man's gaze and his usual actions felt trustworthy. After Yi Qinghan became the Archbishop of Hanyi, he actually received a strange order from the Vatican, asking him to represent the Vatican to exterminate the werewolves, killing with a borrowed knife. Even Pandora, who was the most simple-minded, could see through the tricks of the Vatican. However, Alice and the other three were worried. The power that the werewolves had accumulated for hundreds of years was all unleashed at this moment. In half a year, half of the Mali Empire had already fallen. 2 of the 4 great protectors of the Mali Empire had already died. He actually said that the 3 hidden elders of the werewolves were almost as strong as the Pope. Now, he actually wanted Yi Qinghan to exterminate them? And he was alone? Yi Qinghan laughed heartily, and the smile on his face was extremely radiant. Without any hesitation, he immediately told the members of the Vatican who came to announce the Pope's decree that he would set off tomorrow, and that he would definitely purify those evil werewolves on behalf of the great God of Light. He was just about to sleep, and someone actually immediately sent him a pillow? Yi Qinghan could not help but be happy. At this moment, he just happened to need a chance to make his name known on the continent, a chance to make the people of the continent accept him and believe in him, and this stupid Pope actually sent him this chance? Yi Qinghan did not bring Mike the Tortoise and the others with him, nor did he mobilize the celestial army of the Malfa Empire. He only brought Pandora and Prince Layden. They sat in a carriage, and the next day, they flew towards the Mali Empire. The Mali Empire provided them with the highest level of hospitality, and the king personally came out to welcome them. Pandora's beauty made the king, who was already 40 years old, drool over her. However, she was clearly not good enough for the king of an empire to come out to welcome her personally. This was a show of respect to Archbishop Han Yi, as well as a powerhouse who had come to rescue the people of the Mali Empire. Although the powerhouses of the Mali Empire did not believe that this Archbishop Han Yi had the ability to do so, Yi Qinghan asked Layden to protect Pandora and the others. Of course, in the Mali Empire, the chances of Pandora getting into trouble were still very low. After all, she was a princess of the empire. Afterward, Yi Qinghan, the king of the Mali Empire, and the nobles and powerhouses happily enjoyed a sumptuous dinner together. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, under the countless dumbfounded gazes, the great Archbishop Han Yi didn't know if he was drunk, or if he was getting a little carried away by everyone's flattery. He actually said that he was going to the front lines to exterminate the werewolves, and he even asked His Majesty to prepare supper for a celebration. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as they watched Archbishop Han Ye's figure fly towards the north. Some people admired Archbishop Han Ye's courage. Of course, most of them were just stirring up trouble. The archbishop sent by the Holy See had died in battle, so the Pope would probably be too embarrassed to pretend to be sick, right? As soon as Archbishop Han Yi made his move, it would be obvious whether he was lying or not. Night had already fallen, and the dark night had always been a paradise for creatures of darkness. Archbishop Han Yi, on the other hand, was emitting the power of light all over his body. Like a famous lamp, he brought the light of the God of Light and descended upon the battlefield. Archbishop Han Yi, under the gazes of millions of Mali Empire martial artists on the battlefield, and under the investigation of countless powerhouses of the continent, charged straight into the enemy's camp. The great golden sword in his hand flashed with the holy power of light, and none of his subordinates were a match for him. Under the siege of millions of ferocious and valiant werewolves, he easily broke into the enemy's main camp, where the werewolf clan leader and elders were. As a result, what made millions of people on the battlefield dumbfounded was, the battle was incomparably intense, yet incomparably short. The holy light emitted by Archbishop Han Yi blinded everyone on the battlefield, and the surging power actually isolated the investigation of countless powerhouses. A white light flashed, and in the next second, Archbishop Han Yi flew out with 3 heads in his hands. Surprisingly, they were the heads of the werewolf clan leader and 2 elders. Archbishop Han Yi sighed with some regret. A moment of carelessness, and another werewolf elder slipped away. That night, the werewolf army was in chaos. The powerhouses of the Mali Empire were mobilized, and the powerhouses of the Holy See also took advantage of their victory to pursue them. After a night of battle, millions of werewolf corpses were left, and the werewolf crisis was completely resolved. And the great Archbishop Han Yi became famous after this battle. His name instantly spread throughout the entire Holy Continent, and his prestige was almost on par with His Holiness the Pope. Chapter 1093. Killing 3 werewolf leaders who were merely 5th-grade war gods was not something to be proud of for Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan was quite satisfied with the sumptuous supper that the king of the Mali Empire had prepared for him. He rejected the king of the Mali Empire's offer of a few beautiful maids to warm his bed. When Yi Qinghan walked into Pandora's room, the king and the nobles revealed expressions of jealousy and hatred. Yi Qinghan's impressive achievements had obviously been passed on from Alice to Pandora. However, she did not expect that the drunk Yi Qinghan would suddenly barge into the most luxurious palace that the king of the Mali Empire had arranged for him. When she saw Yi Qinghan enter and immediately activate the protective barrier, Pandora's mind was in a mess. What was he trying to do? A man and a woman alone, could it be? And he was drunk. What should she do? Call for help? Resist? But this was the imperial city of the Mali Empire. Even if she screamed herself hoarse, no one would come to save her. Furthermore, he was so powerful, how could he resist? Could it be that since he could not resist, he could only enjoy it? At this moment, Pandora's simple brain was obviously not enough. Her jade-like hands clenched the hem of her skirt tightly. Her gem-like eyes stared anxiously at Yi Qinghan. Her delicate lips had already turned pale from biting so hard. Pandora, rest early. Yi Qinghan's divine power shook, and the tipsiness in his body immediately evaporated. Looking at Pandora, who had a complicated expression on her face, he smiled and then disappeared in front of Pandora. Of course, he did not want to have sex after getting drunk. He was going to do something serious. Entering Pandora's room was just to give everyone a chance to misunderstand and an alibi. He went to the northernmost evil valley, which was also the Valley of the Werewolves. That night, he purposely let go of a senior member of the werewolves tribe. Now was the time to take him as a sole slave. This senior member of the werewolves tribe was the strongest among them. He was a 6th grade war god. Of course, it wasn't enough in front of Yi Qinghan. He easily found the werewolf's hiding place. Just as the werewolf elder was about to flee, Yi Qinghan revealed himself and grabbed the werewolf by the neck. Then he erupted with divine power and sealed the werewolf's power. The cunning and cruel werewolves chose to submit in the face of absolute power and were then thrown into the War Imperial Palace by Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan quietly returned to the Mali Empire with the werewolf elder's weapon. The next day, under the probing of countless envious and jealous divine senses, he lazily walked out of Pandora's palace. In the following days, Yi Qinghan led a befuddled life, mingling with the nobles. However, he was more like a fraud. Every time he opened his mouth, he would say the great God of light and the honorable Pope. The Holy See gives a high degree of recognition to Archbishop Han Yi and is quite appreciative of his wholehearted devotion to serving God. They announced to the mainland that 3 months from now, Archbishop Han Yi will be conferred the title of Chief Inquisitor, a position second only to the Pope. The Heresy Court of Inquiry was the Holy See's great weapon for judging heresy. All heresy that betrayed the God of Light would be judged by the Heresy Court of Inquiry. Hee, you want this young master to become a knife in your hands? Unfortunately, this young master's knife is too sharp. I'm afraid you won't be able to use it. When Yi Qinghan received the news, he laughed and told the Holy See's Master of Ceremonies that he would definitely rush to the Holy City in 3 months to receive the God of Light's blessing. After staying in the Mali Empire for a few days, Yi Qinghan returned to Mengzhong City with Pandora, Alice, and the others. They began to resume their leisurely days of reading, basking in the sun, and fishing. On the night that Yi Qinghan broke in, Pandora was worried for the whole night. In the end, Yi Qinghan never appeared again. This made her trust in Yi Qinghan skyrocket. Alice and the others looked at Yi Qinghan with ambiguous eyes. Pandora saw it. She was sure that Yi Qinghan was a person with a normal sexual orientation. That night, he didn't bare his ferocious fangs at her. This showed that he was really a good person. Even if he wasn't a modest gentleman, he was still a real villain. However, there was still a faint disappointment and lack of confidence in her heart. Since Yi Qinghan wanted Alice and the others, why didn't he want her? Was she too young and inexperienced? Didn't she have the mature charm of Alice and the others? One had to know that if Yi Qinghan really wanted her, she would definitely not be able to resist. The thoughts of a young girl were always like the rain, the fog, and the wind. After becoming a woman, it was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Yi Qinghan didn't want to guess, nor did he want to turn this pure girl into a woman. He was fighting to live, to prepare to go home. That faraway place, that place called the secret realm of reincarnation, had his family, his women, and his children. Although only a few hundred years had passed, Yi Qinghan felt like centuries had passed. He didn't dare to sleep at night, afraid that he would return to the secret realm of reincarnation in his dreams. He was afraid that the moment he woke up, his heart would hurt. Recently, he had hooked up with a red-robed archbishop in Mengzhong City. Yi Qinghan had tyrannical strength, unparalleled reputation, and deliberately tried to please him. In just a short 2 months, that red-robed archbishop and Yi Qinghan had become sworn brothers. They were just short of fooling around with nuns on the same bed. From this cardinal, Yi Qinghan understood many secrets of the Vatican. He also knew everything about the Vatican like the back of his hand. Other than the secrets that only the Pope knew, he knew everything. Half a month later, a gorgeous carriage slowly headed towards the Holy City under the escort of countless Malfa Empire holy guards and the Vatican's warriors. In the carriage sat the soon-to-be chief judge, Archbishop Han Yi, and the princess of the Malfa Empire, the goddess in the hearts of the mainland's men, Princess Pandora. The carriage didn't fly. Instead, according to the rules of the Vatican, it had to stop at every town to allow the devout believers to worship the great archbishop. At the same time, the light of the God of Light shone on the mainland. Based on this speed, they would arrive at the Holy City on the day set by the Vatican. On the 11th day of Yi Qinghan's departure, the carriage had already arrived at the sphere of influence of the Holy City. They rested for the night in a small town, and would enter the Holy City the next morning to receive the worship of millions of the most devout believers and be bestowed the position of chief judge. In the tall church in the Holy City, there wasn't the slightest bit of festive and joyous atmosphere. On the highest floor of the church, the Pope, who held the glorious scepter in his hand, was still sitting high up on the throne. His eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. Below him, the 6 most powerful bishops and monks stood on both sides. Your Holiness, Duke Han Yi has already arrived at Plum Town. He will arrive at the Holy City tomorrow morning. Your Holiness, everything has been prepared. When do you think we should take action tomorrow to purify this heretic? The eyes of the 2 red-robed archbishops were cold and filled with killing intent. His Holiness the Pope opened his somewhat turbid eyes and said expressionlessly, "After the ceremony tomorrow, when this heretic enters the church, immediately activate the demon-sealing spell and purify this heretic in one fell swoop." Yi Qinghan used a wisp of the power of space to suppress the 3 elders and the patriarch of the werewolves. Others couldn't feel it, but His Holiness the Pope, who was the most powerful person on the mainland, could feel a wisp of an aura that was different from the power of light. Although he wasn't sure if Yi Qinghan was a powerful being that had descended from another plane, the Pope had completely determined that he was a heretic, and heretics must fall into the Azura Sea forever. Therefore, His Holiness the Pope had no choice but to use the title of bestowing the title of Chief Judge on Yi Qinghan to surround and kill Yi Qinghan without waiting for the arrival of the great angel. There's no need for tomorrow, Your Holiness the revered Dogsh *T. In my opinion, there's no time like the present. Tonight, I shall purify you, creatures that are even more filthy than dark creatures. What do you think? Right at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Then, an enormous pressure instantly descended. At the same time, 2 incomparably obvious evil auras enveloped the entire Holy City. Yi Qinghan led Prince Layden, the werewolf elders, and Pandora into the hall. Chapter 1094. It's you! His Holiness the Pope's murky eyes suddenly lit up, and the power of light erupted from his body. He raised his scepter high up in the air, and it glowed with a dazzling light. The power of light of the 6 powerful beings beside him also surged, and all kinds of weapons appeared in their hands. Their eyes were even more ferocious than the werewolves. Kneel before me. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly, and the entire cathedral trembled as he unleashed his power of space. The Honorable Pope and the 6 most obedient big shots of the Vatican all felt their bodies go soft, and they directly knelt on the ground. His Holiness the Pope was only at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, and he was like an ant under the pressure of the will. Pandora, these are the murderers of your father and mother. If you want to kill them, you can do it now. Of course, Your Holiness the Pope, spare his life for now. After a while, I will let you torture him. Yi Qinghan had no interest in this boring game, nor did he want to torture these so-called powerful beings. There was no joy in torturing them. He decided to make his move today because he felt that the time was right. From the red-robed archbishop in Mengchong City, he knew that it was very difficult for the lower realm to contact the upper realm. Even if they wanted to contact the upper realm, they would need to go through a very complicated ceremony. Since he was sure that the Pope could not easily send a message about his existence to the experts of the heaven plane, Yi Qinghan naturally did not have any more scruples. Of course, the most important thing was, he needed a lot of power of light to completely suppress those fatal black lines. He wanted to live, and he wanted to go home. The werewolf and Prince Layden of the Blood Tribe unleashed his evil aura, causing the entire holy city to tremble. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan used his power of space to seal off the entrance to this level. No one could enter. His plan was perfect. However, Pandora did not dare to make a move. She wanted nothing more than to kill the murderers of her father and mother 100 times over. But to the pure and kind Pandora, harming a little rabbit would make her feel heartache, let alone killing someone. The ones who had attacked were Layden and the werewolf Grand Elder. Although the two creatures of darkness had always dreamed of tasting the blood of the higher-ups of the church and the Pope one day, they never had the chance. Therefore, the eyes of the two of them shone brightly as they attacked brutally, tearing the 6 experts of the Vatican into pieces. Yi Qinghan reached out a hand and covered Pandora's eyes. There was not the slightest hint of emotion in his eyes. Back then, he didn't even feel excited when he killed one. 3 billion people with a single palm strike. Now, he didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the Pope and threw him into the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan deactivated the spatial barrier and teleported Pandora and the others into the War Emperor Palace. He then shot a glance at Layden and the werewolf elder before disappearing into the distance and returning to his small town. Countless werewolves and blood tribe cultivators attacked the Holy Church's holy army under Layden's leadership, and countless powerful beings of the Holy Church died at the hands of the blood tribe and werewolves. However, the Pope and the 6 most powerful bishops of the Holy See had yet to show up. Battle cries shook the heavens within the Holy City as the bloodthirsty aura of the werewolves and the bloodthirsty aura of the blood tribe enveloped the entire Holy City. Fortunately, these werewolves and blood tribe cultivators didn't attack ordinary people. Furthermore, just as the sun rose, Archbishop Han Yi, who had, coincidentally, arrived at the Holy City to receive his conferment, unleashed an enraged massacre. He instantly killed countless low-ranking werewolves and blood tribe cultivators, scaring them into retreat. Only then did the Holy City not fall, and it continued to bask in the light of the God of Light. When the sun shone upon the entire continent again, it was as if a massive earthquake had struck the entire holy continent. When the citizens heard this news, they were shocked speechless for a long time. 5 red-robed bishops of the Holy Church had been killed, the former head judge of the Holy Tribunal had been killed, and the Pope had gone missing? Going missing in the Holy Continent that was filled with believers was no different from dying in battle. In just a single night, all of the high-ranking members of the Holy Church had been killed. The person presiding over the Holy City right now was Chief Judge Han Yi, who had just so happened to be on his way to receive his conferment. No, it was Archbishop Han Yi. That pitiful guy had suffered such a drastic change the night before he was about to become the second in command of the Holy Church. Following that afternoon, the great blood tribe leader, Prince Layden, solemnly declared that he would take responsibility for this terrorist act. He stated that the blood tribe would continue to wage the holy war until the Holy Church was completely destroyed. At the same time, the werewolf tribe expressed their willingness to take responsibility, and at the same time stated that this was revenge for the Holy Church's killing of the werewolf tribe leader and elders. They also stated that their next target would be Archbishop Han Yi. Archbishop Han Yi righteously declared that he would completely annihilate the blood tribe and the werewolf tribe. The light and glory of the God of Light would not tolerate the slightest provocation or disobedience. He also expressed his willingness to lead the Holy Army to complete this arduous task. Following that, the remaining red-robed bishops of the Holy Church gathered in the Holy City. A country couldn't go a day without a ruler, and the Holy Church certainly couldn't go a day without His Holiness the Pope. Under the proposal of the red-robed bishops of Mengzhong City, the red-robed bishops unanimously elected Archbishop Han Yi as the new pope. At the same time, Pandoric and His Majesty of the Mali Empire also issued statements, expressing their full approval. Archbishop Han Yi repeatedly postponed, repeatedly emphasizing that he was too inexperienced, and that the time he had bathed in the light of the God of Light was too short, and so on. But he couldn't stand the repeated pleas of the other archbishops, and finally, under the blessings of millions of devout believers, he reluctantly ascended to the throne that symbolized glory and power. It wasn't that the red-robed bishops didn't want to fight for that position, but that they didn't have the guts. The Pope and the few bishops, with such powerful strength, died tragically in a single night. They didn't want to become the second target for Prince Layden to issue a statement declaring his responsibility. On the third day after His Majesty Han Yi ascended to the throne, he immediately led the million-strong Holy Army to begin exterminating the Werewolf tribe and the Blood tribe. Under His Majesty Han Ye's fierce military might, the Werewolf tribe couldn't resist for even half a day. The Werewolf elders led the remaining Werewolf tribe members and surrendered. After that, His Majesty Han Yi directed his troops to the south and led a million-strong army to attack the Dark Night Forest, the gathering place of the Blood tribe. In the end, they easily broke through the Blood tribe's defensive line, captured Prince Layden alive, and the Blood tribe surrendered. 1 month after His Majesty Han Yi took office, the great cause that the Vatican hadn't been able to accomplish for tens of thousands of years was completely pacified by these dark creatures that had harmed and killed countless people. Moreover, it was said that the Werewolf elders and Prince Layden, under the influence of His Majesty Han Yi, decided to change their faith, renounce darkness for light, bathe in the light of the God of Light together. Whether this rumor was true or not, at least His Majesty Han Ye's prestige reached its highest point in history. Countless believers devoutly kowtowed to his portrait day and night, and countless young girls yearning for love gazed at His Majesty Han Yi every night. During this period of time, His Majesty Han Ye's prestige was almost approaching that of their true God, the God of Light. However, Yi Qinghan didn't feel the slightest bit happy. He only sat alone on the highest floor of the Vatican, foolishly gazing at the stars in the sky. His eyes were filled with sorrow, just like a lost child, a child longing to go home. Chapter 1095. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, every festive occasion makes one miss one's family even more. Today, Yi Qinghan doesn't see anyone, because according to Yen Dragon history, today is the Yen Dragon Festival. In front of everyone, His Majesty Han Yi is incomparably humble, benevolent, and friendly. A faint smile hangs on his lips, representing the God of Light to scatter his radiance in all directions. On the highest floor of the church, he sits on the supreme throne, looking down at the beautiful night scene and the clamorous crowd through the shield, but he feels so lonely. It feels like the first time he arrived at Song City of the Yen Dragon continent. It's so out of place, so lonely as the snow. A white figure walks in lightly. There are only 5 people in this plane who can come in under the protection of the Holy Sea's high-level guards. The person who comes has a head full of blue curly hair and gem-like eyes. Under the moonlight, she looks especially charming. Pandora has Yi Qingyu's eyes that are as pure as water, but she also has a peerless countenance like fireworks, as well as Yin Ling Er's impressive figure. She's worthy of being the goddess in the hearts of men on the continent. She looks at His Majesty Han Yi sitting on the throne, looking at the undisguised sorrow in his eyes. Her heart feels as if it's being pricked by a needle, very painful. She doesn't go to comfort this man with tyrannical strength, but a mysterious identity. She just foolishly looks at him, accompanying him, hoping to make him feel a trace of warmth. Yi Qinghan's gaze doesn't move, still shrinking most of his body into the throne. He enjoys this feeling of loneliness very much. Even though there's one more person, it doesn't affect him from continuing to look down at the clamor below. His mind has already wandered millions and millions of miles away, going to that place called the secret realm of reincarnation. Even if there's one more person by his side, what can it represent? Seemingly infected by Yi Qinghan, Pandora also feels a kind of loneliness and desolation. She has no relatives in this world, and she's woken up by nightmares every night, until the arrival of this night of Han Yi. She's wondering if there's really a God in this world? Otherwise, how could she hear her most devout prayer? And how could a godlike man descend to protect her? But then she thought that maybe this man was sent by the devil, because he easily bewitched her heart and made her believe him, fall in love with him. The night quietly slipped away. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and began to fall asleep on his throne. Unknowingly, Pandora walked to Yi Qinghan's side and sat down on the spacious throne, snuggling up to Yi Qinghan. 2 lonely people, in this lonely night, hugged each other to sleep. The night was still so alluring, so enchanting, yet so desolate. Yi Qinghan did not continue to wear his sorrow on his face. On the second day, when the sun shone over the land, he was all smiles as he welcomed the believers who came to worship the new pope. He had always liked to hide his pain in the depths of his heart and not find someone to talk about it. That was the embodiment of a useless man. He believed that a man should be indomitable and move forward in solitude and pride. The cardinal of Mengzhong City, Sieg, became the new chief judge, while Alice, who was cold and elegant on the outside but like a raging fire on the bed, became the third most important person in the Holy See, the High Priestess. Although this is outrageous, who would dare to oppose the edict of His Majesty Han Yi, who was at the height of his power? No one wants to become His Majesty Han Ye's most loyal dog and Prince Leighton's next target. Alice is shrewd and powerful, and after refining the divine crystal, she will become one of the strongest people in the continent. This is Yi Qinghan's compensation for her hard work in bed. With Alice here, Pandora and the other 3 maids should have a better life after refining the divine crystal. Since he has become the Pope, he will have an endless supply of light power, and the black thread will be able to continue to oppress him. After solving this fatal problem, Yi Qinghan's next step is to find his way home. At this moment, he naturally has to make arrangements for his departure. Yi Qinghan leaves the internal affairs of the Holy See to Alice and Sieg. He enters the War Emperor's palace to have a heart-to-heart talk with the great Pope. You heathen, the Archangel is about to descend, and your end is near. Hurry up and release me, or your soul will forever sink into the Azure Sea. When he saw the Pope again, he didn't expect to hear the Pope's angry roar. It was obvious that the Pope had had a hard time over the past month. His snow-white hair had turned gray, and his eyes were bloodshot. He glares angrily at Yi Qinghan, as if Yi Qinghan had hooked up with his wife and daughter and was caught in the act. Slap. The Pope's reply is a resounding slap and 2 bloody teeth. Yi Qinghan helplessly looks at the Pope's bloated body, which was sent flying a few meters away by his slap. He feels that it is so ridiculous. He has seen stupid people, but he has never seen such a stupid person. As a prisoner, he should have the awareness of a prisoner. Isn't he asking for a slap by being so arrogant at this moment? I have a secret technique called soul searching, which is to extract your soul from your body and read your memories like flipping through a book. I have another method, and that is to cut off your face and any distinctive features on your body. Then I will cripple your strength and cut off your tongue. In short, no one will be able to recognize you, and you won't be able to ask for help. You can only look and not speak. Then, I will strip you naked and hang you at the gate of the holy city. Finally, I will ask someone to pour ice water on your little brother. Which method do you prefer? Yi Qinghan walks over and squats down, smiling at the Pope who is lying on the ground and glaring at him hatefully. His voice is emotionless, but the Pope's bloated body starts to shake violently after hearing his words. He screams like a duck, "Devil, you are a devil. You are the devil king of the Azure Hell." 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan looks at the Pope who is lying on the ground like a reptile. He feels disgusted. He admits that he is not a good person, and he has killed people before, but he has never killed innocent people. As long as people do not provoke him, he will not mess around. Even if he messes around, he will not kill civilians who are weak. However, the things that this great Pope has ordered made Yi Qinghan want to stab him to death a few times. He walks out of the War Emperor Palace and starts to ponder the great prophecy spell that he learned from the Pope, as well as the method to absorb the power of faith. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan suddenly feels warm, and his soul is extremely comfortable. That is because a small portion of the countless threads around the entire plane is surging toward his body. Countless pure power of faith slowly surges into his body. It makes him feel refreshed, as if he has returned to his mother's embrace. After understanding the principle of the great prophecy spell, Yi Qinghan is too lazy to cultivate it. This so-called first secret spell of the Pope is actually using the power of light from the upper realm to suppress the enemy. This kind of borrowed power is not as easy to control as his own power of light, so Yi Qinghan does not dare to use it to suppress the black threads in the Sea of Souls. The matter of ascending to the upper realm is also clear. Every once in a while, the upper realm will summon you, and you will be qualified to accept the summons and ascend to heaven when you reach the strength of an archangel. As for the arrival of that archangel, Yi Qinghan does not care much. This is just a routine inspection in the heaven plane to ensure that nothing happens to the plane below and to continuously provide the power of light to the God of light. In other words, an archangel has the strength of a venerable one. Easy to talk to, good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. If you are not easy to talk to, then stay forever. Chapter 1096. This power of faith is really awesome. It has only been a month, and it has accumulated so much power of light. If this goes on, I will be able to completely suppress the black lines in 3 to 5 years. Phew, I'm finally safe for the time being. In the church of the holy city, Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes and sat comfortably on the Pope's exclusive throne. No wonder those red-cloaked archbishops still wanted to sit on the throne even though they knew that no one could sit on it. The feeling of sitting and having people continuously send in the power of faith is really wonderful. In just over a month, he had used the power of faith that he had obtained to suppress the 5 longest black lines in his mind. As long as these black lines did not spread, his soul would not collapse, and he would be temporarily safe. When Obama's demonic aura was completely refined, when the black lines stopped spreading, he would be completely safe. Then, he could think of a way to go home. With the help of Yi Qinghan, Alice's authority in the Holy See was getting stronger. When she refined the God Crystal of the God Emperor, she would have absolute power. With the help of Lassie and the other two, they should be able to protect themselves in the Holy Continent. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A few figures walked into the room and interrupted Yi Qinghan's thoughts. The new chief inquisitor walked in with Alice and a group of red-cloaked archbishops. After bowing respectfully in front of Yi Qinghan, Sieg said, "Your Majesty, it will be the time for the archangel to descend. Your Majesty, please move to the rooftop." Yi Qinghan was holding the Pope's scepter in his hand. He was wearing a holy white robe and had a benevolent smile on his face. He really looked no different from a fraud. He raised the scepter slightly and said solemnly, "Let us welcome the great archangel together. May the light of God be with you." Sieg, Alice, and the others prayed devoutly at the same time. Alice walked forward and supported Yi Qinghan as he walked out. Yi Qinghan looked at the pure and holy Alice, who was wearing a white nun's robe, and nodded in appreciation. Deep down, he was shocked and amused. One of them was a heretic, but sat in the most sacred position of the Pope, and the other was a slut, but became the high priestess who was the role model of chastity. The two of them were still acting so holy at this moment. Life was really King Hell. Under the accompaniment of countless masters of ceremonies, everyone walked up to the rooftop, where there was a gigantic magic array. This was the only way to the upper realm and the people from the upper realm. Dozens of people stood respectfully on the wide rooftop, all looking at this magic altar. At the same time, the entire holy city was already filled with countless devout believers, waiting for the birth of a miracle, waiting for the appearance of a true God. Not long after, the magic altar suddenly lit up. Then, the light of the altar soared into the sky, and the sky suddenly brightened. This wasn't like sunlight, which was dazzling to the eyes. Instead, it was an incomparably gentle light. Anyone who came into contact with this kind of light would feel a sense of peace and comfort in their hearts. This light directly radiated to the entire holy continent. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sky. He sighed inwardly at the acting skills of these swindlers. With such a miracle, Yi Qinghan might be able to make it bigger than them, but he wasn't as professional as them. They were indeed professional liars. A figure appeared in the sky out of nowhere, wearing a holy white robe. Even Yi Qinghan couldn't help but want to punch him a few times. Moreover, this was not the kind of handsomeness that a gigolo would have. It was the kind of manly and incomparably holy aura. The 12 wings on his back slowly fluttered, and he looked very flashy. "Welcome, Archangel." Yi Qinghan stepped forward with a pious expression. Sieg and Alice, who were behind him, all knelt down to welcome this archangel from the heavens. In the holy city and countless other cities, many believers knelt down. Countless people started crying and praying. Countless young girls looked at the handsome god in the sky, and their hearts and bodies were surging. My devout people, I bless you. May the glory of the God of Light be with you. The deep and magnetic voice of the archangel echoed in the ears of all the people on the holy continent. This voice seemed to have some kind of magical power that could bewitch people's hearts. At this moment, even Yi Qinghan felt blessed by God. After the archangel finished his performance, he slowly descended and landed in front of Yi Qinghan. With a benevolent look on his face, he nodded to Yi Qinghan and waved his hand. Sieg, Alice, and other believers were covered in golden light, and they stood up directly. Then, he said lightly, "Believers of God, the God of Light will always protect you." However, Yi Qinghan saw that when the archangel glanced at Alice, he paused for a second. He despised them in his heart. These people are exactly the same as the old pope. They all look holy on the surface, but they are all thieves and prostitutes. Next, Yi Qinghan represented the Holy See to host a grand welcoming ceremony. All the higher-ups of the Holy See came to welcome the great archangel. This archangel obviously came to the Holy World for fun. He casually asked about the Holy See's development in the Holy Continent. When he heard that Yi Qinghan had already spread the light of the God of Light all over the Holy Continent, 80% of the people on the Holy Continent believed in the God of Light. 80% of the people on the mainland believed in the God of Light. He represented the God of Light and gave Yi Qinghan a high degree of affirmation and praise. He even drew a big pie. The general meaning was that if Yi Qinghan worked hard, he would definitely have the opportunity to ascend to heaven and be with the God of Light and so on. Yi Qinghan found that he really had the potential to be a swindler. He and this archangel flattered each other for a few hours. Unexpectedly, he didn't feel bored. But after a few hours of meaningless chatting, Yi Qinghan and the archangel were very happy with each other. After the archangel went to rest, Yi Qinghan sent the 5 most beautiful and slutty nuns of the nuns to his room to listen to his teachings. This archangel was even more satisfied with Yi Qinghan. A sensible subordinate is the most likable, isn't it? Your Majesty, why did you send those 5 sluts to the archangel? Shouldn't you send pure virgins to listen to the teachings? In Yi Qinghan's room, the pure and holy high priestess took off the nun's robe that symbolizes loyalty and chastity, and wore His Majesty Han Ye's favorite black silk underwear. Her hands are helping him massage his temples. Of course, there's also his back, but the massage tools are obviously different. This archangel likes noble and mature women the most. Don't you see that he's always sweeping his eyes over you? Besides, to have me go against my conscience and send him a few virgins, this pope still can't do such a thing. A person can be bad, but they can't be without principles. Yi Qinghan smiles coldly. Although Obama's evil aura is constantly affecting him, Yi Qinghan has always been controlling his own nature. If he loses his nature, loses himself, then he wouldn't be Yi Qinghan. Alice smiles faintly. She turns around and sits on top of Yi Qinghan. Mischievously looking at him, she says, "Our great Majesty, you actually still have principles. When you were whipping people, why didn't you talk about principles?" Nonsense. Yi Qinghan glares like a tiger. He picks up the whip next to him and fiercely says, "How can this be compared? This is Zhou Yu hitting Huang Gai. One is willing to hit, the other is willing to suffer. Besides, you didn't teach me this thing. This young master still doesn't know how to play with it. Be obedient, turn around and pout." Chapter 1097. In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan brought a group of higher-ups of the Vatican and accompanied the archangel to patrol the entire continent and the cities that were enveloped by the light of the God of Light. Everywhere they go, they receive a warm welcome from the devout believers. His Majesty Han Yi represents the Holy See and gives an important speech. The archangel represents the God of Light and gives the believers divine blessings. Of course, every night, they very sincerely accept the most pious repentance of the local nuns who have committed a crime. After a few months, Yi Qinghan's reputation rose once again, and he received even more power of faith. The black lines in his mind were suppressed more and more. Yi Qinghan's relationship with the archangel was getting better day by day. The archangel was full of praises for Yi Qinghan. As of course, he was also very satisfied with the nuns who came to him to confess their sins at night. Yi Qinghan also obtained a lot of information about heaven from the archangel. Yi Qinghan had imagined the heavenly plane to be like the divine realm, where there were a lot of people. The heavenly plane wasn't big, and the population didn't exceed 1 million, but the weakest among them was a god-emperor. The chi of heaven and earth was incomparably rich. There was not only one god of light, but a total of 12 god of light, all of whom were at level 9. The 12 gods of light divided up the tens of thousands of material planes in the vicinity. The strength of an archangel was indeed similar to a venerable. However, the god of light had too many venerables under him. Monarch Dis, the god of light that belonged to the Holy Continent, had close to 100 archangels under him. Therefore, this archangel did not have a good time in heaven. Now that he had the chance to descend, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself. As Yi Qinghan had been restraining his aura, he did not dare to expose his spatial energy. On the surface, his strength was only that of a 6th-grade war god. Moreover, with the power of faith revolving around his body, he did not reveal his true strength. On the other hand, when the archangel saw how hard Yi Qinghan was working, he gave Yi Qinghan a so-called Peerless Radiant Saint artifact, which was actually just a high-grade divine artifact. Yi Qinghan didn't mind. As long as this archangel didn't provoke him, he was willing to treat him like a god and let him play for a while before sending him away. He would continue to be the Pope and completely suppress the black threads first. However, at the last stop of the patrol, something happened. After wandering outside for more than a year, he had visited every major city in the 3 empires. The archangel had also accepted the confession of hundreds of nuns and was ready to return to the holy city, to heaven. However, after Yi Qinghan returned to the holy city, the beautiful and innocent Pandora, Alice, and the other 3 who had stayed behind in the holy city missed Yi Qinghan immensely, and they personally went out with the members of the church to welcome him. As for Alice, who was becoming more and more holy and elegant, the archangel did not dare to have any improper thoughts because he was concerned about Yi Qinghan. But when he saw Pandora's angelic face, her devilish figure, and her limpid eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. His whole body was agitated, like a wolf in the dark night that had spotted its prey. His eyes were green with greed. After returning to the church, the archangel actually emphasized in front of countless higher-ups of the church that Pandora had the purest soul and that such a woman should be offered to the god of light so that she could bathe in the god of light's light. In the end, he directly ordered that this woman must follow him and ascend to heaven, to receive the blessings of the god of light. All the members of the church looked at the great His Majesty Han Yi. They all understand that this is the goddess in the hearts of the men of the continent, but Han Yi is His Majesty's exclusive property. At this moment, Alice's dignified and noble face has become incomparably pale. She unwaveringly stares at Yi Qinghan, waiting for his decision. Respected Archangel, it is Pandora's honor to bathe in the god of light's light. I don't think she would refuse. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Yi Qinghan actually ignores Alice's murderous gaze. He smiles, and without a trace of reluctance, he readily agrees. After receiving Yi Qinghan's confirmation, the archangel's entire face instantly glows. With great satisfaction, he heavily nods towards Yi Qinghan, and then leisurely walks away. His footsteps unexpectedly stagger a little. He turns around and solemnly instructs Pandora to go to his room at night. He needs to explain some matters to Pandora about going to heaven. Thump! On the highest floor of the church, Alice's 4 maids heavily kneel on the ground, continuously kowtowing towards Yi Qinghan, who is sitting on the throne. Alice's face is beseeching and pained. She bites her lips so hard that they almost break. She urgently says, "Your Majesty, Your Excellency, I beg you, you must save the princess. That archangel is a pervert. Many nuns have reacted to me, saying that he isn't human at all. The princess will be played to death by him. I beg you, please don't give the princess to him. Alice and the others will do anything he wants." Lazith and the other 2 also continuously kowtow, their eyes beseeching. Although they are Pandora's maids, they have watched Pandora grow up. They love Pandora, who is as pure as water, from the bottom of their hearts. It can even be said that they spoil her. At this moment, they have to watch Pandora jump into the fire pit with their own eyes. This is more painful than being violated by the devil. Unexpectedly, Pandora, who has rushed over after receiving the news, doesn't look too excited. She just calmly looks at Yi Qinghan, then waves her hand to stop Alice and the others from continuing to beseech. She shyly looks at Yi Qinghan and says, "Big brother Han Yi, you don't have to feel embarrassed. The Archangel's strength is so strong, you are not his opponent. Pandora is already very satisfied that you can avenge my imperial father and imperial mother and kill the Pope. But before giving it to the Archangel, Pandora has a small request. I don't know if you can satisfy me." "What request?" Yi Qinghan looks at Alice and the other three kneeling on the ground with some disappointment. He inwardly sighs that these four can only play around. They have been together for so long, but they still don't understand him? On the contrary, he is a little curious. He looks at the goddess like Pandora and faintly asks, "If I can do it, I will definitely help you achieve it." "You can do it." Pandora's beautiful face turned even redder, and her beauty was beyond comparison. She looked shyly at Alice and the other three on the ground. Finally, she gathered her courage, clenched her teeth, and said, "Pandora hopes that before I give myself to the Archangel, I can give my first time to the man I love the most." "Your first time?" Yi Qinghan is stunned. He didn't expect that Pandora would actually make such a request. His first thought is that he feels a little sour in his heart, then he becomes incomparably angry. Although he doesn't intend to accept Pandora, and he also hopes that she will find her Mr. Right, but thinking that such a super fresh cabbage is going to be taken by a wild boar that he doesn't know whether it's white or black, he still feels uncomfortable in his heart, very unhappy. After a moment, Yi Qinghan gradually stabilizes his mood. Although he really wants to drag this bastard out and ruthlessly beat him until his mother can't recognize him, he still calmly says, "Pandora, I give you my blessing. I can agree to this request of yours. Who is the man you love? Do I know him?" Of course you know him." Pandora lowers her head, and her two lotus root-like hands pinches the corner of her clothes. She doesn't speak for a long time. Finally, she takes a deep breath, raises her head, and looks at Yi Qinghan. He is a mysterious man. He has tyrannical strength and a handsome smile that makes people infatuated. He is like a god built from the heavens and saved Pandora from the embrace of the devil. He is also a devil, quietly capturing Pandora's heart, and he has even seen Pandora's body. Chapter 1098. Yi Qinghan's old face felt a burning sensation. For the first time, he couldn't remain calm in front of all the girls. Especially when he saw Pandora's eyes that were as pure as water yet incomparably passionate, he felt a wave of shame. When he thought about how he wanted to beat up the man who stole Pandora's heart, he felt even more ashamed. This matter is so messed up. Damn it. "Your Majesty, you just agreed to the princess' request." Alice saw Yi Qinghan's complicated expression and immediately felt a glimmer of hope. She quickly emphasized that as long as Yi Qinghan wanted Pandora, he wouldn't have the heart to give his woman to someone else to play with. "No." Yi Qinghan directly refused. It wasn't that he didn't like Pandora, nor was it that he had completely changed his mind. It was because he had something to do later, a very serious matter. He might have to flee for his life. He didn't want to bring Pandora to wander around. If he carried too many love debts, he would be unable to breathe. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Qinghan knew that he had said something wrong. Sure enough, Pandora's beautiful face began to change color. Her whole face dimmed and became incomparably bleak. Like a flower that was rapidly withering, he hurriedly explained, "Pandora, it's not what you think. Look into my eyes and listen to me." Pandora raised her head, but her gem-like eyes were still bleak. Alice and the other three also looked at Yi Qinghan with pale faces. "Do you remember what I said to you in the courtyard?" Yi Qinghan stood up and held Pandora's shoulders with both hands. He smiled and said, "I said that as long as I'm here, no one in this world can hurt you. The previous pope couldn't. Similarly, this archangel can't either." "Alice, do you remember that I also said something to you? I, Yi Qinghan, am not a good person, but I have my bottom line and my principles. Ah. She could feel the determination in Yi Qinghan's words and the meaning behind them. Pandora's eyes suddenly lit up, and Alice thought of something. However, she felt that Yi Qinghan's words were a little cold. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a bitter smile. She knew that she had misunderstood him, hurt him, and distanced herself from him. Pandora's eyes lit up, but then she thought of something and dimmed again. She said in a low voice, "What about the Archangel? He's so powerful, and he's the representative of the God of Light. Even if you can kill him, the God of Light will look into it afterwards." Pandora thanks you for your kindness. I only hope that you will agree to Pandora's request, and then I will be satisfied. Silly girl. Yi Qinghan reached out and stroked Pandora's soft blue hair, his heart softening. The land of tenderness is the grave of a hero. The night of spring is bitter and short, and the sun rises high. From then on, the king does not attend morning court. It's no wonder that there have been so many heroes since ancient times, indulging in warm and fragrant jade. Such a woman, how could a man not take pity on her? Yi Qinghan looked up at the starry sky through the window, and said with a smile, "In this world, there are many things that I can't do, and there are many people that I can't protect. But protecting a little girl like you is still not a problem. Since you call me Big Brother Han Yi, how could a big brother let his own little sister suffer?" Yi Qinghan patted Pandora's shoulder and then walked outside. His footsteps were very calm, and his back was incomparably straight. He was like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed, cold and threatening. The 6th floor of the church was specially used to entertain the most distinguished guests. Except for the people of the upper realm, in the eyes of the Vatican, there were no other guests who could use the word distinguished. The entire 6th floor was decorated very luxuriously, and His Excellency the Archangel stayed alone in the spacious room, pacing back and forth. From time to time, he would sweep his gaze towards the door. There was clearly some displeasure on his face. This very sensible little pope, why is he so indecisive in his work? Pandora's graceful and delicate body and beautiful face kept appearing in the Archangel's mind. The best. Even in the plane of heaven, there were very few beauties of such quality. Of course, if there were, it wouldn't be his turn. Most importantly, the Archangel felt that Pandora's soul was unexpectedly very pure. This kind of pure soul was the best tonic for cultivating the law of light. He had been stagnant in the Archangel's realm for a very long time. This pure soul was very likely to let his strength take a big step forward. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Finally, there was the sound of footsteps that had not been heard for a long time outside. The Archangel probed with his divine sense, and was somewhat annoyed. What was this little pope doing? He actually made him wait for so long? And he came alone? Then, Yi Qinghan's actions after coming in made the Archangel a little confused. After he came in, he actually mysteriously opened the room's barrier, and then turned his head around. There was a sneer on his face, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Murderous intent? This lowly little pope actually dared to reveal murderous intent towards him? The Archangel's ridiculously handsome face immediately contorted, and he was incomparably angry. But in the next second, just as he was about to teach this extremely audacious pope a lesson, a huge pressure pressed down on him, and then a powerful spatial force directly suppressed him, making him unable to move at all. Swish! Yi Qinghan took out his golden greatsword, and the power of origin slowly revolved around it. Under the Archangel's horrified gaze, he slowly and incomparably gently stabbed towards the Archangel's lower abdomen. There was the sound of a melon breaking, and then a rich power of light surged out from that bloody lower abdomen. The Archangel's face instantly became whiter than snow. If he could move, his whole body would definitely be trembling. Yi Qinghan's stab was very ingenious, and it just happened to pierce his divine crystal, but it did not pierce through. Instead, it just happened to pierce through, and a crack appeared on the divine crystal. If it went any deeper, the Archangel's divine crystal would have shattered, and he would have been left on this continent forever. Then, he felt his body being lifted by Yi Qinghan, and in a flash of white light, he was brought to an unfamiliar place. This place had powerful restrictions. The archangel casually looked around and immediately came to a realization. He roared in anger, "You are a creature from another plane, you are definitely not someone from the holy plane. You are finished, you actually dared to attack this archangel. The great god of light will make your soul fall into the Azura Sea forever." But what answered him was another resounding slap, and this time it was even more ruthless than the last time. The archangel's divine crystal was almost destroyed, and he was equivalent to a cripple. After being ruthlessly slapped by Yi Qinghan, his entire face almost deformed, and he spat out a few white teeth and a wall of blood. Yi Qinghan strode over, raised his leg, and ruthlessly stomped on the archangel's face as he cursed. "Do you think this young master is afraid? Goddammit, you pieces of dog shit, can't you change your way of threatening people? This young master has been to the demon plane, and there is even a devil monarch in the Soul Sea. Why would I be afraid of the Azura Sea? You bastard, if you say you want to come down to play, then so be it. If you want a nun, I will give you one, but you actually fancy my woman?" This young master's original plan was to wait until the black lines in my soul were completely suppressed, and then think of a way to go to heaven to play with you. Now, everything has been ruined by you, you bastard. Maybe I will have to wander in the turbulent space again. Baba, I will give you half an incense stick of time to convince this young master to kill you. No matter what, the god of light in heaven will not come looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, this young master will make you regret crawling out of your mother's belly. This young master's 18 Manchurian tortures, even I am afraid of using them. Do you know? Bastard. Chapter 1099. Believers who offer their souls to the God of Light are never afraid of the threat of the devil, nor are they afraid of any violence. So, you heretic, just give up. I, the great Archangel Laric, will never compromise with a creature from another plane. Although the archangel was badly beaten, and none of his bones were in good condition, he gritted his teeth and endured. In fact, he did not want to do so. Who asked Yi Qinghan to offer such ruthless conditions? After killing him, he still had to think of a way to prevent the God of Light from finding out? This shameless heretic should really sink his soul into the Shura Sea forever. I don't need violence. Since you are so stubborn, I can only risk my own fear and let you enjoy it. Yi Qinghan smiled sinisterly and looked at the archangel. When he saw Yi Qinghan take out a fully enclosed helmet, he felt an ominous premonition. When Yi Qinghan put the helmet on him, he used something to plug his mouth and forcibly sealed his divine sense. He could not see, speak, or probe, and could only listen. He felt a chill all over his body. Then, he felt his body being tied up. His body suddenly felt cold, and the robe on his upper body was suddenly torn. He began to feel incomparable fear. Could it be that this evil heretic was going to explode the flower in his back? Fortunately, Yi Qinghan did not continue to tear the robe on his lower body. This made him feel slightly at ease, but it made him even more terrified. A person who could not see, could not probe, and did not know what inexplicable situation would happen was the most afraid. Finally, he knew what Yi Qinghan was going to do. His 4 limbs were tied up, and then all 10 of his fingers were cut by sharp blades. Blood began to drip slowly, dripping onto his naked body. It felt like raindrops were slowly dripping from the eaves. This heretic actually used such a low-level method? Bloodletting? Didn't he know that the believers of the God of Light were the least afraid of death? Drip, drip. The War Emperor Palace was incomparably quiet. Blood oozed out of the 10 fingers and slowly dripped onto the archangel's stomach, dyeing his skin red. At first, it felt a little warm, but then it felt a little cold, and finally, it became sticky. Death was not scary. The most terrifying thing was to die slowly while enjoying the taste of death. Bleeding was not scary. What was scary was to bleed, and to bleed slowly. Yi Qinghan sat leisurely at the side, slowly drinking a pot of tea. Having lived 2 lives, he knew that the most powerful torture was not physical torture, but the torture of the soul. Sure enough, in less than an hour, the archangel's complexion began to change. Not only was he pale from blood loss, but his body also began to tremble slightly. However, his divine crystal had been crippled, and Yi Qinghan had used a special material to tie him up. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. An hour later, his body trembled even more violently. Logically speaking, the blood in his body should be able to flow at this rate for 4 hours. Even if all his blood flowed out, he wouldn't die immediately, but his muscles would slowly die. Of course, if his god crystal wasn't broken, even if all his cells died, he could slowly recover, unless his life force was completely depleted. 2 hours, just 2 hours. The archangel began to writhe his body frantically, using all his strength to start writhing. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, knowing that this archangel was on the verge of collapse. But he didn't move, instead letting the archangel continue to writhe for a while. Only then did he remove the archangel's helmet, took out the metal rod that was stuck in the archangel's mouth, and smiled faintly. "How is it? Do you want another 2 hours? Pff, devil, you must be the devil king of the Azura of Avicii, you will die a horrible death." The archangel's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Yi Qinghan's smile that was even more terrifying than that of a devil, and roared hysterically. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly, then picked up the helmet and covered the archangel's head. But before it could completely cover the archangel shook his head desperately and shouted, Don't, I'll help you think of a way, don't do it, I'll go crazy, I beg you." Yi Qinghan chuckled, and the soul ring in his hand flashed, and the archangel's body began to recover. After a while, the archangel's face returned to normal. He smiled faintly and said, "Speak, tell me everything you know. You can't kill me, your soul has an imprint in the Temple of Light. If I die, the God of Light will immediately find out." The archangel took a deep breath, and after a long silence, he spoke. Seeing Yi Qinghan's cold eyes, he quickly said, "I'm not doing this to save my life, this is the truth. You can lock me up here, and as long as I don't die, the upper realm will not know. Of course, I can also become your slave, I promise to be loyal to you, I swear in the name of the God of Light." Smack! Yi Qinghan picked up the helmet and threw it at the archangel. "Swear to hell, become my slave, and you want to swear in the name of the God of Light? HM? That's right. If you become my soul slave, that means you are offering your soul to me. Will the God of Light find out? Don't play games with me. I can examine your soul. If you dare to lie, your soul will have a special fluctuation. When that happens, I'll let you continue to enjoy it." The archangel shook his head desperately, and said with a sad face, "No, your excellency. The God of Light cares about this the most. As long as there is a change in our soul, the imprint of our soul will change, and then he will know. The God of Light is very strict with the management of heaven. They are especially concerned about the piety of their followers and the people around them." Sure enough, Yi Qinghan secretly thought that it was a close call. If he had asked the archangel to offer his soul as soon as he came in, the God of Light would know immediately, and it would be troublesome if he sent someone down to investigate. Being in a different world, there were 12 level 9 experts above him, and he didn't know whether they were experts at the upper level 9 or level 9 Supreme Master. Yi Qinghan had to be careful and advance step by step, otherwise he would be doomed eternally. "Think of a way for me to get into heaven, and I can't let the God of Light know that I came from a different world. If you can't think of a way, I will come in half a month to let you bleed, until you are completely crazy. I can't kill you, I can't touch your soul, but it's okay to play with you until you are crazy." Yi Qinghan patted the archangel's pale face with the back of his hand, and then smiled gently, saying, "If you can think of a good way, I will get into heaven, and finally have a chance to kill those 12 God of Light, and unify the heavenly hall. Maybe I will let you sit on the throne of the God of Light." Seeing Yi Qinghan's figure disappear in the War Emperor Palace, the archangel's whole body and soul trembled, and he weakly lay in the corner, murmuring, "He wants to sneak into heaven? He wants to unify the heavenly hall. He must be a devil from the Hell Azura Sea. He must be the Devil King." Chapter 1100. Pandora and Alice's group of 5 worry for the whole night, while Sig and the other archbishops don't sleep at all. They're waiting to watch a good show. Either His Holiness the Pope's woman is humiliated, or the Pope challenges the Archangel's dignity, and His Majesty Han Yi is slapped to death by the Archangel. Of course, these archbishops hope for the latter, because after Yi Qinghan's death, their chance will come. Pandora and the others are pleasantly surprised, and the archbishops are shocked. Yi Qinghan announces a piece of news when he comes out of the archangel's room the next day. The great archangel received the god of light's summons in the middle of the night, and hurriedly returned to heaven. This news is very shocking, very sudden. Even the most innocent Pandora doesn't believe it. For hundreds of thousands of years, if the people of the Holy Plain want to go to heaven, they must go through the altar on the rooftop. It takes at least a few days of preparation for the altar to be activated. Besides, even if the archangel left in a hurry, wouldn't he still have time to take one more person with him? The archangel has disappeared. After confirming this piece of news, all the cardinals began to panic. They were extremely terrified. What is the archangel? That's the representative of the god of light. He actually disappeared inexplicably? Will the god of light be furious, send down divine punishment, and destroy the world? Everyone looks at Yi Qinghan with even more pious eyes. To be able to make a tyrannical archangel disappear inexplicably, just how powerful is His Holiness the Pope? Alice, Pandora, and the others are overjoyed, but they're also worried about Yi Qinghan. Killing an emissary from the upper realm, this is going to pierce through the heavens. In the eye of the storm, Yi Qinghan doesn't care about what everyone thinks. Every day, if he's not fishing in the lake behind the church, he's leisurely reading books on the highest floor of the church, eating and drinking. His days are very comfortable. Although Alice and the other three very much want to restore their previous friends with benefits relationship with Yi Qinghan, it seems that the great His Majesty Han Yi has recently begun to cultivate his moral character. He turns a blind eye to these people's various temptations. Even Pandora has become a lot colder. Yi Qinghan began to focus on suppressing the black lines in his mind. As Obama's demonic aura weakened, the evil thoughts in his mind also decreased a lot. Without the evil fire, of course, he wouldn't go and have sex with those shady women. Alice and the other three's unintentional actions that night made Yi Qinghan very disappointed, and he missed his wives in the secret realm of reincarnation even more. Pandora sensed Yi Qinghan's coldness and didn't pester him like other women. Instead, she focused on refining the divine crystal and went into seclusion. Alice, on the other hand, started arranging for Ramses and the other two to enter the church to further consolidate her power while refining divine crystals. She felt that this powerful and mysterious man was about to leave them soon. Before this man leaves, they must have the power to protect themselves, and also protect Pandora. Spring leaves and autumn comes, flowers bloom and wilt. 3 years have passed, and that archangel who liked nuns to confess at night has definitely disappeared. However, the divine punishment that the several archbishops had imagined didn't come, and heaven didn't even send a single emissary. Everyone felt completely at ease, and they also became even more respectful towards Yi Qinghan. To be able to kill an archangel, and still be completely undetected by the upper realm, His Majesty Han Yi is very powerful. Yi Qinghan still fishes every day, drinking tea and reading books. At night, he would stand alone on the rooftop of the church and look up at the sky, enjoying the good time of solitude that belongs to a person. Every few months, Pandora would come out of seclusion. Every time, she would quietly come to the doorway of the rooftop at night, but she didn't go out. Instead, she would quietly hide in a corner, watching that lonely silhouette looking up at the starry sky. There are no tears in her eyes, but there's the same faint sadness in those eyes of that lonely silhouette. Tonight, it's just as lonely, just as enchanting, just as poignantly beautiful. Pandora has been refining the divine crystal for 3 years. Although she hasn't broken through to the heavenly god realm, her skills are still quite outstanding. Her appearance is still as delicate as water, but her figure is incomparably agile. She quietly arrives at the doorway of the rooftop, hiding in a familiar corner. She looks outside, but she doesn't see that lonely silhouette that used to be here every night. Her slightly curved eyelashes tremble, and there's some doubt in her gem-like eyes. Every night, His Majesty Han Yi would look up at the starry sky and ponder about life. Why isn't he here tonight? Could it be that he has changed? Is he going to discuss the doctrine with Alice and the other three again? But when she plucks up her courage and enters Alice's room, she doesn't find His Majesty Han Yi. She panics a little, and she and Alice and the other three begin to search separately. But even after searching the entire church, they still can't find Yi Qinghan. But Alice suddenly remembers something, and her complexion suddenly pales. It seems that she hasn't seen the great His Majesty Han Yi for 3 days. Although Yi Qinghan isn't as familiar with them as before, every time he's going to leave the holy city or enter the War Imperial Hall to cultivate, he'll give them a heads up. But this time, he suddenly disappears, and it's been 3 days. Finally, Pandora, Alice, and the other 3 arrive at the rooftop. The 5 of them imitate Yi Qinghan and look up at the starry sky. They look at each other, and all begin to feel fear. Could it be that His Majesty Han Yi has really left? Abandoned them? Alice's strength is the highest among them, but she originally only had the strength of a peak divine general. Even after refining the divine crystal for 3 years, she could barely reach the strength of a divine king. But the archbishops are all at the level of god emperors, and each of them looks at Pandora with hidden greed in their eyes. Pandora isn't worried about her own safety. She just looks at the starry sky with incomparable sadness. At this moment, she feels abandoned by this world. Yi Qinghan didn't leave. He wants to leave, but there's no good way at the moment. He enters the War Imperial Hall. The reason why he didn't inform Alice and the others before entering the War Imperial Hall is because something has happened, something big has happened. After absorbing the power of faith for 3 years, the power of light in his body is already very strong. Most of the black lines in his mind had been suppressed. The 30 longest black lines had been completely suppressed, and the short black lines that were just showing their sharp edges had also been suppressed by a lot. The power of light in his soul sea has completely surpassed the power of darkness. The black lines are no longer spreading, and his soul is no longer collapsing. But just 3 days ago, something strange happened. In the great hall of the War Imperial Hall that is filled with mysterious stone tablets, Yi Qinghan's figure is rolling around on the ground. His hands are holding his head tightly, and his delicate face has become distorted. Blood is dripping, and he looks incomparably hideous. His whole body is emitting a fierce aura, and his eyes are bloodshot, filled with pain. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan rolled a few times on the ground and suddenly shot up. Then, holding his head, he fiercely smashed into the mysterious stone tablet at the side. The powerful force caused the entire mysterious stone tablet to tremble. If it wasn't for the restriction on the stone tablet, it was likely that the stone tablet in the hall would have been smashed into pieces by him. Blood starts gushing out of his head, and his green hair is dyed red. His sacred white robe is stained with blood, and it's a ghastly sight. The soul ring immediately emits a gentle light to heal Yi Qinghan's injuries. Then, Yi Qinghan starts rolling on the ground while holding his head again. Not long after, he jumps up and starts slamming into the stone tablet wall again. This cycle has been repeated for 3 days and 3 nights. At this moment, Yi Qinghan feels like he is the monkey that Tripitaka keeps chanting the band-tightening mantra. His head is splitting, and his soul sea is on the verge of collapsing. Perhaps, in the next second, the 2 soul seas would shatter into pieces with a bang. And then, there's no then. Chapter 11:01. The power of light. God damn it, this young master is going to die because of you. Could it be that today will be the day that I, Yi Qinghan, fall? 6 hours later, Yi Qinghan lay on the ground covered in blood, gasping for breath. Although his eyes were open, they were filled with helplessness and despair. For the past 3 days and 3 nights, every hour, he would have a relapse. His soul sea would swell up, and he would feel an indescribable pain, as if his entire head was about to explode. Every time he relapsed, the pain would cause him to roll on the ground, and he would slam his head against the stone walls for half a day. Only now did he have an hour to rest. He didn't know if he could withstand the next wave of pain after an hour. He didn't know if there would be a next wave. Yi Qinghan blankly looked at the ceiling of the hall. He suddenly understood a problem, a fatal problem. He was wrong. He used the power of light to suppress the black lines. This was a mistake in itself. An incomparably stupid decision. Light and darkness were 2 opposing elements. It was true just like yin and yang. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over good. However, he had forgotten one problem. Good and evil were still at odds. It was better to block than to block. The more he pressed, the more it would rebound. Forcefully using the power of light to suppress the power of darkness would result in the more energy in his soul sea, the more chaotic it would be. Originally, it was only a pure soul force. It was fine if there was an additional power of darkness. However, he was stupid enough to keep adding the power of light. If the positive and negative poles fused well, it might produce electricity. However, if it was not done well, it might short-circuit and explode. At this moment, Yiqinghan's soul sea was on the verge of exploding. Under the forceful suppression of the power of light, the black lines began to slowly shrink. However, they only shrank. They did not disappear. The powerful energy was constantly being suppressed, and in the end, it produced a strong rebound. Those black lines that had been suppressed began to split. 1 became 2, 3, 4. On the other hand, the power of light began to turn into white lines. At this moment, within Yiqinghan's 2 soul seas, black and white were distinct and crisscrossing. The surging power of darkness and the power of light used Yiqinghan's soul sea as the battlefield and started a confrontation. The energies on both sides were completely out of Yiqinghan's control. They went berserk, and Yiqinghan began to have a splitting headache under the confrontation of the energies on both sides. Again and again he crashed into the mysterious stone tablet, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. What should we do? What to do? What to do? If this were to continue, even if my spiritual sea did not collapse, I would still die from the pain. I would die from the loss of my life force. Divine Emperor, what should I do? Ever since the first mutation of his soul and the appearance of the black lines, Yiqinghan knew that something would happen to this ghost soul sooner or later. The day that something happened would be the day that he, Yiqinghan, fell. It was just that he didn't expect that when this day came, Yiqinghan still felt a burst of panic and fear. He did not want to die. In this world, there were traces of him, Yiqinghan, his beloved woman, and his descendants. He missed that beautiful Tsang city. He wanted to return to that magnificent palace in Fire Dragon City's sealed God Valley. He really wanted to live with the woman he loved until the end of time. I can't die, I still have to think of a way to go home. Qingqing and the others are still waiting for me. I still want to see my children that I have never seen since I was born. I still want to kill my way back to the divine world. I still want to stand at the peak. How can I die silently like this? Before he could finish his sentence, Yiqinghan rolled on the ground again. This time, the time he rested was even shorter than the last time. If not for the soul ring, Yiqinghan would have died many times over. Boom, boom. This time, the pain was obviously more intense. Yiqinghan only rolled a few times on the ground before bouncing up and violently slamming against the stone tablet. Blood began to splatter and splatter in the hall again. His body fell heavily on the ground, and he struggled to get up. Holding his head, he slammed against the wall in front of him. Half a day later, Yiqinghan was lying on the ground once again. There was not a single part of his body that was not stained with blood. There was not a single part of his delicate face that was not stained with blood. He was so weak that he could not even open his eyes. He did not even have the strength to move his fingers. After several soul mutations, he did not know what to do anymore. He could only let his soul mutate automatically. He had a powerful body, but there was nothing he could do. He could only wait for death to come. Battle Emperor, what should I do? I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Yiqinghan called out to the Battle Emperor again and again in his heart, putting the last straw on the Battle Emperor. If even such a peerless expert could not do anything, then he could only wait for death. Sigh, the soul is the strangest existence in the body. I have no way. No one can save you except the God Emperor. This is your life and also my life. After you die, this remnant of my soul will also disappear from this world. The familiar voice resounded in Yiqinghan's mind. The last straw was broken. After obtaining the final answer, Yiqinghan's soul became empty. He did not think about it anymore, nor was he afraid. Instead, he opened his eyes with difficulty. His hands trembled as he circulated his divine energy. A long black saber appeared in his hand. He extended his divine sense and sensed Xiaohei, who was sleeping soundly inside. Xiaohei, boss is leaving. When you wake up, don't cry. Sigh, after I die, you will be in this battle Emperor Palace. I don't know if you will be in danger even if you obtain this battle Emperor Palace in the end. Yi Qinghan let out a deep sigh as his trembling hands caressed the Slaughter God's saber. After a while, he placed the Slaughter God's saber back into the treasury and struggled to turn his body over. He stared blankly at the ceiling and started to daydream. He started to recall his life. Since he was about to leave this world, he had to remember something. He recalled the days when he was young in the Yi family castle. Although he was bullied, his heart would always feel warm when he saw his mother's loving gaze. He recalled the first time he summoned Xiaohei. That cute look. He recalled the time when Yi Qingyu sacrificed herself. That holy light. He recalled Divine Lord Tu's bewitching bald head. He recalled Elder Lu's goat-like face. He recalled Lord Devour. He recalled many, many more memories. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to endure the next round of soul pain. Although the soul ring could heal his injuries, his life force was slowly fading along with the blood on the ground. Without his life force, even a divine emperor wouldn't be able to save him. He incomparably treasured every second. He began to recall Yi Qingyu's clear and pure eyes, Yu Qingxing's otherworldly temperament, Yi Qingwu's fiery temperament, fireworks' exquisite appearance, Yi Yaorao's ice-cold aura, Yin Ling, Er's surging figure, Lan Yu's experienced yet youthful temperament, Cherry Blossom's wildness, Yao Ji's peerlessly bewitching charm. Finally, he thought of Pandora and sighed deeply. After he left, this lass's fate would definitely be incomparably tragic. He said that he would protect her, but it seemed like he would have to go back on his words this time. He weakly closed his eyes, feeling the black and white lines in his mind slowly wriggling again. However, he revealed a poignant smile and finally murmured, "Goodbye, this world, don't forget that I have been here before." Chapter 1102. Bursts of heart-wrenching pain came. Yi Qinghan's two seas of souls once again became a battlefield for the power of light and the power of darkness. When great immortals fought, mortals suffered. With such fierce energy, and the soul being the weakest part of the human body, the power of light originally had the absolute advantage. After all, there were so many people and so much power of faith that had been continuously transmitted over the past 3 years. As for the power of darkness, most of it was purified by the lightning above Yi Qinghan's Sea of Souls. The white lines above the Sea of Souls surged violently. Each black line was entangled by several white lines, silently devouring and killing each other. It was a very bitter battle. But in the past few days, the bridge above the Sea of Souls had been shining brightly. This bridge, which was originally glowing with holy light, was derived from the black lines. At this moment, it suddenly accelerated and began to refine Obama's remnant demonic aura inside. At this moment, Obama and Yi Qinghan were on the verge of death. The white bridge shone brightly, and his demonic aura instantly began to be refined at 100 times the speed. The black lines were replenished with energy and began to counterattack. This was why Yi Qinghan felt more and more turbulent and more painful each time. At this moment, Obama's remaining origin aura had been completely refined after nearly 4 days of refinement. The energy of the black lines and the white lines had reached an equal ratio. The battle began to escalate. Yi Qinghan also knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to survive this round. Over the past 4 days, the massive loss of blood had almost completely drained Yi Qinghan's vitality. He felt unparalleled pain. His head felt like it was constantly being inflated like a balloon, about to explode at any moment. But he was powerless to jump up and smash into walls and stone tablets. The pain from his external injuries reduced the swelling feeling in his head. He was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to roll around. He held his head and lay on the ground, his body trembling like a cat that had been electrocuted. He was also like a wild boar that was on the verge of death, his limbs twitching from time to time. He tightly closed his eyes. Because of the pain, his eyebrows were almost knitted together, But he didn't have the strength to grimace. Instead, the muscles on his face twitched from time to time. In ancient times, when people were about to die, their words were also kind. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, felt that when a person was about to die, everything would feel a little illusory. Her body was no longer in pain, and everything else seemed to be unimportant. Her soul began to tremble and was on the verge of collapse. It wasn't important. Whether or not Pandora would suffer the blasphemy of the archbishops was unimportant. It was not important whether the god realm would forever groan under Xianxia's demonic claws. In the reincarnation mystic realm, would his wife be heartbroken? Would his children be mischievous? Would Xiao Hei's spiritual body, the slaughter god blade, the soul emperor pavilion, and the black stone in the god crystal? Whose hands would it end up in? Everything was no longer important. At this moment, Yi Qinghan understood why the rich people in his previous life would donate all their assets after they died. Why didn't the Soul Emperor leave the Soul Emperor Pavilion to Xiao Hei? When a person was about to die, nothing really mattered anymore. There was not so much concern, so much worry, so much sadness. This was because once he closed his eyes, this world had nothing to do with him. Once he entered the yellow earth, he would turn into the yellow earth. Why would he be so conflicted and obsessed? He didn't think about how to save himself. Ever since his first soul mutation, he had started to look up information about this. He even secretly asked Mo Xiaoxiao about it. In the end, the Battle Emperor made the final decision. You can go now. Other than the God Emperor, no one can save you. He didn't even know if the God Emperor existed in this world. How could he save me? He started to let his imagination run wild again. It was as if the pain in his soul had nothing to do with him anymore. At this moment, it was as if his soul had left his body. What happened to the body below him was no longer important. He just wanted to think more before he left this world. If there was really an afterlife, he might be able to remember some of it. Then, he thought of Tsong City, Purple Island, Firework Tribe, Apotheosis Valley, Fire Dragon City, Supreme Island, and the beautiful Endless Void. Endless Voids, if it wasn't for that ** T black hole that sent me to this godforsaken place, I might be able to take a look at the reincarnation mystic realm before I die. If I could take another look, how great would it be? Black hole, black hole. Black hole? Black hole? Black hole. At the last moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the black hole that swallowed him. His mind shook violently. He seemed to have grasped something in his hazy state. Then the power of light and the power of darkness collided, pulling Yi Qinghan back to his thoughts. But it made Yi Qinghan's soul shake again. Light? Darkness? Life? He thought of the lightning that struck his sea of soul from time to time again. Lightning represented destruction. But when the spring thunder roared, all living things would come back to life. Destruction, from another perspective, represented rebirth? Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan's sea of soul trembled violently. However, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his entire face was flushed red like the last radiance of a setting sun. The corners of his mouth actually revealed an intoxicating smile at this moment. His eyes were no longer filled with bitterness and helplessness. Instead, they were filled with unparalleled passion and determination. Destruction? Rebirth? Black hole? Unbreakable and indestructible? Destruction before creation. Time to gamble. Sea of soul, explode, explode, explode. Boom. Yi Qinghan's sea of soul was already on the verge of collapse. However, Yi Qinghan used all his soul power to control the lightning above his sea of soul, turning it into a furious lightning that struck his soul. His soul, which was already on the verge of collapse due to the violent power of light and darkness, exploded under the tyrannical power of lightning. It was torn apart and turned into pieces of fragments. They whistled through the light shield in the sea of soul, as if they had turned into countless streams of broken sabers in the space. Yi Qinghan's body trembled violently. He slowly closed his eyes. His face was devoid of blood. His body was no longer trembling and there was no breath. It was as if he had really bid farewell to this world forever. Boom. At the same time, the entire holy continent was suddenly struck by lightning. 7 colored auspicious clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The auspicious clouds didn't gather slowly. Instead, they shrouded the entire holy continent and illuminated it. Terrifying purple lightning struck from the sky from time to time. However, all of them strangely landed on the same place, the holy city. All the people of the holy continent were frightened. All the devout believers prostrated on the ground, worshipping the miracle and the power of heaven. Even the heretics and dark creatures prostrated on the ground in fear under the terrifying power of heaven. If there were experts from the divinity existential plane or the god of light here, they would also be shocked. Because even if someone had broken through to level 9 and was recognized by the laws of heaven and earth, such a phenomenon wouldn't happen. The sky of the holy continent was filled with the colorful clouds. The purple lightning was thicker and more turbulent than the one before. In the space turbulence outside the holy plain, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. The white-haired old man appeared without a sound. He was wearing a simple sackcloth and was barefooted. His looks were ordinary and he didn't have any aura of a powerful expert on him. That wasn't important. What was important was, he didn't have any power of origin. How dare he stand in the void? Swish, the space blade currents whizzed over from afar. Countless blade currents glittering with golden light were whizzing toward the old man. They were about to hit him. But something extremely strange happened. The old man didn't move. He didn't gather any power of origin. He didn't even look at them. But the blade currents separated and flew past the old man. They didn't even cut a strand of his hair. This was the space blade currents that even level 9 supreme martial artists were afraid of. The old man didn't even look at the blade currents whizzing over and away. There was no emotion on his face. Standing in the void and looking at the holy plain, he seemed to be able to see through the power of origin and see what was going on inside the holy plain. Well, it's been hundreds of millions of eras. After a long time, the old man suddenly spoke. His voice was incomparably old, incomparably lonely, but with a trace of hope. He gazed at the holy plain again and said faintly, "The second person has finally appeared. I just don't know if he can make it to the end." The old man in sackcloth left an inexplicable sentence, then turned around and strode toward the hollow. Every step he took covered thousands of miles. The space vortex that even level 9 experts were afraid of was not noticed by the old man in sackcloth. In the blink of an eye, he took a few steps and disappeared in the endless hollow. Chapter 1103. Alice feels that something's not right. It's been 3 months. That green-haired, green-eyed, benevolent His Majesty Han Yi has never appeared again. Regarding this mysterious and powerful man, Alice actually reveres him more than she loves him. She has accompanied Pandora since she was a child. The 4 of them socialized with various great aristocrats, and also had ambiguous exchanges with some great aristocrats. After Pandora's father was killed, Pandora began to rise, and those aristocrats suddenly changed their faces. She swore that she would never trust any man again. Regarding Yi Qinghan, she has always held the mentality of using her body to please him, flatter him, and attach herself to him. As a result, she got what she wanted. She became the high priestess, and her strength was constantly improving. If Yi Qinghan had left in a few years, she would have probably become the first female pope in the Holy Continent. But that night, when she and Lasis knelt down and begged him, she saw the disappointment and indifference in his eyes. She knows that she was wrong. She didn't completely give her heart to this man, so she was destined to be farther and farther away from this man, and finally, leave his world. She just didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Yi Qinghan is missing. She recalled how the archbishops had looked at her and Pandora with hidden greed in their eyes. Looking at how the archbishops had started to move up and down in the past few days, waiting to confirm that Yi Qinghan had really gone missing before they started to fight for that position. She couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She knows very well that if Yi Qinghan really doesn't come back, once someone sits in that position, the 4 of them and Pandora will be very miserable. Although this continent is big, there is no place for the 5 of them to hide. "Princess, you'd better go back to Mengzhong City. This holy city, I'm afraid it won't be long before there will be chaos." In Pandora's room, Alice once again advised Pandora, who was standing by the window. Although she knows that Pandora may not be safe even if she returns to Mengzhong City, at least there is Mike the Tortoise and the others to protect her. The arrival of the Archangel, coupled with the vision of heaven and earth a few days after Yi Qinghan's disappearance, made the Holy Sea's reputation reach its highest point in history. That terrifying heaven and earth anomaly, the bolts of purple lightning constantly struck down, but their target was the church in the Holy City. In the end, nothing happened to the church, and there were no casualties in the Holy City. Of course, the church would not give up such a good opportunity. They immediately began to describe this strange phenomenon as the manifestation of the God of Light. They even went so far as to say that the God of Light had met with Pope Han Yi and several archbishops at the highest level of the Holy See and encouraged them and so on. At this moment, the church, with the might of the heavens and earth, had completely secured its position as the overlord of the continent. No one in the three great empires dared to fight against them, and no one dared to defy the church's decree. Countless powerhouses even betrayed the three great empires and joined the church. In this world, Pandora and the others really had nowhere to go. Pandora didn't look back. She looked through the window at the Holy City, which was filled with people. She shook her head, and an extremely determined look flashed in her eyes. She stubbornly said, "He said he would protect me. He won't leave without saying anything. I will wait here for him to come back." Night gradually fell, but Pandora was still standing by the window. She began to imitate Yi Qinghan and looked up at the starry sky. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. In the War Emperor's palace, in the great hall filled with mysterious stone tablets, Yi Qinghan's body did not have the slightest aura. His face was pale as if he had been dead for a long time. Buzz! At this time, the space in the great hall suddenly fluctuated. Then, a phantom figure condensed in front of Yi Qinghan. The reason why it was called a phantom figure was because this figure was translucent. This was an old man in a black robe. He was tall and burly, and his expression was calm but dignified. He stared at Yi Qinghan, his brows slightly furrowed, and his face was full of confusion. His domineering voice resounded in the great hall. "Hey, this is really strange. It's been 3 months. This brat actually didn't die? And he even caused such a domineering phenomenon?" The War Emperor had almost given up all hope. After Yi Qinghan died, the immortal realm would explode, and the black stone would also explode. Without Yi Qinghan's energy to replenish it, the remnant of the War Emperor's soul would also disappear from this world. This was nothing. The War Emperor was already a dead person. He did not have extravagant hopes of reviving. He only hoped to find a successor, someone who could help him fulfill his last wish. Unexpectedly, the moment Yi Qinghan's soul exploded, countless purple lightning bolts suddenly descended from the War Emperor's palace. This scared the War Emperor, who was secretly probing with his divine sense, so much so that he immediately retracted it. It was only when he realized that Yi Qinghan's divine crystal had not shattered that he dared to quietly probe it out. However, he discovered that the energy in his remnant soul had become much more abundant after the purple lightning bolts. He could actually form a phantom figure. Yi Qinghan was actually still alive. After this brat's soul exploded, it turned into pieces of fragments. Why does it feel like the space-shattering blade current in the endless void? Why is it flying around in the soul space? The phantom figure of the War Emperor stood motionlessly beside Yi Qinghan. He began to pay attention to the changes in Yi Qinghan's soul space. He was extremely interested in Yi Qinghan, not only because Yi Qinghan had obtained his inheritance, but also because he was the strangest genius in the divine world, or perhaps the whole world. His soul had exploded for 3 months, but he was still alive. The 2 soul seas in Yi Qinghan's soul had turned into fragments. The white line was gone, the black line was gone, the white bridge was gone, the source energy was gone, and the power of lightning was also gone. There were only countless black, white, and purple fragments. They were so many that they were uncountable. They were divided into thousands of fragments, and they were like the space-shattering blade current flying around in Yi Qinghan's soul space. It was incomparably strange. 2 months later, the War Emperor suddenly raised his eyebrows. The doubt in his eyes deepened, and he cried out in disbelief. This soul fragment has actually started to spin? It has turned into a whirlpool? Why does this whirlpool feel like the space whirlpool in the void? Strange, strange. This kid is really the world's #1 freak. Inside Yi Qinghan's soul space, half of the soul fragments started to spin in a strange trajectory, forming a whirlpool. Occasionally, some soul fragments that flew past the whirlpool were sucked in. Eventually, the whirlpool became bigger and bigger, spinning faster and faster. For months later, something even stranger happened. The War Emperor was so shocked that he couldn't speak. When all the soul fragments were sucked into the whirlpool had become incomparably huge, occupying almost half of the soul space. At this time, in the center of the whirlpool, a black color started to appear. It was a black color that couldn't be seen at the bottom. When the War Emperor first saw this black color, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. When the countless white, black, and purple soul fragments were sucked into the black color also started to expand. The War Emperor finally came to his senses, and he cried out involuntarily, "Black hole! Spatial black hole. A spatial black hole that can devour everything. This kid actually has a black hole in his soul space? Did it absorb all of his soul fragments? Big explosion, space-shattering blade current, space whirlpool, space black hole." The War Emperor seemed to see an endless void in Yi Qinghan's soul space. He didn't know why this change happened, and what would happen to Yi Qinghan after this change. However, he had a strong premonition that if this kid didn't die, his achievements would be incomparably high, so high that even the War Emperor could only look up to him. Chapter 1104. 1 year passed by quickly. In the Holy Continent, the Holy Sea's status continued to rise, but there were also undercurrents within the Holy See. Sieg was helpless. Although he was the second in command of the Holy See, his position wasn't stable yet, and he hadn't established his authority yet. His Majesty Han Yi had been missing for a year. A few months ago, the archbishops had been clamoring to choose a new pope, but they were forcefully suppressed by Sieg and Alice. But now, it had been a year, and this matter couldn't be suppressed any longer. The Holy See had decreed that a new pope must be chosen after a year of disappearance. Although he was very passionate about this position, he didn't dare to hope for it, because he knew how terrifying that man was. If he came back and saw him sitting in his position, "Sigh, Your Majesty, Sieg has no other choice. Instead of letting Taylor be the pope, I can only try my best to fight for it. At least I can help you protect your woman." Sieg straightened his robe, regained his solemn expression, and slowly walked out. Although he didn't want to sit in that position, it was too easy for him to do it now. The election of the Pope required the votes of the 12 cardinals of the Holy See and the leader of the nuns, High Priestess Alice. Sieg had always been preaching in the Malfa Empire, and there were also the archbishops of the Mali Empire who favored Yi Qinghan as well as Alice. Sieg was 100% confident that he would get enough votes. When he walked to the highest floor of the church, the 6 archbishops of the Holy City were already seated, and the 6 archbishops of the 3 empires were also there. When Alice gave him a look of affirmation, Sieg became even more confident. The 13 higher-ups of the Holy See gathered together, and without any nonsense, they followed the rules of the Holy See. The previous pope had disappeared for a year, and they had to choose a new pope. In the end, there were 2 candidates. One was Sieg, and the other was Taylor. Taylor was originally a cardinal of the Mali Empire, and when Yi Qinghan became the pope, he was the first to support Yi Qinghan other than Sieg. But to Alice, he was also the most dangerous person, because Taylor's strength was the highest among everyone present, and he was the one who was looking at her and Pandora with the most fervent gaze. The first to vote were the 2 red-robed archbishops of the Malfa Empire, and they voted for Sigurd without a doubt. Alice immediately expressed her strong support for Sigurd. Then, a red-robed archbishop in the Holy City also expressed his support for Sieg. The voting had just begun. Aside from Sieg and Roland, there were 4 votes out of 11. However, Sigurd didn't relax at all. Instead, his expression turned serious. At the same time, Alice's expression began to change slightly, because they saw a cold smile on Taylor's face, an incomparably savage cold smile. As expected, the voting was one-sided. The remaining 7 people all voted for Taylor. Sig and Alice's faces turned ashen as they watched Taylor walk proudly towards the seat that Yi Qinghan used to sit on. Defeated. A crushing defeat. This was especially true for Alice. When she saw Taylor sit on the throne and casually cast a vicious look at her, her mind went blank. She thought of the nuns he had tortured to death all these years, and she felt her hair stand on end. She began to miss that green-haired, green-eyed man who liked to look up at the stars. Although she knew that this man would most likely never return. 3 days, just 3 days. Sig once again became the red-robed archbishop of Mengzhong City, and the second chief judge was replaced by another archbishop. Every change had its own ministers. Taylor did things swiftly and decisively. With the absolute advantage and the support of the Malamachi Empire and the Malamachi Empire, the archbishop and Sig who supported Sig all lost their power. Surprisingly, High Priestess Alice did not change her position. Alice knew that Sig would not let her off, nor would he let Pandora off. She also knew that on the first day Taylor became the Pope, he had already sent people to monitor them. Alice knew that Taylor kept her and Pandora alive because he wanted to torture them to death. Princess, don't be afraid. Even if the 4 of us die, we will not let that bastard violate you. Mike the Tortoise has already brought people here, and they are probably outside the holy city now. They will enter the city tomorrow to protect you. In Pandora's room, Alice gritted her teeth. Although her face was pale, she was extremely determined. Similarly, Ramses and the other 2 did not leave Pandora for the past few days. That was because they all knew that Taylor had evil thoughts about Pandora when he first went to Mengzhong City. Pandora's face was as calm as still water. Her hands were hidden in her sleeves, and there was a sharp sword hidden in them. That was a gift from her father on the day she became an adult. Shoo shoo shoo. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. Alice was elated. Mike the Tortoise and the others actually came so quickly? However, when he saw the pair of burning eyes at the door, his face turned pale again. He immediately took out his weapon and stood beside Pandora to protect her. Are you waiting for Mike the Tortoise? To tell you the truth, he was already here half a day ago, but now he has become a pile of minced meat. My dear High Priestess, put away your weapon. I think we can talk. There is nothing to talk about. Either you kill us or we ask you to get out. Alice did not speak, but Pandora spoke faintly. Her tone was very calm as a pool of stagnant water. My dear princess, my goddess. As the princess of the Malfa Empire, don't you care about your people anymore? Taylor waved his hand and opened the magic array in the room. He then said with a sinister smile, 3 days later, the Mali Empire and the Maki Empire will send their troops to attack the Malfa Empire. Think about it. Millions of warriors from the 2 empires attacking your homeland. What will the consequences be? The Malfa Empire that has existed for 10,000 years will become history. Billions of Malfa people will be enslaved and killed at will. Beautiful and kind Princess Pandora, do you have the heart to do that? You beast! Pandora, who had always been calm, had a change in expression. She had never cursed before, but now she could not help but curse. As the princess of the Malfa Empire, her family had always been the ruler of the Malfa Empire. The people of the Malfa Empire were her people, and their only weakness. My beautiful princess, as the pontiff of the Holy Continent, of course I can't bear to see the people of the Malfa Empire fall into dire straits. As long as you agree to a small request of mine, I will do my best to help the Malfa Empire survive this crisis. The sinister smile on Taylor's face became wider. He stretched out a finger and said sincerely, Taylor's request is very simple. 1 year. I only need you to accompany me for 1 year. I will immediately ask them to retreat. If you insist on killing yourself with the dagger in your hand, I will not force you. I guarantee that half of the people of the Malfa Empire will die with you. Don't even think about it. Alice and the other 3 roared in anger, but a huge pressure descended on them. Taylor then swung his hand a few times, and the 4 of them were sent flying. Taylor was a high-level emperor god, and Alice and the others could not fight back at all. Taylor did not attack Pandora. He only smiled and looked at Pandora, who was holding the dagger and pointing it at her lower abdomen. "You can stab it, and I promise not to stop you. However, Alice and the other 3 will die miserably. Your family will all die miserably. Your billions of Malfa Empire citizens will all die miserably. In fact, I will get people to dig out the corpses of your father and mother and hang them together with your corpses at the entrance of Mengzhong City. I swear in the name of the pontiff." Clang! A crisp sound could be heard, and the dagger fell to the ground with a trace of blood. Along with the dagger were 2 rows of silent tears. Chapter 1105. Alice is in despair, Ramses is in despair, and Pandora is also in despair. This Pope Taylor is definitely a devil's substitute. He's actually using the lives of billions of Malfa's people, the lives of the Pandora clan, and most importantly, using the corpses of Pandora's parents to threaten her. How is this the Pope? He's simply the devil's king of the Azure Sea. Yi Qinghan's methods seem so childish in front of him. Pandora's dainty body starts to tremble. She tightly closes her eyes, and her curved eyelashes start to tremble. She doesn't dare to look at Taylor. She's afraid that she won't be able to control herself and do something impulsive. In the end, she'll implicate her parents, who love her the most, and they won't be able to rest in peace. Pandora is a pure and kind girl, and at the same time, an extremely filial child. So, she compromised. The smile on Taylor's face is very bright. He's waited for this day for too long. He looks at this absolutely beautiful and tender body that can move the hearts of all men in the world. He looks at this body that's emitting an increasingly alluring fragrance. His heart starts to surge. He looks out the window, and the corners of his mouth slightly rise. What a beautiful night it is tonight. Feeling Taylor's body start to slowly walk towards her, Pandora starts to slowly retreat. But she hasn't retreated 2 steps when she leans against the ice-cold wall. She shivers and turns her body. She doesn't look at Taylor, who's closing in on her step by step. Instead, she looks out the window at the stars that fill the sky. She starts to call out soundlessly, "Big brother Han Yi, where are you? Didn't you say that you'll protect Pandora?" Taylor sees Pandora turn around, leaving him with a perfect view of her back and buttocks. His eyes shine even more brightly. He slightly shakily stretches out his hands and slowly covers those 2 round and perky buttocks, as if to caress the world's most precious treasure. Rip! There's an almost inaudible sound of something breaking through the air. Taylor's hands suddenly stop in the air, and his complexion instantly turns ashen. And the eyes of Alice and the other 3, who were originally in incomparable despair on the ground, suddenly emit a burst of light. Then the pupils of their eyes instantly dilate and become infinitely hot. An emotion called ecstasy surges on the 4 people's faces. A blade appears in the air. It was a long black saber with strange patterns on it. There were 2 large words on it, God's Slayer. Pandora also seemed to feel something, but she didn't turn around. She just tried her best to control her trembling body, wiped away the tears in her eyes, and tidied up her messy hair. "Taylor, you've grown up? This pontiff robe fits me well. All he lacked was a scepter. How about this young master give you the scepter as well? From the looks of it, you still want to play with my woman?" It was a familiar voice, a familiar tone, and a familiar dominance. It was him. He's back. Pandora's body, which was originally not trembling, trembled more and more violently at this moment. More and more tears flowed out of her gem-like eyes, and her hair became more and more messy. In the end, she didn't care about anything else. She turned around abruptly and searched for that familiar figure through Tyler's stiff body. A long black knife was placed on Taylor's neck. Behind him was a familiar head of green hair, a pair of demonic green eyes, and a familiar gentle smile on that delicate face. It was him. He didn't abandon her, he's been guarding by her side. At this moment, the tears in Pandora's eyes suddenly stopped flowing. An intoxicating smile appeared on her face, like a lily blooming under the sun, beautiful and warm. "Your Majesty, the great Emperor Han Yi, you're finally back." "That's great, that's..." Taylor knelt on the ground with a plop. Facing His Majesty Han Yi, who dared to kill an archangel, he didn't even have the courage to fight. He knelt on the ground and slowly turned his head around. He looked at Yi Qinghan with a pleasantly surprised expression, his face full of flattery. But before he could finish speaking, before the smile on his face could fully bloom, the God Slayer suddenly turned, and the back of the blade ruthlessly smashed into his head, sending him flying several meters away. Fresh blood flowed out of his head. If Yi Qinghan hadn't used the back of the blade, half of his head would have been gone by now. You want to play this game with me? I saw everything that happened just now. Watching you jumping around made me feel very happy. We're all here to make a living, so we shouldn't blame our families. You bastard, you can't even let a dead person off? Yi Qinghan's lips curled up into a cold smile as he slowly walked over with the blade in his hand. This time, the God Slayer didn't point its back at Taylor. Instead, it pointed the blade at Taylor. Without waiting for Taylor to explain himself, a white light flashed, and the God Slayer slashed across the sky and slid across Taylor's stomach. Instantly, blood spurted out, and a dense aura of light surged out from Taylor's stomach. Taylor's face instantly turned ashen. He looked at the green-haired Yi Qinghan viciously, and his face twisted as he looked at Yi Qinghan. He gritted his teeth and said, "You crippled me? If you have the guts, kill me." Don't worry. I won't kill you. Killing a bastard like you will only dirty my blade." Yi Qinghan laughed coldly as he turned to look at Alice and the other three who were ecstatic. He laughed and said, "Alice, I'll leave this person to the four of you. Don't let him die a quick death. Drag him out and don't scare Pandora. Sig is back. He has something to tell him. Also, tell the 7 red-robed archbishops to kneel at the gates of the holy city. If they don't kneel for 100 days and 100 nights, kill themselves." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Alice and the others didn't say much, because they could feel Yi Qinghan's calm gaze towards them. The 4 of them smiled at Pandora, then dragged Taylor, whose strength had been crippled, out with faces full of excitement. "Your Majesty Taylor, did you have a good time beating us up just now? I believe you were still thinking about how to toy with us to death, right? Lazith, get Sig to find 100 of the strongest men from the ascetics. We will let His Majesty Tiger have a good time." Holding Tiger, whose face was twisted, Alice let out a bone-chilling laugh. Yi Qinghan's gaze made her feel extremely remorseful. This anger was just right to be vented on Taylor. Taylor's body began to tremble. He did not curse angrily anymore. He was only filled with regret and despair. There was also a trace of doubt. Could it be that His Majesty Han Yi had been hiding all along, waiting for him to jump out? Yi Qinghan was not so leisurely. He did not even have the time to comfort Pandora. He directly brought Pandora into the War Imperial Palace. He had been dead for an entire year. The moment he woke up, he hurriedly checked his body. After confirming that his strength was still there, he did not care much and directly left the War Imperial Palace. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise, he would have broken his promise to Pandora. Now that he had just stabilized the situation, he immediately returned to the War Imperial Palace. He threw Pandora aside and began to look inside his soul, carefully examining it. As a result, he was shocked once again. His body was fine. His divine crystal was also fine. What had happened was his soul. The 2 soul seas were gone. The power of origin was gone. The white bridge was gone. The black line, the white line, and the lightning were all gone. There was only a dark black hole. Chapter 1106. What's going on? I don't have a soul? Without a soul, how can I still be alive? Yi Qinghan was frightened. The soul was the source of a person. Without a soul, was he still a person? A martial artist would die if his divine crystal was shattered, and his soul would definitely scatter. But why was he still alive? That's not right. I can use my divine sense now. Since there is a divine sense, there should be a soul. Moreover, my divine power hasn't changed at all. I can still release the eternal space and use the power of space to easily defeat Taylor. What's going on? Yi Qinghan was immediately stunned. Originally, before his soul collapsed, he had thought of the idea of being indestructible and unbreakable, being reborn after destruction. He thought that after his soul exploded, he would be reborn and reassembled into a new soul. He didn't expect that his soul would explode and a black hole would appear. Why is my soul so strong? It's stronger than an explosion, at least 10 times stronger. Heavens, 10 times. Before the explosion, his soul was already as strong as a 7th grade war god. How much is 10 times stronger now? 8th grade? 9th grade? Upper 9th grade? 9th grade supreme being? All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan felt an incomparable shock. The strength of his soul. Ever since thunder and lightning appeared in the Sea of Soul, the Sea of Soul had been continuously refined by thunder and lightning. The Sea of Soul kept shrinking, but the strength of his soul kept increasing. At this moment, it was a full 10 times stronger. After confirming that his feeling wasn't wrong, he immediately opened his eyes and asked Pandora, who was sitting quietly next to him, "Pandora, did anything strange happen after I fell unconscious?" Then Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly and patted his head. He thought that he was stupid. How could Pandora know that he was in the War Emperor Palace? Unconscious? Strange? Pandora is startled, but then her eyes suddenly brighten. Without waiting for Yi Qinghan to speak, she cheerfully says, "Han Yidage, on the 4th day after you disappeared, a lot of rainbow-colored clouds appeared in the sky, and there were also purple lightning bolts. They unceasingly bombarded the church, and they bombarded it for no less than half an hour, but the church wasn't the slightest bit affected. You don't know, at that time, the whole continent was shocked. At that time, Pandora was scared out of her wits, thinking that the god of light was going to punish her and destroy the world. 7-colored clouds and purple lightning? It was a worldly phenomenon. And it lasted for an hour." Yi Qinghan didn't expect that his casual question would really lead to something important. The 4th day? Wasn't the 4th day the day his soul exploded? Could it have something to do with the heaven and earth anomaly? Could it be that his soul had become so strong after being struck by the purple lightning? That's not right. Wasn't the heavenly phenomenon supposed to deliver origin energy? He had been blasted twice and had been sent origin energy twice. Why wasn't there any origin energy this time? Instead, the strength of his soul had increased by so much? Origin energy. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a very serious problem. He did not have any origin energy at all. Wouldn't he be killed by the spatial blade stream as soon as he left the chaotic streams of space? It seemed that he could only be trapped in this holy continent until he died, or find a way to go to heaven. But thinking about it, it was already a great fortune to be able to keep his life. "Pandora, wait here for a while. I need to cultivate for a while. It won't be long." Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and said to Pandora. He continued to look at his soul body and soul space again and again, but it was still the same. There was nothing but a black hole in his soul sea. His body was as good as before, and the divine crystal was also fine. Divine crystal. That's right, Battle Emperor. Thinking of divine crystal, Yi Qinghan thought of Battle Emperor. Before his soul exploded, he had sent a sound transmission to Battle Emperor. Battle Emperor was so powerful, so he should know something. "Kid, you finally remembered this emperor?" When Yi Qinghan locked his divine sense on the black stone in the divine crystal and called it, Battle Emperor's sound transmission immediately came. "Senior Battle Emperor, what happened to my body? Do you know?" Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and immediately asked. The War Emperor didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, he transmitted a very strange message to Yi Qinghan. "Send your divine sense through the black hole and sense the other side." The other side of the black hole? Yi Qinghan was confused, but he didn't think too much about it. His spiritual consciousness started to lock onto the black hole. At first, he just casually swept his gaze over the black hole. But now, he completely locked onto the black hole with his divine sense. A moment later, he discovered that his divine sense was being swallowed by the black hole. Then he felt darkness, like an endless void. It was pure black, so black that it made him panic. After a while, Yi Qinghan suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Slowly, his spiritual consciousness moved closer and closer to the light. Finally, his divine sense arrived at the location of the light. What is this? Why does it feel like origin energy? On the other side of the black hole was a white spherical object that emitted a gentle light. No matter how Yi Qinghan looked at it, it looked like the power of the origin, and there were familiar lightning bolts drilling around it. My divine sense can actually penetrate into this spherical object so easily? When Yi Qinghan's divine sense penetrated the white spherical object, he found that there was a whole new world inside. It was hollow inside, and there was a black and white soul ocean floating inside. Half of it was black, and the other half was white. It was like a floating continent in the void. Why does this look so similar to my soul ocean? But how did the two fuse into one? And where is the bridge? This soul ocean is so big, no wonder my soul strength is so much stronger. The origin energy outside continued to release lightning bolts from all directions, blasting on the floating soul ocean. It felt similar to the original soul space, except that this soul space was a few times bigger, and the whole soul space was surrounded by the origin energy. Is this origin energy or not? Let's control it with my mind and see if it can pass through the black hole and appear outside my body. In the end, with a thought from Yi Qinghan, a large mass of origin energy appeared outside the new soul space in an instant, and then entered Yi Qinghan's body and finally appeared outside his body. This is really the origin energy. Goddammit, I've struck it rich. How much more is this origin energy than before? 10 times? 15 times? Or 20 times? Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, looked at the origin energy outside his body, and touched his nose, feeling incredulous. Then he immediately released his divine sense again, probing into the black hole in the soul space, and found that the origin energy outside the new soul space had indeed decreased a little, becoming thinner. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of this sentence. In fact, if you can survive, it doesn't matter even if you don't have a bit of origin energy. But now, unexpectedly, the soul space changed once again. A black hole appeared, and on the other side of the black hole was a new soul space. Not only was the strength of the soul increased by 10 times, but the origin energy also increased by who knows how many times. This fortune seems to be a little too big. Chapter 1107. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like a millionaire suddenly went bankrupt. His company was shut down, his house was sold, his car was sold, and his wife ran away. He returned to the countryside in despair, but in the backyard of his hometown he dug out a whole cart of gold bars. Happiness came too suddenly. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief. He checked the new soul space countless times, released the origin energy, and then took it back. After checking for 6 hours and hundreds of times, he finally confirmed it. Pandora looked at Yi Qinghan and opened her eyes. Her face was full of joy, and then she suddenly laughed. She was a little confused, but she didn't ask anything, nor did she say anything. She just quietly looked at the man, and a charming smile appeared on her face. She couldn't help but think how good it would be if she could look at him like this forever. Battle Emperor, what's going on? How did my soul become like this? After confirming it, Yi Qinghan remembered the Battle Emperor and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. The Battle Emperor's transmission came quickly. I don't know either. But I'm sure it's a good thing, a great thing. You didn't die even after your soul exploded. Who else in this world can take you down? I know it's a good thing, but I didn't expect that after my soul exploded, a new soul space would appear, and the strength of my soul would increase by 10 times. The origin energy would increase by at least 10 times. Battle Emperor, do you think I've become a monster? Yi Qinghan curled his lips and transmitted his voice. Since the Battle Emperor had checked his soul space, there was nothing to hide. Of course you are the #1 monster in the world. Wait, what? The strength of your soul increased by 10 times? More than 10 times the origin energy? Kid, are you sure? To his surprise, the Battle Emperor's transmission was full of shock, astonishment, and urgency. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion, and then closed them again. He transmitted his voice in doubt. Are you sure? What's wrong? Senior Battle Emperor, can't you check my soul space? I can only check that there is a white, spherical object inside the black hole. I can't see anything else. 10 times. Your original soul strength had reached the level of a 7th grade war god, right? 10 times, that was at least a rank 9 upper soul strength. Brat, you are the most powerful deity-level expert in all of history. As for the origin energy, I'm afraid that even those venerables who focus on cultivating their minds don't have as much origin energy as you do. The Battle Emperor sighed. Ever since this brat comprehended that abnormal profound mystery in Sealed God Valley, the Battle Emperor knew that he was a freak. However, he didn't expect him to be so strange. Then Yi Qinghan and the Battle Emperor chatted for a while. However, the Battle Emperor didn't know much about this matter. However, he instinctively felt that Yi Qinghan's future potential would definitely be huge. As long as Yi Qinghan didn't fall, Yi Qinghan would definitely reach a height that he could only look up to. Of course, Battle Emperor wouldn't tell Yi Qinghan about this to prevent him from becoming arrogant and complacent. Yi Qinghan also knew that he had great potential. Because his soul was too strong, he tried to comprehend the profound mystery of Space Shuttle, and realized that his comprehension speed was 10 times faster than before. Now that he didn't have the demonic Sala's help, his comprehension speed was much faster. After staying in the Battle Emperor Palace for 10 days and 10 nights, Yi Qinghan finally finished inspecting his body. There were no changes to his nomological laws and physical strength. However, his soul was 10 times stronger, and his origin energy was 15 times stronger. On the 11th day, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and smiled at Pandora. Then he picked up the Slaughter God blade to sense Xiaohe. When he realized that Xiaohe was still in a deep sleep, he brought Pandora out of the Battle Emperor Palace. The Holy Continent was incomparably lively. Undercurrents were surging, and everyone was panicking. The ruler of the continent, His Majesty Han Yi, had disappeared for a year. After His Majesty Taylor ascended to the throne, this matter could no longer be hidden. However, not long after His Majesty Taylor ascended to the throne, someone actually hung him at the gates of the holy city. And the 7 high and mighty red-robed archbishops were all kneeling at the gates of the holy city. It had been 10 days and 10 nights. The millions of citizens of the holy city were all panicking. They didn't know what happened. Who did it? Who dared to kill His Majesty Taylor? Who dared to make the servant of the God of Light, the respected red-robed archbishops, kneel at the gates? When Yi Qinghan brought Pandora out of the church, accompanied by Sieg and countless red-robed archbishops, everyone knew. So it was His Majesty Han Yi. His Majesty Han Yi had returned. The citizens of the holy city loved and respected His Majesty Han Yi, who had green hair, green eyes, and a face full of benevolence, much more than Taylor and the 7 archbishops. If it wasn't for His Majesty Han Yi, the holy city would have been massacred by the werewolves and vampires. If it wasn't for him, would the werewolves, vampires, and other dark creatures submit to him? Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just made an announcement that Taylor had betrayed the God of Light, and the 7 archbishops' faith in the God of Light was shaken. Therefore, they were revoked of their archbishopric positions and had to repent for 100 days at the gates of the holy city. As a result, the entire holy city was in an uproar. If Sieg hadn't arrived with his men, the 7 archbishops would have been smashed to death by the devout believers with rotten eggs and cabbages. Yi Qinghan didn't pay attention to these trivial matters. He also used a cruel fact to tell Alice and the other 3 that in the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes are fleeting clouds. Alice and the other 3 weren't as passionate about power as before. Instead, they concentrated on refining the divine crystal. Yi Qinghan once again entered the War Emperor Palace. This time, he went to the hall to see the archangel who had almost gone crazy from being trapped. My respected archangel, I've given you so much time. If you still tell me that there's no way, I can only play with you until you go crazy. There's no point in staying here, right? The archangel had been tied up by Yi Qinghan with iron chains. As his strength had been crippled, he had almost gone crazy after staying in the War Emperor Palace for a few years. At this moment, when he saw Yi Qinghan, he quickly wriggled his body and crawled toward Yi Qinghan with a face full of ecstasy. He said loudly, There's a way. As long as you let me out, you can throw me anywhere. I don't want to stay here anymore. I'll go crazy if I stay here any longer. In the past, The archangel could stay here for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, let alone a few years. A seclusion would pass in the blink of an eye. But now his divine crystal was broken and he couldn't cultivate. In addition, he was constantly worried that Yi Qinghan would come in and drive him crazy. He was extremely nervous. With no one to talk to and no freedom, of course, the archangel went crazy. "Oh, there's really a way? Are you sure you're not messing with me?" Yi Qinghan raised his brows. He was a little surprised. The Radiance World's management was extremely strict. Was there really a way to sneak in? The archangel shook his head vigorously and said with absolute certainty, "There is. How would I dare to mess with Lord? Lord, I obtained an ancient divine ability in the past, but I only have the first half. I know where the second half is. Originally, I had decided to send someone to retrieve the second half secretly. With Lord's strength, you can definitely obtain it easily." A sharp light flickered in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and he asked with great interest, "Ancient divine ability? What kind of divine ability?" Chapter 1108. This divine ability is called Dark Night Spectre Transformation. Not only can it change one's appearance, but it can also change the attribute of one's power. Most importantly, it can change the aura of one's soul. My lord, if you learn this divine ability, you can change all the power in your body into the power of light. Your soul aura will also change completely, becoming exactly the same as that of the Holy Plane. The light god will definitely not be able to detect it. The archangel said excitedly, like a dog wagging its tail, waiting for Yi Qinghan's praise. "Pa!" Yi Qinghan slapped the archangel, sending him flying. He fiercely cursed, "F***ck your mother, you bastards still want to trick me? Even if this young master doesn't cultivate this divine ability and flies to heaven, the light god won't be able to detect that this young master is from another plane, right? Didn't you also not detect it at the beginning? But once I make a move and use the power of space, even if the light god is a pig, he will be able to detect it. This kid wants me to go to heaven to die? No, it's not like that, my lord. This is different." Seeing Yi Qinghan waving his hand and a black helmet appearing out of thin air, the archangel was filled with endless fear. He hurriedly struggled to crawl over and explained, "My lord, it's not like that. I can't detect it, but the 12 light gods can definitely detect it. Because the power of light in your body is too little, and the aura of your soul is absolutely different from that of the martial artists of this plane. I didn't pay attention at the beginning, otherwise I would have definitely detected it." "So it's like that? Pa!" Yi Qinghan muttered and swung out another slap, sending the archangel that was crawling over flying once again. Only then did he coldly say, "After thinking for a few years, you only came up with this **T method?" The archangel's face was sullen, like a resentful daughter-in-law. This lord from another plane was too unreasonable. To be able to think of such a method, the archangel's brain was about to explode. "Hand over the secret skill." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and removed the chains on the archangel's body. The archangel hurriedly took off his spatial ring. Without divine power, he couldn't even open it. Yi Qinghan took the spatial ring and scanned it with divine sense. Soon he found the booklet. After reading it for a moment, his interest was piqued. According to the God World's terminology, this was called the art of disguise. But it seemed much more awesome. It could even change the aura of one's soul and become a completely different person. This was a good divine ability for escaping. How long can you not return to heaven before they become suspicious and send people down? Yi Qinghan put away the so-called Dark Night Ghost transformation and prepared to practice it to see if it was useful. Then he would talk about the next volume. If the emissary doesn't return after 10,000 years, the heavens will definitely be suspicious and send someone down. Yi Qinghan nodded. A dagger appeared in his hand. His hand moved as fast as lightning, slashing the angel's face. He also shaved off the angel's golden hair. Yi Qinghan didn't use his soul ring. Instead, he used some ordinary medicine to stop the bleeding. He then said to the archangel coldly, "I'll take you out now and give you good food and drinks, but you can only live the life of an ordinary person. If you dare to reveal your identity, I'll definitely play you until you go crazy." The archangel nodded furiously, ignoring the pain on his face. To him, being able to see the sunlight outside and live a normal life was already an extravagant hope. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely go crazy. Yi Qinghan carried the great angel out of the War Emperor Palace. He then summoned Alice and asked her to call a few trusted subordinates to find an ordinary courtyard in the Holy City to watch over him. He couldn't kill this archangel, nor could he turn him into a soul slave. He also couldn't drive him crazy for the time being. He could only resort to this plan. His soul had just mutated, and he wasn't sure if this soul would mutate again. Therefore, he decided to stay in the Holy Continent for a while and observe this new soul while he was at it. After His Majesty Han Yi returned, the Holy Continent completely stabilized. The three empires didn't dare to be disorderly anymore. There was no second voice inside or outside the Holy See. Sieg continued to be the second in command of the Holy See. Alice and the other three's strength gradually increased. Pandora didn't go there. She accompanied Yi Qinghan on the rooftop to practice. Yi Qinghan basically stayed on the rooftop of the Holy See. Except for Sieg and Alice, he didn't see anyone else. He started to comprehend the mysteries of space travel while practicing the Dark Knight Ghost transformation. Of course, the most important thing was to see if his soul would continue to mutate. If the new soul space didn't mutate, and his soul was completely safe, Yi Qinghan would start to find his way home. Time passed quickly. 50 years had passed. Alice and the other three had all become high-level emperor gods. Their strength could look down on the entire Holy Continent. It should be noted that Yi Qinghan gave them the highest grade divine crystal, which was at the peak of 7th grade. After refining it, although they only had the strength of 5th grade or 6th grade, Sieg, who was the strongest except for the dead tailor, only had the strength of a 5th grade war god. The Holy See was still like the sun at high noon in the Holy Continent. The three empires completely submitted to the Holy See. However, the great His Majesty Han Yi showed up less and less. The last time he showed up was 40 years ago. The strength of his soul is really abnormal. It's only been 50 years, and he has already achieved the small success in space travel. If this goes on, he might not even need 100 years to achieve the large success. The integration of space travel will reach the large success. Young Master's Law will reach the realm of 7th grade war god. 7th grade war god. On the rooftop of the Holy See, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged. His eyes became more and more profound. He had been in seclusion for 40 years. He didn't come out until he had achieved the small success in space travel. He scanned the entire holy plane with his divine sense. There was no change from before he went into seclusion, so he relaxed. Before he went into seclusion, he used 10 years to solidify the Holy Continent. As long as he sat on the rooftop, no one would dare to be presumptuous. Then he glanced at Pandora, who was sitting on the other side of the rooftop and cultivating. He smiled. 50 years had passed. This pure girl was still as beautiful as before. Her strength had already reached the realm of divine general. He guessed that she was refining the divine crystal of a divine king. After making sure that Pandora and the others were safe, Yi Qinghan began to look into the new soul space. Nothing had changed in the past 10 years. That was why he went into seclusion. Now that 40 years had passed, if it was still the same, he would be completely relieved. His divine sense passed through the black hole and entered the new soul space. After a casual scan, he was extremely astonished. The new soul space didn't seem to have changed much, except that it seemed to be a little bigger. The origin energy outside seemed to have increased and expanded. The space inside seemed to have expanded. The soul sea floating in the soul space also became bigger. The strength of the soul also increased, although it was only a little. Yi Qinghan checked countless times and even asked the Battle Emperor to do the same. In the end, he confirmed that the new soul space was actually growing. Although the origin energy didn't increase by much, only a few tenths, the soul sea also increased by a few hundredths. But now, it was only 40 years. What if it was 10,000 years later? What if it was 100,000 years later? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to imagine how much the origin energy would grow and how strong his soul would be. However, in the next second, the slaughter god blade suddenly shone with a black light. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to think. He picked up the slaughter god blade at lightning speed and used his divine sense to check. After that, he shouted in joy, "Xiaohei, you are finally awake." Chapter 1109. A gust of wind blew out from the slaughter god blade, and a cute small beast quickly condensed. A familiar face of a soul-devouring beast appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. A familiar voice called out, "Boss?" "Xiaohei." When Yi Qinghan heard this voice, he shouted and reached out to hug Xiaohei. However, his hand passed through Xiaohei's condensed body. He had forgotten that Xiaohei was just a spirit body. "Hee, boss, I haven't seen you for so long. Your brain seems to have become dull." Xiaohei's face was filled with a happy smile. Other than being a spirit body, he was no different from his original soul-devouring beast body. A pair of mischievous eyes kept darting around, sweeping around randomly. Boss, there is a beauty peeking at you. Wow, she is so beautiful. Boss is indeed boss. Why is he so valiant? I have a sister-in-law now." All of a sudden, Little Black transmitted his voice in a mysterious manner. His eyes were full of wretchedness. Yi Qinghan followed Xiaohei's gaze and saw Pandora looking at him and Xiaohei curiously. It seemed like his shout just now had awakened her. Yi Qinghan smiled at Pandora and turned to look at Xiaohei. His face was filled with hope and nervousness. "Xiaohei, how is it? Have you evolved? How do you feel in this spirit body? Do you still need to absorb the aura of the devil to exist forever?" He didn't even know where this plane was in the void. If Xiaohei still needed to devour evil creatures, it would be really troublesome. Xiaohei blinked and muttered to himself, "Boss, I am sure that I have evolved. Also, the speed of energy loss is very slow. It is only 1/10,000th of what it used to be. This is still outside. If I am inside the slaughter god blade, the speed of energy loss will be even slower. I can sense the chi of heaven and earth. As for how to absorb it, I still need to figure it out. Also, if there are any special abilities after the evolution, I still need to test it out." Hearing this, Yi Qinghan's heart that was hanging in the air relaxed a little. Since he could feel the heaven-earth yuan chi, then he would definitely be able to absorb it. He nodded and said, "Then feel around. If you need boss to do anything, tell me. Even if you want to experiment on living people, I will help you find a group of prisoners on death row for you to experiment on." Xiaohei suddenly smiled. He turned into a gust of wind and floated into the sky from the rooftop. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, he had actually circled around the holy continent. Not long after, he condensed his body again. Pandora's gem-like eyes were so shocked that they almost popped out. "Boss, what is this place? Why does it feel different from the divine world? And this existential plane is much bigger than the fire dragon continent." Xiaohei swayed back and forth on the rooftop, extremely happy. Yi Qinghan also became joyful. With Xiaohei around, it was always easy to be happy. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself. His eyes revealed a trace of longing, but he continued to be full of fighting spirit. He let out a breath and said, "I also don't know where this place is. But it doesn't matter where this place is. My soul has temporarily stabilized, and your situation has probably stabilized as well. From tomorrow onwards, boss will officially start to find the way home." Find the way home? Pandora, who was in the corner of the rooftop, heard this and her eyes dimmed. The way home. It seemed this man was going to leave her and leave her world. Xiaohei didn't care. As long as he was with Yi Qinghan, he could go anywhere. He immediately turned into a gust of wind and floated around in the sky of the continent. He began to play and see how different the evolved soul body was. Yi Qinghan only transmitted his voice to him, telling him not to kill anyone. He didn't care about anything else. Xiaohei was a soul body, and the Azura King couldn't do anything to him. Presumably, there was no one in this sacred plane who could harm him. "Big brother Hanyi, are you leaving?" Yi Qinghan stood on the rooftop and sensed Xiaohei in a daze. He was floating around in the air, looking incredibly happy. The corners of his mouth curled up into a doting arc. Pandora slowly stood up. She looked at his back for a long time, and then she mustered up the courage to say. Yi Qinghan didn't need to turn his head to feel a pair of sad eyes. He sighed slightly and said, Pandora, all good things must come to an end. My home, my relatives, my wife, and my child are on the other side of the void. I must find a way to go back. Don't worry, I'll arrange things here. I won't let you come to any harm. Pandora shook her head vigorously. Then she walked over and hugged Yi Qinghan from behind. She stuck her face to Yi Qinghan's back and cried loudly. She choked with sobs and said, I don't want your arrangements, I just want to go with you. You said that you'll protect me for a lifetime. Big brother Han Yi, take Pandora with you and go, okay? If you're not here, Pandora will die. Feeling the hot and soft tender body behind him, listening to her emotional voice, Yi Qinghan's body trembled. He almost wanted to open his mouth and agree, but his expression fluctuated for a while. He shook his head and said, Pandora, my home is very far away from here. The present? I don't know how to go back. But this road will definitely be incomparably difficult. It's very likely that I'll die, and if you follow me, you'll also die. You're simple-minded, it's better to find a good man on this continent, marry him, and live the rest of your life in peace and stability. Pandora shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. She resolutely said, I don't know if I'll die in the future. Pandora only knows that if you leave, I'll definitely die. Big brother Han Yi, that year when you disappeared, Pandora had thoughts of suicide several times. If it weren't for the possibility that you might come back, I'd already be dead at this moment. Yi Qinghan sighed heavily. The more simple-minded a woman was, the more simple she'd think of things. Once she reached a dead end, even 10 oxen wouldn't be able to pull her back. He turned around and put his hands on Pandora's shoulders. He seriously said, I won't leave so soon. You should think about it carefully during this time. If you're still so persistent when I want to leave, I'll take you with me. Really? Pandora's entire face glowed in an instant, like a blooming flower, beautiful beyond compare. Although there are still traces of tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, she's smiling happily. Even Yi Qinghan, who's used to seeing beautiful women, stares blankly. Yi Qinghan gently caresses Pandora's blue curls, smiling faintly, When have I ever lied to you? All right, you should go rest first or go cultivate. I still have some matters to attend to. Pandora obediently nodded and walked towards the outside of the rooftop. As she walked, her footsteps were incomparably cheerful, like a cheerful rabbit. When she reached the exit, she even turned around and smiled, bewitchingly charming. Xiao. Not long after, Xiao He floated back. Before he even solidified, he shouted at Yi Qinghan, Big brother, this is incredible. I can actually devour the life force of all living creatures. Big brother, I've turned into a monster. What? Yi Qinghan stared blankly. He suspiciously looked at Xiao He and said, Don't tell me you can directly devour a living person? If it's just a living person, then it wouldn't be strange. Big brother, come with me. Xiao He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and didn't explain. He directly turned into a gust of wind and floated towards the sky. Yi Qinghan promptly followed after Xiao He, shooting off into the distance. Chapter 1110. Xiao He flew to a forest in the southern part of the Holy Continent. He then turned into a gust of wind and swept downwards. What made Yi Qinghan dumbfounded was that the place where Xiao He's gust of wind blew was actually barren. Not even a blade of grass could grow. Wherever Xiao He's gust of wind passed, not only were the demonic beasts instantly turned into dust and swallowed, even the flowers and trees instantly withered and finally disappeared. After Xiao He's gust of wind swept through, all that was left was a barren muddy land. Seeing Xiao He condense his body again, Yi Qinghan felt a cold wind blow behind him. It was obvious that Xiao He's gust of wind was something he could control. If he used this devouring ability with all his strength and turned into a huge gust of wind that floated across the Holy Continent, perhaps everyone on this continent would be devoured by Xiao He, pervert. This devouring ability was too perverse. Before Xiao He evolved, Yi Qinghan had made Xiaohei try to devour many things. In the end, apart from demonic aura, he could not devour anything else. Now, this kid could devour anything with life force. This was too perverse. However, thinking that he could not die even if his soul exploded, Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. He himself was a big pervert, so it was not strange that Xiaohei was a little pervert. Xiaohei said gloomily, "Boss, I just killed a person. He was probably a divine general. He assassinated a group of adventurers in the forest over there. He didn't even let the women off. I rushed down in a fit of anger. I didn't expect that not only would I easily devour him, but I also discovered this perverse ability. Boss, have I become a monster?" Yi Qinghan laughed heartily again and expanded his god domain. "Ha, Xiaohei, what are you afraid of? Your boss is also a pervert. You don't know this, but when you were asleep, we were targeted by 3 demon monarchs. In the end, we came here. A few decades ago, my ghost soul mutated. The situation at that time was extremely dangerous. In the end, it became like this. So you don't have to worry. Compared to me, you can only be considered a little pervert." Yi Qinghan told Xiaohei everything that had happened all these years in detail. He had no secrets to Xiaohei. Xiaohei also knew that his soul had been split into 2. Xiaohei listened quietly. One moment he was worried for Yi Qinghan, the next moment he was happy, and the next moment he was afraid. In the end he laughed along with Yi Qinghan. "Ha, in that case you're the big pervert, and I, Lord Xiaohei, am the little pervert. When the 2 of us perverts work together, we're invincible. Even the damned heavens couldn't take our lives. This means that we brothers are destined to reach the pinnacle and look down on all heroes. In the end, we'll definitely be able to pierce through the damned heavens, ha." Yi Qinghan nodded his head heavily and laughed happily. "Yes, brothers, together we can cut through gold. If we work hard together, we'll definitely be able to pierce through the heavens, ha." Then, Xiaohei continued to try to evolve the divine abilities of his evolved soul. He was also sure of one thing. As long as there was life force in Xiaohei's soul, there would never be a lack of energy. Now, Xiaohei's energy dissipated very slowly. The energy that had been lost in the past few years could be replenished by devouring a forest. Xiaohei's evolution was extremely successful. The second step had been completed. Now, he only needed to work hard to return to the immortal world and obtain the secret skill of possession from the star monarch Xianxia. Then he could be completely resurrected. However, Xiaohei was very satisfied with this. As long as he could live forever, accompany Yi Qinghan, watch over his wife and children, he would be satisfied. Even if he could not return to the immortal world in the end, it did not matter to him. The only pity was that the powerhouses in this dimension were too weak. He could not be sure how strong Xiaohei's devouring ability was. Yi Qinghan calculated that if the immortal world venerable did not use the origin energy to protect their bodies, Xiaohei's sneak attack should be able to kill them instantly. However, if he could sneak attack a rank 9 powerhouse and devour them to death, then that would be super crazy. Xiaohei's matter was temporarily stabilized. In Yi Qinghan's new soul space, other than the slow growth, he did not notice any other abnormalities. Yi Qinghan's heart started to fly. He felt that he could not stay still at this moment. He could not wait to go back. He began to think of ways to go home. Go home, but what was going on? If he wanted to return to the secret land of reincarnation, he had to go back to the immortal world or somewhere near it. Now, he did not know where this heaven plane was in the void, how far it was from the immortal world, and which direction the immortal world was in the heaven plane. Yi Qinghan had no idea at all. He stood on the barren yellow ground and pondered for a long time. Finally, his eyes lit up. He thought of a person, a very powerful person, who might even understand this plane. War Emperor. At the moment when Yi Qinghan's soul exploded, War Emperor's remnant soul energy was greatly replenished by the countless purple thunderbolts. With energy, he was not afraid that this remnant soul energy would be exhausted and dissipated in a short period of time. Most importantly, he was full of expectations for Yi Qinghan. Therefore, when Yi Qinghan called out to him, he immediately transmitted his voice. After learning of Yi Qinghan's predicament, he exclaimed, "What? You are not in the immortal world? You entered a spatial black hole and were transported to a completely foreign plane? Because War Emperor was afraid of exhausting his energy, he did not dare to use his divine sense to investigate what was happening outside. The only time he came out was in the War Emperor Palace. Of course, he did not know that Yi Qinghan was not near the immortal world. After Yi Qinghan told him everything, War Emperor was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Kid, it is almost impossible for you to return to the immortal world." What? Yi Qinghan's expression changed drastically. His face turned pale and his whole body became weak. If he could not return, what was the point of his efforts? War Emperor's transmission continued, "Kid, do you know how many planes there are in this world? Thousands, and I'm not talking about these small planes, I'm talking about the big planes in the immortal world. No one knows how big this world is except for the Supreme God Emperors. I'm sure you also know that the demonic plane and the immortal world are neighbors. If a grade 9 supreme martial artist wants to fly over, it will take at least 10 years. How fast is a grade 9 supreme martial artist? That is 100 times faster than your current speed. Besides, except for the Supreme God Emperors, no one knows where each plane is in the void. So, if you want to fly back to the immortal world from the void, even if you have an inexhaustible source of energy, you will not be able to fly back." Yi Qinghan nodded bitterly. Although he had thought about this problem before, he did not think about it so deeply. After War Emperor's analysis, he knew that this path was completely impossible. Other than flying back, if you want to go back, there is another way. But that way is more difficult. War Emperor's transmission in the next second shocked Yi Qinghan. He immediately asked, "Senior, please tell me." The Dimensional War. War Emperor's transmission was slightly heavy. There are thousands of planes in this world. Every once in a while, there will be a dimensional war. The dimensional war gods are randomly selected. Sometimes, there will be experts from dozens of planes fighting in the dimensional war. Sometimes, there will be hundreds of them. You must participate in the dimensional war. If you can win in the end, the plane that wins the dimensional war will be qualified to attack another plane and enter that plane directly from the dimensional war battlefield. So, if you want to go back, you can only go to the heaven plane. And you must win in the heaven plane. If you choose to attack the immortal world, you can take the opportunity to sneak back to the immortal world. This is the first time I've heard of the heaven plane. It means that it is definitely not next to the immortal world. Usually, the plane that wins will choose to attack and conquer the nearby planes. So, think about it, what is the probability of you returning to the immortal world? Chapter 11:11. After the Battle Emperor finished speaking, Yi Qinghan fell silent and started to think about the probability. Yi Qinghan had heard about the dimensional war from Lord Devour, but it was not as detailed as the Battle Emperor. After thinking about it, he felt that the probability of the second method was extremely low. The dimensional war was random. It might not be heaven plane's turn even after tens of millions of years. Even if it was heaven plane's turn, they might not necessarily win. Also, the Battle Emperor said that the winning plane would usually choose to attack the nearest plane, just like how the three great devils attacked the divine world in the past. Furthermore, he did not know if he could sneak into heaven plane. According to the Archangel, the God of Light could easily detect that he came from another plane. How could he sneak into heaven plane's dimensional war warriors? That's right. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the ability that the Archangel gave him, the Dark Knight Netherworld transformation. His pupils shrank and his expression changed. He frowned and lowered his head, deep in thought. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Yi Qinghan's brows relaxed, and his whole body trembled slightly. He was obviously very excited. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the Battle Emperor. "Senior, if I go to the dimensional war, can I think of a way to sneak into the divine world?" The Battle Emperor replied, "It will be very difficult. The dimensional war is very big, dozens of times bigger than the divine world. There are countless experts from other planes there. It is impossible for you to leave the group and sneak into the divine world. Martial artists who are alone will usually be killed instantly. It will be difficult even if you become a 9th grade supreme martial artist. A ninth-grade supreme martial artist who is alone will definitely attract the pursuit of countless ninth-grade supreme martial artists. Furthermore, even if you reach the entrance of the divine world, can you sneak into the divine world? The entrance of the divine world is the nefarious abyss. Have you forgotten whose territory that is? Xianxia. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a look of hatred, but a moment later, he laughed sinisterly. He told the Battle Emperor that he would think about it and that he would ask him if there was anything. After that, he asked Xiao He to return to the Slaughter God Saber as he flew towards the Saint City. After returning to the Holy City, Yi Qinghan immediately went to find Alice. Under her lead, he came to a small, remote courtyard. There were a few of Alice's trusted subordinates guarding the place. There was a crippled man living there, Archangel Laric. Get out. Yi Qinghan waved his hand at the few cultivators who were bowing respectfully to him. Their eyes were filled with worship and faith, and he dismissed Alice. Then, he released his celestial domain and smiled at the Archangel. How have you been recently? My respected Archangel. The moment the Archangel saw Yi Qinghan enter, a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Then, his face was filled with respect and fear. He immediately said, "Sir, Laric is doing very well. He is very satisfied." "That's good." Yi Qinghan nodded and said with a straight face, "I want to know when the next planar war will happen in the Heaven Plane." Planar war? The Archangel thought about it doubtfully, and finally came to a realization. "Sir, you're talking about the Holy War, right? More than 300 years ago, I heard that heaven received a decree for the Holy War. It seems that in about 3,000 years, the next Holy War will start. Right at that time, the God of Light also summoned us and told us to work hard on our cultivation." That's right. As soon as the Archangel finished speaking, Yi Qinghan involuntarily released a powerful aura. He stared at the Archangel and said, "Are you sure the Holy War you're talking about is a planar war? It's a planar war where countless experts from other planes fight on the planar battlefield, which is the Hell Plane. If you win, you can get the right to attack another plane." The Archangel's cultivation had been crippled. Under Yi Qinghan's aura, his whole body began to tremble, let alone speak. He could only nod desperately. When Yi Qinghan realized that he had lost his composure, he retracted his aura and took a deep breath. "That's right, sir. The Heaven Plane has been very unlucky these years. In the last planar war, they were also chosen. Although they won, they lost 6 gods of light. This is something that the entire Heaven Plane knows very well. 3,000 years, ha! 3,000 years!" Yi Qinghan suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. His entire person was in high spirits as he paced back and forth in the room. After a long time, he suddenly stopped. His whole body suddenly changed. His green hair turned golden, and his thin body became strong. His delicate face slowly squirmed, and finally became incomparably handsome. In just an instant, Yi Qinghan had turned into a completely different person. His face was filled with an elegant smile as he looked at Archangel Lockery. Even his voice had changed as he said, "Esteemed Archangel, look at my current appearance. Doesn't it resemble your original appearance?" "Yes, you look exactly the same." The Archangel's disfigured face smiled bitterly. Hatred flashed in his eyes again, but he shook his head. "Sir, you've successfully comprehended the first half of the Night Spectre transformation. It's just that, you only look like me. If it were someone familiar with me, they would be able to easily detect it. Also, the aura of your soul hasn't changed." Yi Qinghan could easily feel the hatred in Lockery's eyes, but he didn't care. If this person didn't have any hatred at all, he would be worried. He nodded, very satisfied. It was enough that the appearance was similar. As for the aura, he could slowly imitate it. He asked again, "Where is the second half of the Night Spectre transformation?" The Archangel said honestly, "In a lower realm." "Why, sir, do you want to go and get it now?" Hearing this, Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. "A material plane? Tell me about that lower realm." "That lower realm is the largest one. The ruler there also has the strength of an archangel. Also, that B** teach is the Archangel's woman. Otherwise, I would have gone and gotten the second half a long time ago. Of course, sir, with your powerful strength, you could just sneak attack her, kill her, take it and leave. There shouldn't be any problems. Archangel? What strength? Valkyrie, don't lie. I'll know the moment your soul fluctuates. You know the consequences. The Archangel immediately said fearfully, the Archangel is the strongest person under the God of Light. I can't say for sure how strong he is, but I feel that if you use that strange power, he definitely won't be your match. Also, he might not just happen to be in that lower realm. Alright then. After some time, you'll follow me to that material plane. As long as you get the second half, I'll guarantee that you'll live a luxurious life in this plane. When Laclay said this, Yi Qinghan locked onto his soul and discovered that there were indeed no abnormal fluctuations. Yi Qinghan was relieved and asked Alice to settle him down properly before flying towards the church. After Yi Qinghan left, the respect and fear on the Archangel's face disappeared. His eyes instantly turned cold and the corners of his mouth were full of coldness and mockery. He faintly muttered, "Evil creature from another plane, this Archangel indeed didn't lie, but I can always hide some things. Even the God of Light is extremely afraid of that B***. When the time comes, you'll suffer, boss, you're smiling so happily. Could it be that you found a way to go back?" On the roof of the church, Yi Qinghan let Xiaohei out. When Xiaohei saw the smile on Yi Qinghan's face, he immediately sensed something and asked expectantly. Although he didn't care where he was with Yi Qinghan, he still wanted to go back. Actually, in his heart, he still wanted to go back and see Li Shu'er, his child. Yi Qinghan nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, Xiaohei, as long as I get the second half of the netherworld transformation and confirm that the aura of my soul can be changed, I'm 80% sure that I can return to the entrance of the divine realm through the plane battlefield and enter the nefarious abyss. Then I'll directly tear space apart and enter the spatial turbulence before flying back to the secret realm of reincarnation." Chapter 11:12. Then what are we waiting for? Boss, let's go get that secret skill right away. By the way, where is this secret skill? Xiaohei suddenly became excited, his body swaying in the air, extremely happy. His soul body had evolved, so he no longer had to worry about running out of energy and dying. Now that he had a chance to go back, how could he not be happy? Yi Qinghan looked at Xiaohei and smiled bitterly. Perhaps Xiaohei would still be like this after 1,000,000 years. He explained, "This? Xiaohei, don't worry. It will take me about 100 years to comprehend this law to the advanced level. The law of space travel that I have integrated now is actually teleportation. When I reach the advanced level, I will be able to teleport. At that time, with the escape form in War Imperial Palace, if I want to escape, even a level 9 expert will not be able to lock onto me. Moreover, if we want to go back from the dimensional battlefield, it will take at least 3,000 years. The dimensional war has just begun. Even if we get that secret skill, we will still have to wait for 3,000 years." Xiaohei was a little disappointed. Although he did not understand a lot, he did not want to ask. He had always listened to Yi Qinghan. Since boss had said so, he would wait. He curled his lips and sighed, 3,000 years. Sigh, if only my body was still there, I would be able to have fun with beauties. Shu is not here, and I can't do anything about it. Yi Qinghan looked at the slightly lonely Xiaohei, his heart ached, and his face darkened. Xiaohei had always been active, always unable to calm down, and liked to play around. Now he had to live like this for 3,000 years, and Yi Qinghan might have to go into closed-door training frequently. It was really hard on him. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan said firmly, "Xiaohei, don't worry. Boss will find a way to help you reconstruct your real body even if I have to sacrifice my life." Xiaohei felt Yi Qinghan's heavy heart and quickly smiled. He said happily, "Boss, don't worry about me. It's already good enough to be able to do this. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, really." Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. Some things didn't need to be said, they just needed to be done. Since he had decided to go into seclusion, Yi Qinghan began to show his face in the holy city, accompanied by the archbishop of the church. This was to let the people of the mainland know that he was there, and also to shock the ambitious people. Of course, Alice and the other three had already refined the divine crystal. Their combined strength was enough to look down on the entire holy continent. Moreover, Yi Qinghan also gave them some god crystals to nurture some forces. No matter what, they were friends with benefits. When he left in the future, he didn't want to end up in a miserable state. When Pandora heard that Yi Qinghan was going to go into seclusion again, she didn't say much. She was a simple girl. Although she had lived for decades, she didn't understand the matters between men and women. Moreover, with the protection of Alice and the other three, she didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the dark things of society. She only felt incomparably safe and blessed to be able to accompany this man. Yi Qinghan returned to the rooftop and wiped the slaughter god blade on the rooftop so that Xiao He could come and go at any time. Pandora also sat at the side and prepared to continue refining the divine crystal. Although she didn't desire to become stronger, her lifespan would be longer. She would also be able to stay young forever. Moreover, she didn't know what to do, so she followed Yi Qinghan to cultivate. Senior Battle Emperor. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged. He didn't start comprehending immediately. Instead, he started to explain his plan to the Battle Emperor. You are saying that you can obtain a secret skill that allows you to change your appearance and even your soul aura? At that time, you will be able to sneak into the heaven plane and the planar battlefield. Then, you will be able to change your appearance and enter the divine world. You will be able to teleport to the Sin Abyss, tear open space, and go to a nearby small plane? After listening to Yi Qinghan's detailed plan, the Battle Emperor fell silent. After a while, he transmitted a message. A secret skill that can change one's appearance is easy. However, this is the first time this emperor has heard of a secret skill that can change one's soul aura and divine power attribute. If you can really obtain such a secret skill, there is a chance that you can bluff your way through. However, it is still very dangerous. This emperor advises you not to take risks before you reach the strength of a 9th grade supremacy. The planar battlefield is extremely dangerous. Basically, every plane has a few 9th grade supremacies and 9th grade supremacies. If you are discovered, you definitely won't have a chance to escape with your current strength. 9th grade supremacy. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. Comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was something that no one could say for sure. Yi Qinghan was talented, but there were many talented people in the divine world. After so many years, he hadn't seen any 9th grade supremacies. As for 9th grade supremacies, there was only the Star Sovereign, Xianxia. Moreover, even if his luck was heaven-defying and he could break through to 9th grade supremacy, how many years would it take? 1,000,000 years? 5,000,000 years? 10,000,000 years? It was already heaven-defying for an ordinary god emperor to have a lifespan of 1 or 2 million years. People like Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu, who had refined divinity crystals, could at most have a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Even if he succeeded after 10 million years, he might only see a few graves when he returned. Then what was the point of returning? Yi Qinghan shook his head and transmitted his voice. I have to take the risk. Elder Battle Emperor doesn't need to advise me on this. Oh right, you said that every plane has 2 or 3 9th grade supremacies. The divine world seems to only have Xianxia, right? Is the divine world not considered a plane? The Battle Emperor had been very polite to him recently, answering all his questions. Yi Qinghan could use this chance to probe some secrets of the divine world. As expected, the Battle Emperor was silent for a while, then said, originally, this emperor wouldn't tell you these things unless your laws of heaven and earth have reached 9th grade. But since you've asked, this emperor will tell you casually. Elder, please speak. Yi Qinghan perked up. The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice proudly. Of course the divine world is a plane, and it was once a super plane of this world. Have you heard of the 10 ancient gods? Let me tell you, at that time, the divine world was at its peak. Planar wars swept across the land, and they ruled over dozens of planes nearby. The demonic plane was once a subsidiary plane of the divine world. And the 10 ancient gods were all 9th grade supremacies. And there were definitely more than 10 9th grade supremacies. What? All 9th grade supremacies? The demonic plane was once a subsidiary plane of the divine world? Yi Qinghan was shocked. Of course, he had heard of the legends of the 10 ancient gods. He was a descendant of the beast god, and Fireworks was also a descendant of the thunder god. He didn't expect that they were both 9th-grade supremacies. That was the true pinnacle. Except for the legendary god emperor supremacies, they were absolutely invincible. The demonic plane was amazing, but it only produced 3 ancestor devils and 3 supremacies. Although there were 12 gods of light in the heavenly plane, there were definitely not many 9th-grade supremacies. The divine world actually had more than 10 9th-grade supremacies. Dozens of large planes and countless material planes. Yi Qinghan could imagine the power of the divine world at that time. It was definitely the overlord of this world. After digesting the shock in his heart, Yi Qinghan asked doubtfully, then why did the 10 ancient gods all fall? Who else could kill them? Could it really be the legendary god emperor supremacies? Oh yes, Senior Battle Emperor, do god emperors really exist? I will tell you this when your nomological laws reach 9th grade. You don't need to know now. At this moment, the Battle Emperor became stingy again. He whetted Yi Qinghan's appetite for a while before throwing out a heavy bomb. What I can tell you is that after the ancient era came the primordial era. After the primordial era, it was my generation. And in these tens of millions of years, there were 3 9th-grade supremacies, and I was the strongest one. The founder of the God of War Pavilion, the chief pavilion master of the God of War Pavilion. As for Xianxia, he was actually my unfilial disciple.